Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 12. That Which is Inherited. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 65. The First Princess's Visit. Chapter 65.1. The Message Arrives. Spring had come and gone in the blink of an eye, and now the rainy season was only about a month away. Unlike last year, we didn't have to prepare blindly without knowing how much rain to expect. Of course, weather varied from year to year, and we couldn't afford to be careless, but it was nice to feel a little more at ease this time. We should probably go on one more trip before the rainy season starts. I don't want Pochi to be cooped up for too long. Bark. Leaning on a deck brush like a staff, I looked out over the forest from atop the roof and muttered to myself. Today, we were cleaning the house's exterior. It had been a year since I was transported from Japan to this world. Over the past few days, I'd been inspecting the house again, checking for any damage or wear, peeling paint, or signs of aging. Realistically, though, my house and everything within the property was enchanted with my magic. The house and furniture were imbued with the indestructible attribute, meaning that kind of wear and tear simply wouldn't happen. At least, not as long as I was alive, and likely for a while even after I was gone. Still, that's no reason to slack off on maintenance. Besides, even if it hasn't deteriorated, dirt and grime still build up. Bark. The building itself had no issues, but the roof had grown a little mossy, and the walls had accumulated some dirt. So, I figured we might as well take this chance to clean everything up properly. And so, today, the whole family was out giving our beloved home a good scrubbing. Sway, how's the roof looking? Need more water? Karen's voice called up from the yard below. I got all the moss off. You can go ahead now. I'm coming up. Strengthening her body with magic, Karen effortlessly leaped onto the roof like she was hopping over a hedge. I'll rinse off the dirt with water. Sway, Chocola, you two should move to the yard so you don't get soaked. Got it. Bark. And so, the two of us hopped down from the roof, landing lightly in the yard. We'd gotten so used to doing this, but thinking about it objectively, it was a pretty absurd thing to be doing casually. Sway, welcome back. Scrubbing, all done? Yeah, it's mostly clean now. Once Karen finishes up, we can go back up together. Yay. Mint came barreling toward me, tackling my waist with excitement. I caught her and looked back up at the roof. Karen conjured a massive amount of water with magic, washing away the dirt in a torrent. The sheer volume of water caused a fine mist to spray down into the yard. Bark. Bark bark. Chocola, overjoyed, immediately tried to charge straight into it. Chocola, no. Here. Yeah, she's right. We're rinsing off the dirt right now. Why do you hate showers but love stuff like this so much? Bark. Kuan. Held down by Mint, Chocola drooped his ears dejectedly. But, look, rainbow. Pretty. Yeah, it's sparkling. Mint placed a hand on Chocola's back to keep him still as she gazed at the rainbow arching over the roof. Once the rainy season starts, it just keeps pouring. You don't get to see many rainbows then. Rainy season, coming soon? In about a month. But before that, we need to celebrate your birthday, Mint. Birthday, no. Mint born before rainy season. That's right. You celebrated my birthday recently, didn't you? This time, it's your turn. Ooh. We, feast. Of course. Look forward to it. You. Bark. Bark bark. Mint let out an excited squeal and began spinning in circles around me. Thinking it was a game, Chocola eagerly chased after her. You're going to turn into cheese at this rate. Or was it butter? Ara, going round and round like that. Cheese. As I watched the two of them, Mother reappeared, having just returned from the barn. It's from an old fairy tale I read once. How's everything going? Looks like you're nearly done with the roof. The stable is fine, no leaks. Suikuan's magic really is impressive. More importantly, Karen, are you finished? Come on down. Smiling at us, Mother raised her voice toward the roof, calling for Karen, who had been using water magic. I'm done. Did something happen? I just got something I need to talk to you about. Karen landed lightly in the yard. After glancing at me, Mother let out a sigh. That's when I noticed it. In her hand, she held a flat, transparent stone tablet, a communication crystal. Did someone send a message? Yes. From Aunt. Grandma Saralind. A memory surfaced. She had mentioned wanting to discuss something with us. We had agreed easily enough, saying, that's fine, but since she was an important person, we figured it would take time to schedule and assumed it was still far off. She must have been really looking forward to it. She pushed the schedule up unexpectedly. The advance notice reached her just moments ago. Mother, does that mean? With a wry smile, Mother nodded. Princess Unia and Prime Minister Idol. They're coming to Cidira. They'll arrive in 10 days. They want to meet with us. What do you think? Unia, Noah's elder sister and the first princess of the Sorks Kingdom. Known as a gourmand, her appetite for fine cuisine was now leading her straight to Cidira, in search of the dishes I had created. Chapter 65.2. Let's go with the whole family. After some discussion, we decided that the whole family would go to Cidira. Since the one coming was a princess, Mother had already made sure there wouldn't be any troublesome political matters involved. That meant we didn't have to be overly formal out of concern, but at the same time, we couldn't just be careless in our response either. First of all, since she was coming for my cooking, I was a necessary part of the trip. Karen also wanted to at least greet her, as they were acquainted. And Mother, wanting to keep things in check, insisted on coming along as well. That meant there were no adults left to stay behind and watch the house, so in the end, the only option was for everyone to go. Mint, you'd like to see Grandma too, wouldn't you? Grandma, play. It was going to be a bit of a hectic schedule right before the rainy season, but it couldn't be helped. Pochi, thrilled to have another chance to pull the lizard carriage, eagerly let us fasten his harness. With just the bare essentials packed, we set off for Cidira. Section. Since Princess Unia had sent advance notice 10 days ago, we planned our departure accordingly. We would arrive in Cidira a day before she did. Sorry. You're going through all this trouble for my relatives. It's fine, don't worry about it. Greeting us upon arrival were Noah and Parker-san. It seemed Bird-san and the others couldn't make it. Hopefully, we'd get some time to meet up with them as well. I wouldn't mind sharing a drink together. My dearest welcome. And may Chocola-sama be in the best of spirits. Parker, you really need to get used to this. It's kind of a problem if you keep being overly deferential to my dog every time we meet. Bark. Parker-san was as formal as ever. This time, though, Karen stepped in quite seriously to stop her. Well, Chocola did look rather bewildered. I mean, I do understand in my head. But, you know, it's been ingrained in me since birth. It's part of my beliefs, my faith. I'm not here to challenge your history or the way your people revere CU Sith. But before any of that, you're our friend, and Chocola is part of our family. Look at him not as a god, but as your friend's family. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Chocola. San. Bark. Parker-san looked genuinely remorseful in the face of Karen's resolute words, while Chocola barked energetically, as if approving of the conclusion. Noah, Grandma, where? Sub-Zero Dono is in quite the frenzy right now, preparing for the arrival of my sister and the Chancellor tomorrow. She wasn't able to come greet you. She should be able to visit the inn once things settle down. Got it. Grandma's working hard. Mint, you're such a good girl, as always. Noah fondly patted Mint's head, clearly charmed by her understanding nature. We've reserved the same inn as last time. Is that all right? Oh, you mean that place where I don't even want to imagine how much one night costs? Are you sure? The royal family was the one who summoned you here. This much is the least we can do. It was the luxurious mansion-like inn with a garden where Pochi and Mint had stayed during our visit to Alfheim in early spring. It even had a stable for Pochi, which was a big help. Come to think of it, we didn't really get to enjoy our stay there last time. Looks like we'll get to appreciate it properly this time. But no matter how luxurious an inn is, our home is still better. That's for sure. Home is the best. The sound of the carriage's wooden wheels echoed against the stone pavement as we moved along. It was early afternoon, and many familiar faces among the passers-by greeted us as we went. "Oh, welcome. Here with the whole family this time? Staying for a while? If you're here, stop by the market. We've got all kinds of rare goods coming in now that spring's here. Heavenly Belsama, calm spring summer. We've just stocked up on spring clothing. Hey, is that dragon not here today? Yo, Suekuan. Thanks for your service, man. Wait, what was that last one? Haha, you're quite the popular one." Noah chuckled in amusement, while I simply shrugged. The people here treat us well. But we're not causing trouble, right? This was a good opportunity to check. Even though Princess Unia's visit was already confirmed, I didn't want it to turn into a huge spectacle that would disturb the town. Noah nodded, his expression turning serious. "I've heard this is an unofficial visit. Besides, Cidira is like a second home to me. I care about the people here. If any trouble arises, we'll be the ones getting angry before you do." "I see. Sorry, I probably phrased that weirdly. I just don't really know how these things work. I mean, I'm clueless about what it actually means for royalty to visit a remote town like this. It wouldn't be like when Noah and Parker-san arrived with no guards at all, but how many people would be accompanying them? What if it turned into a grand procession, like some kind of feudal lord's parade? My thoughts wandered in an unhelpful direction. If my sister's coming, my brother-in-law will be with her too. So, the key figures are those two. As for the guards, maybe around 10 knights, half as many maids, plus a handful of attendants. Could be fewer, though. I have no idea if that's a lot or a little. With that many, it's about the same scale as some noble sightseeing group. It's not about sheer numbers. What matters is the quality. Titles don't dictate everything in these cases. Ah, I get it now. Unlike Earth, this world prioritizes quality over quantity. A single person with the title of which could wipe out entire armies. So, when it comes to guarding important figures, the more money is invested, the more elite and compact the unit becomes. As a result, lower-ranking nobles, who can only afford to hire large groups of weaker guards, end up having about the same number of escorts as high-ranking nobles, who employ a handful of highly skilled protectors. Nobles come here for sightseeing a few times a year. The locals won't find this unusual. I see. That's a relief. I sighed in relief. I didn't want to cause unnecessary confusion or anxiety for the people of Cidira. I wanted them to continue their peaceful daily lives. That said, the person who most recently caused the greatest uproar and worry in Cidira was none other than my own mother, who, a year ago, transported a massive amount of supplies and stationed an entire order of knights when I transmigrated back. Upon learning this, I wanted to disappear from existence. That realization hit me just a few minutes later though. Chapter 65.3, It looks like witches are escorting. So, No Return Sama and Continuous Rain Sama will be accompanying them. After checking into the inn, we spent the evening unpacking, changing clothes, and washing off the grime of travel. By the time dinner was over, it was already night. Grandma Seralind finally arrived, looking utterly exhausted. After taking a sip of the tea I prepared for her, she sighed and shared the news. Everyone had different reactions. Mother frowned slightly, looking as if this would be a hassle. Karen glanced at Grandma with sympathy. Mint beamed from Grandma's lap, while Chocola let out a lazy yawn. Qua, if you're sleepy, you can go to bed, you know. Pochi was alone in the stable anyway. Buck. Kyun. Oh, you're heading out? Good night. See you tomorrow. Chocola stretched, walked over to me, gave my hand a few licks, then turned around and padded toward the door. Mint, could you take Chocola to Pochi's place? You. Mint sleep there. Good night. Good night, Grandma. Yes, good night. If I have time tomorrow, let's play together. After seeing Mint and Chocola off, we turned our attention back to Grandma. Those two. No Return San and Continuous Rain San, was it? What kind of people are they? They're witches affiliated with the kingdom. Mother answered instead of Grandma. The Witch of No Return, Tinam Seventury, and Continuous Rain Witch, Karsh Adalada. Tinam's presence is actually rather convenient. We owe her quite a bit. No return. Oh, do you mean the one who made that elixir? I searched my memory and suddenly realized. Back when Mint suffered from attribute conflict, I had made a remedy for her. I had gathered various ingredients, one of which was a rare elixir crafted by a renowned alchemist from the royal capital. If I remembered correctly, the maker of that elixir was known as the Witch of No Return. Yes. In fact, he also helped when Suikuan were first inflicted with God's favor. Thanks to him, your fever temporarily subsided. I always wanted you two to meet. He's a benefactor, then. I'm grateful she's coming. So, which means he's a wizard. Regardless, he's someone who practically saved both Mint's life and mine. I have to thank him. What about the other one, Continuous Rain? Well, that's a fairly strong witch. Mother, why is your evaluation so violence-oriented? What I actually wanted to know was what kind of person she is. She's still young, but she's already more skilled than I am. It's fine. I'm confident I won't lose. Grandma, Karen, not you two. What is this? Are all witches like this? Foo-foo. I'm only joking. Seeing how overwhelmed I was, Grandma chuckled mischievously. So, she was just teasing me. No, wait. Grandma aside, Mother and Karen were completely serious just now. I know they were. Don't look away. That won't work on me. Grandma continued. Both Tinam Dono and Karsh Dono are people of outstanding character. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen to guard the princess. As long as they're not bad people, that's good. But if two witches are guarding her, the security must be incredibly tight. There's no need to worry about safety along the way. This will be my 8th time meeting someone with the title of witch. Or rather, the 7th title holders. Mother, Heavenly Bell, Karen, Calm Spring, Grandma, Sub-Zero, Parker-san, Way of Love, the Agisha twins, Annihilation. And now, Tinam, No Return, and Karsh, Continuous Rain. If I count Father, All Night, that makes 8 title holders, 9 people in total. How many witches are there across the continent? Let's see. Maybe around 20? Viol, honestly, at least keep track of the numbers. Currently, there are 23. Since the title of Annihilation was granted to 2 people, there are 22 titles. I don't know the total population of the continent, but just a little over 20 people. That's incredibly few. It doesn't feel real since I'm surrounded by so many of them. And 3 of them are my own family. If we're only looking at magical skill, there are probably unaffiliated mages in the world who qualify, like in Alfheim. But there are a lot of complicated conditions involved. Most of them serve a nation because of the way the system works. Sway, your mother and childhood friend are major exceptions, so don't use them as a reference. Right. Mother spoke as if it didn't concern her, while Grandma sighed and added her commentary. Of course, Mother is a free spirit, and Karen, despite technically being a citizen of Alfheim, lives in the kingdom and probably doesn't have a clear official affiliation. On the other hand, Grandma is a key figure in the kingdom. The Agisha twins primarily follow Alfheim's directives, and Parker-san is royalty from the Beastkin territories. They all have well-defined affiliations and, likely, public positions of some sort. Well, Suikuan, you don't really have to worry about that, do you? Viol, I'm talking about basic social norms. You already live in the forest and know little of the world. At the very least, you should learn a general sense of how things work. Yeah, that's true. Mother and Grandma had begun discussing my education. This was getting uncomfortable. I mean, yes, I fully admit I don't just lack worldly knowledge. I'm outright ignorant of common sense. But if there are 2 witches with her, then there's no need to worry about the princess's safety, right? That must be a relief for you too, Grandma. I threw that out there to change the subject. However, Grandma's expression darkened. What's wrong? Is there a problem? As I asked, a thought struck me. Come to think of it, when we arrived in Cidira, Grandma had been too busy to greet us right away. Even when she finally joined us at the inn, she'd looked troubled. I'd assumed it was because she was handling negotiations between the princess and us, but Is it about the two witches? Yes. I should probably tell you now. Grandma let out another heavy sigh before turning her gaze toward me. For some reason, her eyes seemed almost sympathetic. The Witch of No Return. Tinam Dono is an alchemist. Alchemy is the craft of analyzing and understanding the composition of all matter and materials in the world. And, naturally, those materials include things that people consume, food, for example. Food. Meanwhile, the Witch of Continuous Rain, Karsh Dono, specializes in large-scale magic. Due to the nature of her magic, it consumes a significant amount of stamina, meaning she also requires substantial replenishment. Replenishment. A suspicion surfaced in my mind, and as if to confirm it, Grandma furrowed her brows in a troubled manner. One, drawn by alchemical curiosity, the other, driven by the need for magical sustenance. Both of them share an exceptional interest in food. Sway, to put it plainly, these two witches are using the princess's escort as an excuse to come and eat your cooking. You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 65, Interlude 1, Boundary Fusion Phenomenon Research Bureau, Cidira Branch, Reception Room. Tetra Norris was the daughter of the Norris Count family and a lady-in-waiting to the first princess. She had served the princess as an apprentice since the age of 11 and officially taken up her duties at 15. Now, 3 years later, she had been appointed as the attendant in charge of her mistress during an inspection of Cidira village, accompanying her to the site. As a lady-in-waiting to the princess, her family background was naturally prestigious. In other words, she was a sheltered noblewoman. This was her first time leaving the royal capital, and she was filled with anxiety. To make matters worse, their destination lay in the frontier. Not just any remote region, but one of the most dangerous areas in the world. Cidira village, bordering the Void Forest, known as a Divine Will's Broth. What kind of savage land awaited them? Would she even return alive? Though they had two witches escorting them, if the worst came to pass, she was prepared to lay down her life to protect Her Highness, Princess Unia. With that resolve in mind, she had set out on the journey, constantly on guard. She even found herself exasperated by her mistress, who remained ever carefree and smiling. It was only when the towering ramparts of Cidira village came into view that she realized, this is far beyond what I imagined. She had expected a desolate farming village, or perhaps, given its proximity to the Void Forest, a stark and unwelcoming fortress. But what greeted their lizard-drawn carriage was a town that could rival the royal capital in scale. The streets were teeming with life. Though somewhat chaotic, the buildings were solid and practical, displaying a meticulous craftsmanship devoid of excess. What a huge town. Idle, have you been here before? Once, about 5 years ago on an inspection. Your Highness, please refrain from pressing your face against the window. Inside the carriage, the princess marveled at the sight, while Prime Minister Idle reprimanded her. Seated beside the princess, Tetra maintained an outward composure, but she couldn't help letting her gaze drift toward the window. People passing by cast curious glances their way. Though they were traveling in secret, the presence of 3 heavily fortified carriages made it obvious that someone of importance was inside. While they likely hadn't realized it was a royal, they would at least assume nobility. It was undoubtedly an unusual sight for the locals. Eventually, the carriages pulled into the courtyard of a newly constructed building. Cidira branch of the Boundary Fusion Phenomenon Research Bureau, a division of the Royal Academy of Magic Arts. Awaiting them in the reception room was a woman with the appearance of a young girl, one whom Tetra had seen on several occasions. The Sub-Zero Witch, a distinguished figure of the Sorks Kingdom and a relative of the royal family. Seralind Mukair. Welcome, Your Highness, and Prime Minister. Thank you for the reception. But since we are traveling in secrecy, let's dispense with formalities, Grand Aunt. It's been so long. I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad to see you well, Uni. You too, Idle. I'm not the concern here. It's my dear little sister who's so lively it's troublesome. I apologize in advance for any disturbance she may cause. What nonsense. My adorable great niece has come to visit. How could that ever be a bother? Tetra quietly watched as Unia and Seralind delighted in their reunion. Even though they were royalty, they were still family. The warmth of their bond was simple, familiar, something found in any household. And knowing that she had pledged her loyalty to that happiness filled her with pride. Seralind then turned to the two witches who had accompanied them as guards. Teenam-sama, Karsh-sama, welcome as well. Not at all. Your gracious reception humbles me, Sub-Zero-sama. Ha. Seralind-sama, may you ever be in good health. The handsome man who responded with quiet composure was the Witch of No Return, an alchemist of great renown in the royal capital. The tall, gallant woman who saluted with military precision was the Continuous Rain Witch, the foremost knight of the royal order. For Tetra, merely a noble's daughter, these two were as distant as the stars. Looking at the assembled company, she realized just how astonishing this gathering was. 3 witches, the princess, and the prime minister. Though she worked at the palace daily, such an illustrious group only gathered on ceremonial occasions. The others in the room who shared her position, Idol's butler and the royal knights under the Continuous Rain Witch, were also visibly tense as they observed the conversation between the royal family and the witches. Yet despite the overwhelming prestige of those present, the air in the reception room remained relaxed, filled with the ease of familiarity. It was this atmosphere that finally allowed Tetra and the others to let out a small breath of relief, loosening their stiff shoulders. Or rather, they had started to. A knock echoed against the door. 2 sharp, unreserved, yet strangely assertive raps. For some reason, the mood in the room shifted. Unia and the others stiffened. I'm coming in. With those words, the door swung open. The voice carried no formality at all, utterly lacking the reverence due to royalty. The figure who stepped inside was a witch. A witch. There was no other way to describe her. She wore a pointed black hat, a flowing black cloak, and stood with an elegance both striking and dignified. She was like a sage from ancient fairy tales. And she bore the garb granted only to those who had earned the title of witch. The jet-black pointed hat and cloak were proof of having reached the pinnacle of sorcery, an honor signifying one who had stepped into the realm of legends while still alive. Only those who stood at the very apex among the elite mages recognized by international treaties were permitted to don this attire. And yet, in this era, there was only one who wore the garb of a witch. Even among the most exalted of witches, she alone stood above the rest. In her presence, even those who considered themselves sages, oracles, or 8 trigrams seer could do nothing but tremble, so utterly dwarfed in comparison that they seemed no better than common fortune-tellers. The sheer reverence for her was such that none but she was deemed worthy of the witch's black robes. The Witch of No Return, Teenam, fell to one knee. The Continuous Rain Witch, Karsh, also lowered herself onto one knee. And then, what a sight it was. Not just Prime Minister Idol, but even Tetra's own mistress. Even Unia, first princess of the Sorks Kingdom, placed a hand over her chest and bent her knee. It was a posture of reverence, one meant for the king alone. Relax, will you? Aren't you all traveling incognito? The woman spoke with a sigh, tilting her black pointed hat ever so slightly. It has been too long, Vial-sama. I cannot express my gratitude enough for indulging my selfish request this time. The one who agreed was my son. You needn't say that to me, Viol. Tetra, standing at her mistress's side, had been stunned into silence. She knew the name, if only the name. The witch among witches. The strongest on the continent, one of the greatest mages in history. A woman who held the title of Deer Slayer, a rank so exalted that even the royal family could not demand her deference. The only being in this world who knelt before no one. The heavenly bell witch, Viol Elam Uker Hateno. This woman, this beautiful woman, was her? In that surreal scene where witches, prime ministers, and even royalty bowed their heads, Viol, the recipient of such deference, merely smiled with a playful glint in her eye, shrugging her shoulders. Raise your heads, would you? Formalities are unnecessary. That said, you've all traveled quite a distance to this remote land. Why don't we start with a meal? You heard her. The sound of a weary sigh, let out by her kin, Seralind Muker, echoed softly through the hushed reception room. Chapter 65, Interlude 2, Hospitality. The delegation on this occasion consisted of a total of 10 individuals. First and foremost were Unia, the first princess, and Prime Minister Idol, a lady-in-waiting and a butler, each serving as attendants, 2 witches as bodyguards, Tinam Seventuri and Karsh Adalada, and finally, 4 royal knights under Karsh's command, who also doubled as coachmen. For a royal entourage, this was far too few, barely meeting even the minimum necessary. However, the lady-in-waiting and butler were among the most capable in the palace, and 2 witches as guards constituted excessive force. The royal knights, too, were handpicked elites. As a result, the journey was smooth, entirely free of inconvenience or danger. But that is beside the point. In any case, the number was 10, but that was merely a head count. In this context, the term delegation referred specifically to Unia and Idol. Considering their social standing, perhaps the 2 witches could be included at the very edge of that definition. But the lady-in-waiting, the butler, and the knights were merely attendants, extensions of their master's will. They could expect appreciation from their lords, but they had no reason to be entertained by their hosts. And yet, when they were led into the dining hall, a long table had been set, accompanied by 12 chairs. It took a moment before Tetra and the other attendants realized the seating arrangement included not only Viol and Cerilind but also every member of the delegation. Section. You have come here to meet us. Then you will follow our ways. Meals are shared by all. That is the Hatano family custom. At Viol Ella Mukher Hatano's words, Tetra and the other attendants found themselves utterly bewildered. But their host was none other than the Heavenly Bell Witch, a being before whom even the king himself would lower his head. Moreover, their own masters, Unia and Idol, simply exchanged wry smiles and nodded. Understood. Then let us all partake in this meal together. Once the princess herself had given the order, there was no room for objection. Of course, it felt improper. Yet, it was hardly an unreasonable demand. The current king was a personable man, and the princes were no different. On occasion, they would extend hospitality beyond what was customary even to their subjects. Tetra, for instance, had often accompanied Unia on secret outings into the city, where they would buy sweets from tea shops and eat at the same table. Prime Minister Idol, too, had been born a commoner and was quite relaxed in such matters. His butler, in fact, had been his tutor in noble etiquette after Idol was adopted into the royal family. Even now, outside his official duties, the Prime Minister remained utterly unable to defy him. The same was true for the royal knights under Karsh's command. The royal knights often shared meals and lodgings with their liege. On their journey to Cidira, they had even camped together, eating from the same pot. Even so, it was undeniably an unusual sight. After all, those who would normally stand in silent attendance were now seated at the same table as their masters, waiting for their meal. Why am I sitting here? Shouldn't my place be behind Her Highness instead of in this chair? As Tetra's thoughts swirled in confusion, the first course was brought in. The appetizer, a fresh vegetable salad, garnished with thinly sliced salted meat. The seasoning is already added, so please enjoy it as is. Following the young server's instructions, Tetra speared a piece with her fork and brought it to her mouth. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she should test for poison. But both Cerilind and Viol, the hosts, were the first to take a bite, and besides, under the watchful eye of the Witch of No Return, who was well versed in medicine and pharmacology, there was no room for doubt. It was the princess who murmured in surprise. The freshness of the leafy greens and the rich, rustic flavor of the salted meat create a perfect harmony. But that's not all. There's another layer of depth to this taste. Could it be? Everyone leaned in slightly, eager for Unia's verdict, known as the most discerning gourmet in the royal capital. Tetra, for her part, could only think, it's very delicious, and nothing more. Finely chopped seaweed. Dried kelp has been mixed in. Those black flecks you see, that's it. Viol explained, responding to Unia's curiosity. I thought so. The taste reminds me of Noah's night clouds. That dish's official recipe calls for kelp broth as a base, doesn't it? I'm glad to hear they still follow the tradition faithfully in the capital. I see. So this is what they call umami. A flavor we were unaware of. Knowledge from another world. Fascinating. The one musing with a solemn expression was the witch of no return, Tinam. The vegetables are also fragrant and full of flavor. Are they grown here in Cidira? Yes, they are. I see. It speaks to the richness of this land. Prime Minister Idle, too, asked Viol and nodded at her answer. Then, the continuous rain witch, Karsh, spoke up. I've never cared much for appetizers like salads. They're never enough to hold me over until the main course. But this is good. It actually makes me hungrier. She was known among the witches for her hearty appetite. True to her reputation, she had devoured enormous portions during the journey, seemingly indifferent to taste. And yet, here she was, smirking at the salad in front of her, eyes sparkling with childlike excitement. At this point, the attendants, Tetra included, could do nothing but remain silent. Next, we have the soup. The young server next brought out a soup of amber hue. As the bowls were placed before them, Tetra was first struck by its clear, glistening beauty. Beyond a delicate scattering of what appeared to be herbs, there were no visible ingredients floating in it. Could this be? Yes, it's consommé. Made properly from scratch, not from granules. Unia's delighted expression and the server's response finally made sense to Tetra. Recently, instant cooking ingredients had begun appearing in the royal capital. A strange kind of powdered seasoning that, when added to stews, could produce flavors close to those of a professional kitchen. But surely, such things were for commoners. How good could it really be? Yet, as she scooped up a spoonful and tasted it, she was rendered speechless. It was as if the essence of herb-roasted meat had been liquefied, a bold yet intricate flavor. No charred smokiness, just the pure, unadulterated taste of the ingredients, so vivid it seemed to sear itself into her mind. A transparent broth with no visible ingredients. How could it taste this incredible? Amazing. So, this is how different it is from instant granules. Isn't there a place in the capital that serves something similar? You are right, Viol-sama. It does resemble the signature dish of Fayesor Manor, the laird stew. But that dish doesn't extract such an intense concentration of meat flavor without solid ingredients. More importantly, the depth of flavor is on another level. If not for Her Highness's presence, I would have left my seat to grab paper and pen. I feel an overwhelming urge to document the ingredients as I deduce them. I feel the same. I doubt I could analyze it as well as Tinam-sama, but is this the skill of the cook? Or does it come from the quality of Cidira's ingredients? I don't care about all that. It's delicious. I could drink this by the barrel. As Tinam, Idle, and Karsh voiced their thoughts, the young server chuckled wryly. I'm afraid I can't offer you a barrel, but by now, I believe your appetites should be fully awakened. It's time for the first main dish. What was brought out next was a peculiar sight. Everyone tilted their heads curiously. It was some sort of eerie-looking red stew, wrapped together with leafy greens and a pale yellow flatbread. 3 pieces were arranged on each plate. Setting the dishes before them, the young server, though visibly nervous, met the princess and prime minister with a strangely warm and familiar smile. Forgive the lack of formality, but please eat this with your hands. It's a dish made with river fish and beans, stewed in tomatoes, then wrapped in a thinly grilled cornmeal flatbread. We call it tacos. A dish none of them had ever heard of had finally made its appearance. Chapter 65, Interlude 3, Hospitality, Part 2. From that moment on, there was no other way to describe it but as an onslaught. All right. After rinsing her fingers in the provided finger bowl, she steeled herself and took a bite of the so-called taco with her bare hands. It was terribly improper. And yet, strangely enough, it felt like the only way to fully enjoy it. The mild flavor of the trout, the crisp texture of onions and gourds, and the deep acidity of the tomatoes create a remarkable depth. On top of that, the gentle freshness of the leafy greens and the rich aroma of corn wrap it all together into an exquisite harmony. Tomatoes and corn are unfamiliar ingredients in the royal capital, yet despite their novelty, there's no resistance at all. This is simply too delicious. Princess Unia and the Witch of No Return, Tinam, both expressed their approval. The deep red filling looked almost like blood, and at first, Tetra couldn't shake her unease. However, once wrapped in vibrant green leaves and golden yellow flatbread, it became an appetizing sight, and once it touched her tongue, any doubts vanished. Before they knew it, all 3 tacos had disappeared from everyone's plates. Section. Now, for the second main dish, tandoori chicken. Originally, this dish uses the meat of a domesticated bird called a chicken, but since such creatures don't exist in this world, we have substituted it with tri-hand, a similar tasting meat. Tri-hand. The first to react to the server's words was the continuous rain, Karsh. That's a monster. If one ever appears near a settlement, immediate evacuation is mandatory. Sightings are rare to begin with. I've only encountered them a handful of times. And yet, here we are, with enough thigh meat for everyone. Even the royal family has scarcely received offerings of it. It is an ingredient unknown even to me. Karsh and Unia, both in disbelief, picked up their knives and forks. Tetra and the other attendants exchanged glances. Was it really acceptable for mere servants like them to partake in such a rare delicacy, one even the royals had barely had the chance to taste? Sensing their hesitation, the princess quickly offered a gentle decree. We don't have the courage to try this alone. Please, join us. Encouraged by her words, they steeled themselves, cut into the meat, and took a bite. Though it was thigh meat, the bone had been carefully removed. The sauce coating it was indescribably complex, a mystical blend of spices, with heat and tanginess intertwining into an intense, full-bodied flavor. Yet, the sauce did not overpower the meat. The rich fat and supple texture of the tri-hand held its own, elevating the dish into something utterly extraordinary. The flavor was somewhat reminiscent of the jiji bird. However, as an ingredient, tri-hand was in an entirely different league. The contrast between the crispy skin and the tender, juicy meat only heightened the experience. Each bite filled their mouths with an overwhelming sense of bliss. This was no longer just food. This was violence. There was no stopping now. Any initial reservations had long since evaporated. Tetra and the other attendants, Unia and the honored guests, every single person at the table ate in silence, utterly entranced, knives cutting, forks lifting, mouths savoring. Eventually, after his plate was wiped clean, Prime Minister Idle muttered in a daze. I have no words. This is beyond delicious. Do the people of Cidira eat like this on a regular basis? No, this was hunted deep within the void forest. Even the residents of Cidira rarely managed to bring down a tri-hand. As for the tandoori sauce, I doubt it's widely known here yet. The young server, who had been standing by, answered smoothly. Then, with a faint smile, he added, I hope you've enjoyed your meal. Now, for the final course, dessert. Section. The doors opened, and a service cart was wheeled in. Atop it sat a large, whole cake. It had 2 distinct layers, one a pale, almost translucent blue sponge, the other a vibrant red gelée. There were no elaborate decorations, no excessive embellishments, just a simple, refined elegance that stood out all the more because of it. However, Tetra, completely captivated by the cake's beauty, failed to notice the identity of the one pushing the cart. Or rather, she hadn't even looked at their face until she heard their voice. This cake is made with cheese and tomatoes produced in Cidira. It's one of the town's specialties. Noah, it's been a while, sister, brother-in-law. No return Sama, continuous rain Sama, a pleasure as always. What in the world? Even in a cook's uniform, his striking beauty and regal presence could not be concealed. With his sharp yet welcoming features and that familiar, warm smile, there was no mistaking him. This was none other than His Highness Nope, the 3rd Prince of the Sorks Kingdom. Why you're... no need for formalities. It would be quite improper to leave your seats in the middle of a meal, wouldn't it? Tetra and the other attendants instinctively started to rise, ready to kneel, but Nope halted them with a casual wave. Given that he had invoked etiquette, they had no choice but to obey, though their mouths opened and closed wordlessly in disbelief. Then, stepping forward from behind him, 2 women clad in aproned dresses emerged. The one who lifted the whole cake and carried it to the table was an exquisitely beautiful elf with golden hair tied neatly back. And the one who, knife in hand, began to slice it. Was a beastkin woman, with upright wolf ears adorning her head. Dividing it into 12 equal parts is harder than it looks. Karen, can you do it instead? Just cut it vertically and horizontally first, then divide each section into 3. You're not a child, you can handle that much, Parker. The elf's name was Karen, the adopted daughter of Heavenly Bell Witch Viol, and a surviving descendant of Kwaioi, one of the 6 founding elf clans. A mage of unparalleled skill, known as Calm Spring Witch. And the beastkin's name was Parker. Parker Lului Iota, princess of the beastkin domain, fiancé to 3rd Prince Nope, and a formidable mage who had recently earned the title of Way of Love Witch. Parker. Even you? Welcome, sister-in-law. Surprised? Parker stuck out her tongue playfully at Unia, who furrowed her brows, too shocked to react. Somehow managing to cut the cake into 12 portions, she plated them with a triumphant look and held one out. This cake wasn't made with fire, you know. Interesting, right? No fire. You mean it wasn't baked? No, that's not the issue here. Noah, Parker, could it be that you two? Idle, forgetting his position as Prime Minister for a moment, addressed 3rd Prince Nope and his fiancée by name, his voice laced with disbelief. No, we helped, but the menu planning and overall execution weren't our doing. Prince Nope shook his head. Then, he quietly stepped aside, subtly guiding everyone's gaze behind him. There stood a young man. From the very beginning of the meal, from the appetizers onward, he had been serving them. Most had assumed he was just a worker in the Research Bureau's dining hall, Tetra included. But now, looking at him properly, his features were fairly well formed, yet not particularly striking. His jet-black hair, though rare, wasn't unheard of. That was why no one had noticed until now. But his eyes, those eyes, dark as the night, deep as the abyss, like an endless void pulling everything in. A pure, undiluted manifestation of darkness. Any mage worth their salt would be stunned at the sight of those unmistakable, pitch-black magic eyes, eyes that signified an affinity for the darkest of attributes. You're the one? Yes, Princess Unia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As if in a daze, Unia whispered the question, and the young man nodded, bowing his head slightly. I am Sway Hateno, son of All Night Witch Kazutaru Iaru Hateno and Heavenly Bell Witch Viol Elamukare Hateno. But for now, please, enjoy your dessert. Chapter 66, That Which Must Be Inherited. Chapter 66.1, Pleased to meet you, Your Highness. This story begins the day before Princess Unia's arrival. As we prepared to welcome the royal entourage, we debated the best approach. After all, they were making the long journey from the capital, and we genuinely wanted to extend our hospitality. At the same time, simply receiving them in a formal audience felt overwhelming. She's coming in secret, so there's no need to fuss, Mother said. Even so, the moment someone addressed her as First Princess, I knew would end up stiff and formal. Ideally, we wanted to meet on neutral ground, simply as people sharing a meal. She would be the guest, and we would be the cooks. And so, we devised a plan. Our first encounter would be over a meal. Without revealing who we were, we would welcome her with nothing but our food. Section. And now, having finished their dessert, the royal entourage moved from the dining hall to the grand chamber, where we stood before them in a formal audience. Only Mother remained unbowed. I, standing at the forefront of our family, knelt before Princess Unia. Raise your head. Yeah. I wish to meet your gaze. Yeah. Please, be at ease. Stand and show me your face. Then, if your highness will permit. Following the etiquette Grandma had taught me, keeping my head lowered until prompted 3 times, we finally stood. Once again, I am Sway Hateno Desu. Karen Kwaioi Desu. I am Mint. Desu. Bark. As we introduced ourselves, Princess Unia smiled warmly. I am Unia, first princess of the Sorks Kingdom. First of all, thank you for the hospitality upon our arrival. I was truly surprised. And more than anything, it was delicious. We are honored. Karen-sama, it has been some time. I had no idea you had helped as well. It has been a while, Your Highness. I can cook now. Oh my, that is wonderful. Karen was rather blunt about it. Apparently, they had known each other for some time, but listening to her, I couldn't help feeling nervous. Your Highness, Mint helped too. Praise me. Oh, I hadn't realized. Mint-san, thank you. It was truly delicious. Yes. Fufu, how adorable. It's all right, please speak as you like. Still, Karen's informal manner helped ease the conversation. Mint had been so focused on following Grandma's etiquette lessons that she seemed nervous, so I was grateful that the princess spoke to her directly. The See-You Sith-san. Shakola-chan, was it? I have never before had the honor of meeting the guardian deity of the Helheim Valley. Such a dignified presence. Bark. The princess just praised you. Isn't that great? Bark. Chocola, understanding the mood, sat quietly and behaved himself. What a good boy. Though, I suspected it wasn't dignity so much as complete emptiness behind those eyes. From there, the formal exchange with the princess continued. She expressed gratitude to Mother, commended Grandma, and greeted Noah and Parker-san. This thorough and considerate behavior was probably customary for royalty. By addressing each person, it demonstrated the equal importance of each individual, conveying that she was attentive to everyone present. To carry out such protocols naturally, even in unofficial settings, it was clear the burden of high status was no small thing. Thinking back, Noah had completely ignored these formalities. No wonder he earned the title of a wayward son. Unia, isn't that enough formalities for now? For my sake, could you let the kids relax? When the princess had finished her greetings, Mother interjected, unable to hold back any longer. I appreciated it, but for my sake wasn't really the phrase to use when asking for leniency, was it? Indeed, you are right. Then, let us proceed to the drawing room. Sub-Zero-sama, would you guide us? As you wish, Your Highness. With Grandma leading the way, we all filed into the next room. Coming from a normal household, I couldn't help but think it would have been more efficient to hold the entire audience in the drawing room from the start. We could have sat down, bowed, and... No, that probably wouldn't have been appropriate. Son of Heavenly Beldono. May I address you as simply Sway Dono? Ah, yes. Continuous Rain Witch-sama, was it? As we walked, a red-haired woman approached me softly. She wore light armor made of metal, with a sword at her side. Tall and with her long hair tied up, she looked every bit the noble knight, or perhaps a gallant woman in male attire. Honestly, she was incredibly cool. Indeed. I am Karsh Adalada, captain of the Royal Knights. Please, call me Karsh. Yes, it's an honor, Karsh-sama. There's no need for the formal address. That aside, the wrapped dish you served, the tacos, was it? Continuous Rain Witch-sama, Karsh, no, Karsh-san, leaned in conspiratorially as we walked. Ah, yes. It might have been an unusual flavor. Did it not suit your taste? No, quite the opposite. Is it true they are relatively easy to prepare? And can the fillings be varied as one pleases? That's correct. This time, we used fish and beans in a tomato sauce, but you could also use spiced meat, shredded cheese, or even fruits. However, you do need cornmeal for the tortillas, the wrapping. I sourced mine from Alfheim. I see. Of all the dishes you served, that one was my absolute favorite. And then, her face softened into a smile. I am a rather careless person, you see. In formal dining settings, I become so conscious of etiquette that I find it hard to relax. But those tacos, those were excellent. Grabbing them with my hands and biting in, I didn't have to worry about appearances. I could simply enjoy the food without reservation. Did I not serve enough? I have a different dish planned for dinner, but if you'd like, I can make plenty more tomorrow. Truly, that would be wonderful. Karsh-san suddenly leaned in. Her face was close, too close, and the intensity was a bit frightening. I would love that. If they're about that size, I could easily eat 20, maybe 30. Karsh Dono. That's enough. Just what are you doing? You are Her Highness's guard, are you not? A low voice rang out from behind her. Karsh-san stiffened, her shoulders jerking slightly. A firm hand landed on her shoulder, belonging to none other than Prime Minister Idle-sama. His hair was cut to a slightly longer length, his sharp, narrow eyes carrying an air of intelligence. His features seemed to embody the very definition of the word keen. If I remembered correctly, he was originally of common birth. The king had recognized his talents and taken him in as a foster son. An impressive person, to say the least. I apologize for my subordinate's behavior, Suihatano Dono. That said, I have quite a lot I'd like to say to you as well. Despite being a man of such ability, he was now staring at me with an exasperated, almost weary look. Why? What did I do? Have I done something wrong? I believe this is our first time meeting, Prime Minister-sama. No. It's just that my family won't stop talking about you. With a faint sigh, Idle-sama spoke, his sharp gaze softening into something more amused, almost fond. I have a message from my adoptive father. Your approach may be different, but you are very much like your father. He asked me to pass that along. We'll talk more later. With that, he grabbed Kash-san by the scruff and dragged her back to the front of the procession. I stood there, blinking in confusion, watching them go. Adoptive father. He meant the king, but I've never even met the king before. Still, if he thinks I'm like my father, I don't really understand it, but that makes me kind of happy. Chapter 66.2, a lively discussion. It is true that in most countries, corn is primarily used as livestock feed. I was aware that in the elf kingdom of Alfheim, it serves as a staple food, at least in theory. But I never imagined it to be such a rich and robust ingredient. I can only feel ashamed of my shallow understanding. I had intended to take control of the situation by surprising them with a meal, but once we arrived in the receiving room, the tables had completely turned. If such a dish were to become a part of their established food culture, it could lead to significant export demand for Alfheim's agricultural products. If Your Highness plays a role in its promotion, there could be diplomatic benefits as well. It is inevitable that the international landscape will shift in the years to come. Introducing corn-based cuisine as a means to ease tensions with Alfheim is not a bad idea. Conversely, wouldn't this also mean an influx of wheat into the elf kingdom of Alfheim? Food culture, while a fundamental part of a nation and its people, is also fragile, easily lost given the right circumstances. If cheap wheat from other nations were to flood the market, the people of Alfheim would undoubtedly be affected. In such times, whether corn has been properly embraced by foreign nations may very well serve as a pillar to uphold their cultural identity. Princess Unia and Prime Minister Idle were deeply engrossed in discussing the tortillas used in the scones, and by extension, corn itself. I understand that in the other world where you once lived, Suedono, corn was an essential crop for both people and livestock. How was it differentiated from wheat? Suesama, if there are other dishes that utilize corn, please do share your knowledge. We, too, wish to preserve the culture that Alfheim has built, and we would like to honor the great yet unsung achievements of those who have sealed away the Demon King. Suedono, Sama, what are your thoughts? Faced with their pressing gazes, I could only falter. Discussions about national culture and diplomacy were simply too weighty. No, in a sense, I had brought this upon myself. I was the one who chose to serve tacos in the hopes that the princess would take an interest. Managing to escape the relentless questioning of Princess Unia and Idle-san, I finally found an opportunity to speak with the Witch of No Return, Tinam-san. He was a man appearing to be in his early 40s, his long hair neatly tied back. With his gentle demeanor, he gave the impression of a well-trusted town physician, beloved by children. However, just as I was about to thank him for his help, he seized my hand, his face overcome with emotion, and began speaking fervently. To think that the child from that time has grown into such a fine young man. You likely do not remember, but I have carried regret all these years. I could do little more than delay the weakening of your life, unable to provide even adequate symptomatic treatment. I was tormented by my own helplessness. They call it God's favor, but it was nothing more than an ailment, a challenge that people should strive to overcome. If I, who could not even conquer a single disease, am to be called a witch, what meaning is there in such a title? And no, I'm sure it was only because of your efforts that I made it in time. Please, raise your head. And besides, thanks to your elixir, our mint was saved. Ah, that is precisely what I wished to hear about. Elemental attribute conflict is yet another detestable chronic affliction that must be overcome. That my elixir proved useful is an honor beyond words, but I have heard that you also employed medicinal cuisine in the treatment. I know this is an impudent request, but would you be willing to share your recipe with me? For the record, Tinam-san was speaking incredibly fast. Of course, I'd be happy to share it. However, Mint's birth and the nature of the Alron played a significant role, so I doubt it would be widely applicable. That is no issue at all. In fact, that makes it all the more worthy of research. If I were to simply enjoy the fruits of your labor without contributing myself, I would bring shame upon the name of No Return. His enthusiasm was overwhelming. And to top it off, he spoke with teary eyes, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. But above all, I was genuinely glad we met. 14 years ago, he fought desperately to save me when I was teetering between life and death. And just last year, he played a part in curing Mint's attribute conflict. The fact that I hadn't even known of his existence until recently felt like a terrible oversight on my part, but at the very least, I could finally offer my gratitude. While this was a reunion of old ties, it was also a moment of new encounters. One such encounter was with Karsh-san, the continuous rain witch. That consom you developed, its trial implementation has begun within our night order. And I must say, it is excellent. Unlike the adventurers of Cidira, we who are stationed in the royal capital rarely find ourselves in extreme conditions. However, in times of crisis, we must be able to act, and we conduct outdoor training regularly. Until now, we believed enduring poor rations to be a part of that training. But when food is good, even in exhaustion, one finds renewed strength. It was a revelation, truly an eye-opener. Karsh-san was apparently a member of the Royal Knights. True to their name, they were a knightly order directly under the royal family, newly established under the current king's rule. Unlike the palace guards responsible for court security or the royal guard charged with protecting the royal family, the Royal Knights primarily served the people under the king's command. In essence, they were an independent force, separate from the nation's political and military structures, a sort of personal army under the direct authority of the royal family. According to Mother, this was also a safeguard against the privatization of state resources by the royal family. In other words, if the royal family needed knights for personal matters, they were to rely on the royal knights rather than the palace guards or the imperial guard. Well, that's the situation. Since the royal knights are funded by the royal family's private expenses, we can't afford extravagance. But at the same time, constantly gnawing on tough dried meat and boiling wild herbs with the bloody flesh of prey gets rather depressing. And so, your consom is proving to be a lifesaver. The granulated consom was originally developed for adventurers who spend extended periods in the forest. If the knights can also benefit from it, that would be more than I could ask for. Indeed, indeed. And another thing. I happened to hear about a certain highly nutritious confection. Apparently, it has a long shelf life and is filling even in small portions. Was it called Starlin? This is a great opportunity, so if possible, I'd love to try it. Ah, yes. I think the cafe I frequent has some in stock, so I could bring it tomorrow. Really? Tomorrow, it's a promise. And of course, we're having tacos as well. Seriously, if she just stayed silent, she'd totally have the aura of a handsome, cool female knight. But her obsession with food is something else. What even? Section. After talking to person after person as if I were in a queue, I finally had a moment to breathe. I reached down and stroked Chocola at my feet. Everyone's so intense. Bark. That's not you agreeing with me, is it? You're just sighing in contentment after drinking a ton of milk. I can tell. Kuan. FSSH. Too full to move, he squirmed as if trying to escape my hand. Or, you. But still, it was an enjoyable time. Princess Unia and Prime Minister Idol were still deep in conversation about corn. Noah and Parker-san had joined them, and the discussion had even shifted to sesame tofu, which was currently trending in the royal capital. Tinam-san, with nostalgic and gentle eyes, was reminiscing with Mother and Karen. He might have known Father too. I should ask about it later. Karsh-san had started chatting and laughing with her fellow knights, all excited about the upcoming Stalin and Tacos feast tomorrow. It looked like I'd have to prepare enough for the knights as well. And then there was Mint, sitting happily on Grandma Cerelin's lap, munching on sweets while she gently patted Mint's head with a warm smile. Mint, aren't you tired from meeting so many new people? You. Everyone warm. No cold. Mint happy. I see. Everyone is warm, huh? When I first heard that the princess and prime minister, important figures of the kingdom, were coming, I had felt just a tiny bit on edge. I had been fairly sure everything would be fine, but a part of me wondered if they might bring something troublesome into our lives. But it seemed my worries had been for nothing. Chapter 66.3. I didn't see this one coming. While we were deep in conversation, Mint had grown tired and fallen asleep. Chocola, now full, lay curled up on her belly. You're so transparent. FSH. F-shu. When I stroked his back, he glanced at me briefly before burying his face into his own tail again. Looks like he was fully committed to rest mode. By the way, Anu, as I mentioned before, you'll be staying at my estate, correct? Note: Anu is a very formal version of Onisan. Sensing the natural winding down of the gathering, Noah brought up a more logistical topic. This was only the beginning. Princess Unia and her entourage were scheduled to spend nearly 10 days in Cidira. Yes, we'll be in your care. I also need to pay a visit to the guild master. I'll accompany you for that. I'm well acquainted with cliché. I'll be counting on you, Sub-Zero-sama. What about you, Sway-sama? Since she had turned to ask, I answered. We've also arranged lodging in Cidira. We'll be in town for as long as Her Highness stays. I plan to prepare meals as much as possible. Since we didn't have any particular obligations, we'd simply adjust to their schedule. I wanted to accommodate their requests, at least within the limits of seasonal ingredients. That said, we won't be relying on Sway for every single meal, day in and day out. Anu, tonight's dinner is being prepared by a local Cidira chef. Since you've come all this way, you should experience the local culture. Of course. While Swaydono's cooking is certainly enticing, as Prime Minister, my primary duty here is to inspect Cidira. Yes, I understand. Noah's slightly admonishing remark was met with a nod from Idle-san. The princess, though. Oh. She looks a little disappointed. She had probably been expecting me to cook dinner, too. I had heard that Princess Unia was 2 or 3 years older than me, yet she had a somewhat youthful, almost girlish air about her. Something in the softness of her features and the warmth in her demeanor gave off that impression. That said, she wasn't overly spoiled or demanding. She seemed to have a good sense of self-control and sound judgment. Well, if Mint wasn't wary of her, that was proof enough that she was a good person. I certainly didn't sense anything unpleasant from her. Cidira's cuisine is delicious, too. Since the town is adjacent to the Void Forest, the magic power here is rich, and we benefit greatly from the forest's blessings. Over time, a unique culture has flourished here. Honestly, I wasn't much of a chef myself. The professional cooks who worked tirelessly in Cidira's kitchens day and night were undoubtedly far more skilled than me. What I had was knowledge from another world, a blade sharper than I deserved, and a few rare ingredients from deep within the forest. Since the princess had come all this way, I wanted her to truly see the strength of this town. I wanted her to understand the energy of the people who lived here. I wanted her to know. Cidira was amazing. Princess Unia had picked up on my feelings. She smiled gently and said, Sway-sama, you truly love this town, don't you? I do. It's my second home. If you're free tomorrow, I'd love to take you to my favorite cafe. They serve the best cakes in town, on par with anything you'd find in the royal capital. Oh my, I would love that. I had already promised Karsh-san a taste of Stalin, too. Might as well make it an event for the continuous Rain Witch section. And so, the tea party, our so-called formal introduction, came to an end. Mint, still sleeping soundly, was transferred from Grandma's lap to Mother's arms. Chocola stretched out his front paws and yawned. Ku-ah. FSH. Feeling better? Wanna go for a walk when we get back? Bah! Bark. We rarely took walks around Cidira. Maybe we'd make a full lap around town for once. Just as I was considering it, Princess Unia called my name. Sway-sama. Before we part, there's something I must discuss with you. Oh, yes? What is it? Her smile remained gentle, but, as a member of the royal family, I couldn't leave the capital just to indulge my love of food. I was granted permission to come here under the official pretext of inspecting Cidira. And one other reason. The youthful, slightly innocent air she'd had earlier was gone. She now carried herself with dignity, steady and resolute. It was the face of a ruler, one who led and guided the people. And that reason is, for today, consider this an informal notice. If you accept, an official decree will follow. As His Majesty's representative, I will conduct a formal but expedited investiture. Heavenly Belsama, please understand, this is not an attempt to bind your son. The decision to inherit remains entirely with Sway-sama. Ah, so that's what this is. Well, I suppose it was inevitable. Wait, what? What's going on, Mother? Mother seemed to grasp the princess's intent immediately. I, on the other hand, was completely lost. I'll explain when we get home. Unia, go ahead. Princess Unia turned to face me properly. She spoke firmly, with regal authority. Her words were for me. Sway Hateno, son of Kazutaru Illinois Hateno, who once rendered great service to our Sorks kingdom, earning the honor of a viscountcy. I ask you now, do you wish to inherit your late father's title? Ah. I had never given much thought to my status as the son of a viscount. But now, the weight of father's legacy was being placed right before me as a tangible reality. Chapter 66.4. When asked what is the matter. Are you willing to inherit your father's title? With that unexpected question from Her Highness, I found myself feeling oddly lightheaded as I made my way back to the inn, lost in thought. What exactly does a noble title entail? What meaning does it hold? What kind of authority does it grant? And if I were to accept it, how would my life change? Why was father granted a viscountcy? What made him decide to accept it? And do I even have the right to inherit it? These questions swirled in my mind as I walked, and upon arriving at the inn, Mother glanced at me with a knowing smile and said, "Karen, take Chocola and Mint for a walk." All right. Walk. City. Sounds fun. Let's go, Chocola. Bark. Bark. She was being considerate. Thanks, Mother. Have a good talk with Vial-sama. To be honest, I don't know much about the noble system in Sorks Kingdom either. But, in the end, just do what feels right for you. Kuan. Sorry, Chocola. I'll take you with me tomorrow, alright? Bark. And with that, Karen fastened the leash onto Chocola, took Mint by the hand, and set off on their walk. The city was large. By the time they finished circling around, our conversation would likely be over. It's only natural to feel confused. Your father was just as troubled back then. Let's start from the beginning. Mother placed 2 cups of tea on the table and motioned for me to take a seat in the living room. The unfamiliar, foreign-style furniture of this world only added to my sense of unease, but as I looked at Mother's face, I felt myself relaxing little by little. Your father accepted his title as a means of self-preservation. When he transmigrated to this world from Japan, he had neither status nor citizenship. That's different for me, though, isn't it? Yes. You were born here in Sorks Kingdom. Your birth was properly registered. Thinking back on my parents' circumstances, it made sense why the title would have been useful. After all, Mother was a marquis daughter who had fled her noble house, while father, being Japanese, had no social standing whatsoever in this world. On top of that, they were involved in the kingdom's succession struggle, even going as far as to support the replacement of the reigning king. Wait, doesn't that basically mean they committed high treason? How did they even get away with that? That being said, father needed something to guarantee and secure his position, a place to stand, so to speak. That place was the simple fact that he had been granted a noble title by the reigning king. With that, he gained the backing of the state, a legitimate standing that allowed him to marry Mother without issue. Now, turning that question around, did I, Sway Hateno, have the same need for such a thing? I wouldn't say it's completely unnecessary, but I don't really feel like I need it either. That's true. As things stand, there haven't been any issues. But that's only for now, right? For example, when I eventually marry Karen. Or, in the distant future, after Mother is no longer around to support me. Even further down the line, when all of us have lived out our natural lifespans, and Mint is left behind on her own. There may come a time when the authority of the Hateno Viscountcy becomes necessary. Thanks to Alice-san, things have become more open in Alfheim, but that doesn't change the fact that the bloodlines of the 6 founding clans hold an aristocratic status equivalent to that of nobility in other nations. There could always be those who would try to challenge or undermine that standing. And not just from the countries we expect, it could come from an entirely unexpected third party. For now, we have the presence of the Heavenly Bell Witch, Viol Ella Muker Hateno, as an overwhelming deterrent. As long as we're under the protection of someone whom even kings must humble themselves before, no one will dare to touch us. But what happens when that protection is gone? Mint, who will outlive all of us by far, will eventually step into a future none of us can predict. I just don't want to limit her possibilities. Whether in the dragon's homeland or human society, I want her to live peacefully, happily, and freely, without fear or restriction. If there's something I can leave behind for that purpose, then it's best to start building it now. Are there any downsides to holding a title? Like obligations to the kingdom or restrictions on what I can do? The Hateno Viscountcy is considered a court noble house, meaning we don't hold any land. That means no tax obligations, no mandatory service at court, but also no stipend from the crown. Still, we would officially be vassals of the Sorks royal family. Does that mean I wouldn't be able to refuse orders from them? It's hard to say. It depends on what consequences would follow if you refused, but in the worst case, your title could be revoked. That wouldn't really be much of a loss, though, would it? Mother furrowed her brows in thought. That said, I don't think Shaps, the king, would issue any unreasonable orders, and as of now, there's no cause for concern with the next generation of princes either. What about being used for political purposes in ways we wouldn't expect? Honestly, that could go either way. Having a noble title comes with its own risks, but not having one isn't necessarily any safer. Either way, there's always a chance of getting caught up in something troublesome. In the end, it all comes down to how you protect yourself and how you handle things. To summarize, there likely wouldn't be any serious inconveniences. The only real drawback would be formally serving the Sorks royal family, but that didn't mean I'd be forced to obey them without question. On the other hand, I would gain the protection of both the kingdom and the royal house. Now then, what should I do? As I sat there deep in thought, Mother took a sip of her tea and spoke to me in a calm, steady voice. Suekuen. Of course, neither I nor Karen or the others would oppose your decision. You're free to choose what you want. There are both benefits and drawbacks, so think it through carefully and give your answer before the deadline. Hey, Mother. And so, I set aside all thoughts of benefits and drawbacks for the moment. I put them away and instead asked a completely different question. When Father received his title, what kind of face did he make? Kazukuen? Mother's lips curved into a soft smile. With nostalgia, amusement, and affection in her expression, her thoughts drifted back to the past. Your father, at that moment. He looked like it was a hassle, but also a little happy. Like he was troubled, but also relieved. He asked me about the benefits and drawbacks. And in the end, he wore the exact same expression you have now, Suekuen. She placed a gentle hand on my cheek, stroking it softly, her violet eyes narrowing fondly. I see. I recalled what Idle-san had told me earlier. The king's message. A man who had been raised to the throne by father and mother. A man who, even after that, had apparently done as he pleased and caused them all sorts of trouble. But from the way Mother spoke about him, Father must have thought of the king as a friend. And the king probably felt the same way. You are the spitting image of your father. Ah, if that's the case, then maybe it wasn't about politics. Maybe it wasn't about tying me down. Maybe he just felt lonely because the gift he had given his friend had been left in limbo. I made my decision. Taking a deep breath, I grasped the hand Mother had placed on my cheek and spoke. I'll accept it. After all, I am Father's son. Chapter 66.5 Friends remain unchanged. There was a tavern called the Giant Serpent's Den. A relatively inexpensive tavern in Cidira, it was a popular gathering spot for adventurers who would crowd in to drink and feast together. After cooking for the princess and her entourage during the day, I felt mentally drained, so I decided to have dinner there. And since I was going anyway, I called out to the usual group. That meant Bird-san, Schnee-san, Lila-san, Tomo-san, Novium-san, and Spurdia-san. It seemed they had all adjusted their schedules to meet us, as they readily accepted the invitation. This was, incidentally, my first real dinner gathering since coming of age. In other words, a meal with alcohol included. Where I would normally be served fruit juice or tea, ale was brought to the table instead, and I couldn't help but feel a little moved by the moment. And so, with a toast, the feast began. Nibbling on the food, I took a bold swig of ale. It was probably nothing like beer in Japan. The rich flavor, carrying a hint of peach-like fragrance, was oddly captivating, as though a new section of my palate was awakening. There really was something thrilling about tasting the unknown. The tavern's fare was rough and unrefined, yet full of hearty character. Char-grilled meats with the bones still in, whole roasted fish, a fully steamed jiji bird, fresh fruit left as is, and tough, rugged bread. Even a consomme stew had made it onto the table, which for some reason made me strangely happy. It was a different kind of appeal compared to elaborate dishes, but this had its own charm. Especially in Cidira, where the quality of ingredients was high, meat and fish tasted excellent even without complex preparation. How's yours? Good. Emimate. Sounds like it's hitting the spot. Bark. Chocola was at my feet, tearing into a massive chunk of meat. A specially prepared, unsalted boiled cut, apparently from a deer caught in the forest. As we drank and ate, the conversation naturally split into groups. Tonight, the men and women had divided into separate discussions, each group lively in their own way. Still, a noble title? That's quite the development. Didn't know Kazutaru-san had been given a title. You lot keep forgetting, but my iron title is technically a noble rank too. A bit lower than a baron, from what I hear. Oh, that's right. Wait, really? Schnee-san gave a wry shrug, while Bird-san stabbed a piece of meat with his fork, looking unusually serious. Meanwhile, Novium-san tilted his wooden tankard and tossed in his own teasing remark. Oh, look at you, old man, climbing up in the world. That's right. You should respect your elders and buy this old man a drink. What? Well, if that's the case, I guess I never did give you a proper celebration. Boss, don't. I've heard that a dwarf's one drink lasts until they're completely satisfied. You'll go bankrupt. Ha. So you saw through my trap, huh? I chuckled at the three of them, feeling oddly warm inside. That said, you're not moving to the royal capital or anything, right? If you're still living deep in the forest like always, then nothing really changes. Exactly. If some pointless responsibilities start piling up, you can just hide away in the woods. I can finally train you properly as a scout, teach you how to erase your presence for real. Hey now, there are times when you just can't run from responsibility. Lately, the guild's been a pain in my ass, always breathing down my neck. Doesn't matter if I hide under the covers or bury myself in the forge, my wife always finds me and kicks my ass. Bird-san lightly punched my shoulder, Schnee-san threw in his usual dry humor, and Novium-san burst into a hearty laugh. They were acting exactly the same as always. In this world, in this country, nobility was a privileged class. Commoners rarely had the chance to meet one, and in their own territories, nobles could even hold more power than the king. Normally, if a friend suddenly gained a noble title, it would change things. People would keep their distance, and friendships could grow strained. But everyone here was different. For one, Cidira was an autonomous region not ruled by nobility. People here didn't hold much reverence for royalty or aristocrats. Sure, they were intimidated when they heard the first princess was visiting, but that was more because they weren't sure how to act around her. And more than that, this wasn't just my own arrogance talking. I knew, deep down, that these people, my friends, truly saw me for who I was. Not as a noble, not for my lineage, not for my title. They saw me, Sway. They saw us, the Hateno family, as their neighbors. And they liked us just the way we were. Well, there's no helping it for Novium's old man, but you're not actually getting any new duties, right? No land to govern or anything like that. Right. It's called a court noble, apparently. Bird-san nodded and grinned. Then there's nothing to worry about. If anything, having a title will work in your favor. You never know when some noble might catch wind of you and try to mess with you. Not everyone out there understands what kind of weight your mother carries. That was exactly what Mother had told me earlier. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of magic knew what the title Heavenly Bell Witch meant. Anyone who understood the Deer Slayer title knew what kind of power it signified. Against such overwhelming might, scheming wasn't just reckless, it was meaningless. But there were still people out there who had never stepped outside the royal capital, or who remained holed up in their own territories, convinced that authority was the greatest power of all. People who thought that any kind of force, no matter how great, could be tamed with noble bloodlines, status, or wealth. Even though the current king had rooted out corruption from the government, stagnation was inevitable even in the clearest streams. And for those kinds of people, the title of noble, something they could easily understand, was a valuable shield. That makes sense. Now that I'm an adult, I've started thinking more about my family, too. I can't just rely on my mother to protect me anymore. I need to protect them too. And when that time comes, the more cards I have to play, the better. I glanced across the table at my family as they chatted and laughed. Karen was deep in conversation with Tomo-san, while Mint sat on Mother's lap, happily munching on something Lila-san was feeding her. And of course, back at the inn, Pochi was holding down the fort. I'd do whatever it took to make sure they could live comfortably. Besides, well, it's not my place to speculate. If you're accepting the title, then I'm sure the princess will have something to say about it. Ha! What do you mean? Well, I guess there's no point in overthinking it now. I have my own questions for Princess Unia, anyway. I tilted my head at Bird-san's cryptic remark, but he looked like he'd said more than he intended, so I let it slide. Bird-san was from far to the southwest, from the Zazario Empire. And if my guess was right, he wasn't just some commoner. He had to be from nobility, or at least some kind of upper-class family. Bird-san looked like a Viking, but his refined manners and elegant eating habits stood out. He also had deep knowledge about Divine Will's broth, delicacies from the Empire, and the Malignant Seas, a treacherous maritime zone. Those were the reasons I suspected he came from nobility. But even if that were true, as long as he chose not to speak about it, I had no intention of bringing it up. Because Bird-san was just Bird-san. A reliable adventurer, a respected figure in Cidira. And most importantly, my friend. That was more than enough. Just as he hadn't changed his attitude toward me even after I became a noble, I had no reason to treat him any differently, no matter where or how he was born. Section. Hey, Bird. Since you brought Sway-san today, I'll make an exception. Here, have some Happis ribeye steak, fresh off the grill. You'd better appreciate it. Awfully smug for a guy who's just cooking meat we hunted yesterday. TCH. You might have hunted it, but I'm the one who grilled it. Don't go acting all high and mighty. The tavern owner stomped up to the second floor, slamming down a massive steak onto the table. It was big enough to fill both his arms, easily 10 servings worth. The table erupted in cheers, and Novium-san and Sprudia-san immediately ordered another round of drinks. Chocola, you still hungry? Want more? Bark. Kiyu. Stuffed. How about some milk? Bark. Got it. Excuse me, can we get some milk for him? The tavern was noisy and bustling, full of laughter and clinking mugs. Every now and then, other adventurers would wander over to our table, clinking their drinks against ours before heading off again. Each time, Birdsan's face lit up with joy. He'd rough up their shoulders, slap their backs, and share a laugh before raising another toast. Hey, Sway, remember this guy? He was with us during the bicorn incident last year. Said he wanted to greet you. Of course, I remember. Thanks for that time. How's your little sister doing now? Oh yeah, that's right. His little sister quit adventuring and now works at the consomme factory. What, she's not here today? And as I watched it all unfold, I thought to myself, this is nice. A simple, honest happiness filled my chest. Chapter 66.6 Strolling and Slithering, the Night Road. The night had deepened while we drank, ate, and talked at the tavern. Eventually, Mint got sleepy, so Mother took her and left ahead of us. It's been a while since we've been here. You two take your time and enjoy yourselves. Taking her up on that offer, we lingered for another 2 hours, chatting with Birdsan and the others. But when the night grew late, we finally decided to leave and went our separate ways. The 3 couples headed home together, and we waved them off before looking up at the night sky. Since we're out, why don't we take a little walk before heading back? Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever really seen Cidira at night. You up for it too, Chocola? Bark. The inn was only a 10-minute walk away, too short for a proper stroll. We took a slight detour, letting our steps wander. Spring nights still carried a slight chill. The cobblestone streets glowed faintly under the moonlight. Magic lamps lined the road at intervals, illuminating our path, though they weren't as bright as Japanese streetlights. If anything, they made the darkness feel even deeper. It's a different kind of quiet from the forest. The forest is full of natural sounds. But here, you can hear people. That's a really good way to put it. The sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the wind, distant howls of beasts, the subtle murmurs of the silent world. The sounds of people, the presence of sleeping residents, muffled voices of families gathered inside their homes, and the stark contrast of quiet that made the absence of sound even more pronounced. Is the royal capital like this too? Depends on the district. The entertainment areas stay noisy with bars open till late. Even the residential areas aren't this quiet. What about Japan? The town I lived in wasn't so different from Cidira, I think. Tokyo's probably a whole other story, but I've never been there. Kuan. FSH. What is it? Smell something? Or are you just curious about the cobblestones? Bark. No stopping now. We're just taking a walk, not going on an investigation. We continued down the dimly lit alley, lost in idle conversation. In my right hand, I held the leash extending from Chocola's collar. On my left, I intertwined my fingers with Karen's. The streets were nearly empty, and whenever we passed the occasional pedestrian, we exchanged quiet greetings. Good evening. As we continued down the main road, a large, bright light came into view in the distance. The Adventurers Guild doesn't close even at this hour. The familiar, imposing building stood with its front doors wide open, spilling the glow of its magic lamps into the night. It reminded me of a convenience store. I heard this guild operates year-round. Probably because it's right next to the forest. Makes sense. There are always adventurers spending the night out there. Even the outermost parts of the Void Forest were among the most dangerous places in the world. No one could afford to let their guard down, not even for a moment. At this very second, an injured adventurer might be fleeing back to town, barely escaping from a monster's attack. Worse yet, a dangerous creature could be making its way toward the city. That was why the Adventurers Guild never closed its doors, day or night, always prepared for the worst. And now, with the first princess staying in town, they probably had even more on their plate than usual. I wonder if Cliché-san is there. Want to drop by? Nah, let's not. Whether he's there or not, would just be getting in the way. If I remembered right, Princess Unia had already met with the guild master today. There was a good chance Cliché-san was holed up in his office right now, sighing as he complained about all the extra work he'd been saddled with. Probably best not to poke the bear. But I don't have time to be worrying about the guild master. I'll be busy tomorrow too. Tomo's just given up, though. Yeah, she was yelling, let it all unfold as it may. We've got cake tasting and tacos, right? Do you think Karsan would be satisfied with just the cake? No chance. The continuous rain, which is famous in the capital for her appetite. She actually won the eating contest at the founding festival once. No way. She made her debut, absolutely dominated the competition, and got inducted into the Hall of Fame. Are you sure Hall of Fame isn't just a fancy way of saying she got banned? Now that you mention it, maybe. Powerful magic users already tend to have large appetites as it is. This could get pretty bad. And she had her nightly retinue with her too. We'll have to do our best. Bark. You, on the other hand, you get to enjoy Skylark Pavilion's milk. Lucky you. Bark. With the Adventurers Guild's lights glowing in the distance, we continued down the nighttime streets. Toward the inn, slowly. Through the quiet, hand in hand with Karen, Chocola's leash in my other hand. As we walked, I thought about Her Highness and her entourage, about the title of nobility, about Birdsan and the others, who hadn't treated me any differently, and about what lay ahead. If I accepted the title, I'd have to interact with the kingdom in some way. Even if I wasn't obligated to pay taxes or serve in any official capacity, my position would still exist. If I were ever asked for a favor, I'd want to help however I could. And if that happened, I'd have to be careful where to draw the line. Getting too involved out of sympathy or obligation, to the point of sacrificing my family's happiness, would be putting the cart before the horse. Karen, walking beside me, said nothing. She didn't ask, didn't pry. When I'd told her, I think I'll accept the title, she'd simply nodded and replied, okay. She must trust me. And she must be prepared to bear it with me. My decision. My future, our family's future. Section. Gazing up at the night sky, we spoke. The moon's the one thing I still haven't gotten used to. The world you came from didn't have a ring around it, right? Yeah. But aside from that, it's pretty much the same. Just as beautiful as Earth's moon. Do you like the moon, Karen? I've never really thought about whether I like it or not. But I do like the night. It's the color of Uncle's eyes, and yours. If you put it that way, then the moon is the color of your hair. Bark. Your fur is easy to spot even at night, Chocola. That's pretty convenient. Bark. Karen laughed, Chocola barked, and I smiled. Under the night sky, we laughed together. Chapter 67, Cake, Sweets, and Crisis. Chapter 67.1, First, the desserts. Her Highness scolded me. Late the next morning, when I arrived at Skylark Pavilion as planned, I was greeted by none other than the continuous rain witch. Karsan, looking utterly dejected, her shoulders slumped. Ah, what happened? She was so visibly downcast that I asked without even a proper greeting. Karsan looked at me with a face full of regret and bowed her head. I must apologize. I spoke thoughtlessly, disregarding the burden I was placing on you, Suedono. About the tacos. Her Highness said, do you intend to subject him to your gluttony? So today, please, pay no mind to someone like me. Focus solely on the cakes. Oh, so that's what this is about. It seemed that sometime last night, the princess had given her a stern talking to. Honestly, I had been wondering how I was supposed to satisfy the appetite of someone who not only won the royal capital's eating contest but also got banned from it. Not to mention, I was at a loss over how many tacos I'd need to make for her and the knights as well. Apparently, Her Highness had anticipated all of that. That's unfortunate. It is a grave loss. But she's right. I cannot impose on you. Well, after the cake tasting, I'll have some free time, so I'll make some tacos. Not unlimited amounts, of course. What? Karsan froze in place, looking dumbfounded. Her exaggerated reaction was kind of funny. Food must really be a serious matter to her. Depending on how things go, would you like to join us for dinner? We can have a taco party. Really? I brought a big bag of cornmeal, and Her Highness seemed interested in diplomatic relations with Alfheim. A taco party might be a great way to showcase that. Oh. Ooh. Such generosity truly exists in this world. After a brief silence, Karsan's expression exploded into pure joy, and she grabbed my hands, shaking them vigorously. She was really going for it. Whoa, I'm swaying. Sway Dono, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. Ever since Her Highness reprimanded me, I've been filled with remorse, regret, and a terrible sense of longing. Okay, I get it. Now can we please go inside already? Even though we were standing outside the shop, with plenty of foot traffic around, we were definitely attracting a lot of attention. I couldn't even get Karsh-san to stop because both of my arms were pinned down. What is this? Bark. Behind me, I heard the exasperated voices of Karen and Chocola. If you're that exasperated, maybe help me out here. Section. And so, after that whole ordeal, we were finally ushered inside by an absolutely elated Karsh-san. We greeted Her Highness the Princess and Idol-sama in Skylark Pavilion's second-floor VIP section, then headed to the kitchen with Tomo-san. Sorry, Chocola, but can you wait here again? Bark. Chocola sat obediently by the door, and I gave him a pat under his chin. He was being incredibly well behaved, probably because he knew he'd be getting some milk later. I had originally planned to leave him at the inn, but he had figured out where we were going and just tagged along like it was the most natural thing in the world. It won't take too long. Bark. I gave him a little wave before turning on my heel. Then, Tomo-san took a deep breath and, smack, slapped both of her cheeks with her hands. All right. Time to do this. Sorry for putting you through all this. What are you saying? This is what I live for. How often do you get the chance to serve sweets to a princess? You should be thanking me for this opportunity. I'll give it everything I've got. That's the spirit, Tomo. Good luck. I'll help too. Karen nodded in agreement as she tied on her apron, and the three of us exchanged determined glances. Of course, we weren't starting from scratch. This wasn't a bake-off. Everything had already been prepared in advance, so our job was mainly the finishing touches and presentation. We would be serving 5 dishes. First, as a light meal, sandwiches. Using Cidira's specialty ham, fresh vegetables, and plenty of eggs, these were the familiar triangular sandwiches you'd see in Japan. Interestingly, square bread, baked in a rectangular mold, hadn't been widely available in Cidira before, which made them quite popular. Next, chiffon cake. This was one of Tomo-san's specialties, even before we met. Its airy, melt-in-your-mouth texture was nothing short of extraordinary. Even if I tried making it myself, I could never reach this level of perfection. It was the kind of dessert that could be served to royalty without shame. Next up was mille crepes. This was my choice. When thinking of something uniquely from my world, Japan, I figured this would stand out the most in terms of novelty. Ever since I taught Tomo-san how to make it, it has become one of this cafe's signature menu items. Then, there was the Starlin, a direct request from Her Highness. Of course, it wasn't freshly made. We had been aging it for about 10 days now. Or rather, the moment I got word that Yunya-sama would be visiting, I immediately asked Tomo-san to prepare it. My foresight had definitely paid off this time. And finally, since I wanted to include something besides cake, blancmange. Not only was it a good way to promote cornstarch, but most importantly, its color made it stand out. That pure white appearance was eye-catching, especially in contrast to the capital's latest trend, Noah's night clouds, a jet black sesame tofu. Alright, let's get to it. Sway-san, please handle the sauce for the blancmange. Karen-san, you'll help me with the plating. Oh, by the way, Sway-san, you'll be keeping Her Highness company, correct? Yeah, she'll probably have a lot of questions. I'll need to answer them. In that case, as soon as you're done with the sauce, leave the rest to us. Tomo-san gave out instructions smoothly while skillfully whipping cream, effortlessly demonstrating a sample plate to Karen. Her sense of presentation was impeccable, with not a single wasted motion. They say people look their coolest when they're working hard. Right now, Tomo-san practically radiated confidence. Her naturally beautiful features, combined with her focused expression, gave her an air of dignified elegance. For her, this was both a battlefield and a stage. I'm really glad to have met you. Did you say something? Oh, Karen-san, let's use that wooden platter for the Starlin. No need to unwrap it, just place it as is. Sway-san, Could you handle unwrapping and slicing it over there? Of course. That'll make for a much stronger impression. Smart thinking. I appreciate the praise, but I don't have time for chit-chat right now. Ah. Chocola-chan's milk will be brought out with the first round of plate. With such capable teammates, there was nothing to worry about. As I stirred the sauce over the heat, I could feel my excitement building. Chapter 67.2, A Meal of Passion. Thus, everything was perfectly prepared. I headed upstairs to the private room ahead of time to greet Her Highness Unia and her entourage. As we chatted, filled with anticipation, a knock sounded at the door. The first course had arrived. Welcome to Skylark Pavilion today. My name is Tomo, and I will be in charge of cooking and serving. I am but an unrefined country girl, yet I ask for your kind indulgence, Your Highness. Though her nervousness showed in her expression, Tomo-san's posture remained poised and dignified. And then, Princess Unia did something unexpected. She rose from her seat, walked over to Tomo-san, and gently took both of her hands. I am Unia. Please, be at ease, Tomo-san. Today, I have come to learn from you. Let us fully experience the flavors of your town. Yes, it would be my pleasure. For a brief moment, Tomo-san's eyes widened in surprise. But she quickly broke into a radiant smile, nodding enthusiastically. Now that I thought about it, people from Cidira, including Tomo-san, were already comfortable around Noah and Parker-san. And since Unia was Noah's Oni-san, there really wasn't any reason to be that nervous. For our first course, I've prepared a light meal. A lunch consisting solely of sweets would be unbalanced, after all. This is called a sandwich. Just like yesterday, the maids, butlers, and knights were seated at their own table. Though they dined separately from Princess Unia, the Prime Minister, and the two witches, I still wanted them to enjoy good food as well. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Chocola was finally indulging in his long-awaited milk, happily lapping it up from his dish. Manners? What manners? Thankfully, no one minded having a dog at the table. That alone spoke volumes about the kindness of these people. Karen wheeled in a cart carrying the sandwiches. Seeing them, Idol-sama furrowed her brows, tilting her head slightly. Bread with ingredients in between? It has no crusts. The bread is baked in a square metal mold. The crust, called the ears in Japan, is trimmed off to enhance the texture. However, these cut-off pieces can be fried with sugar to make a simple treat. I'll prepare some as a parting gift later. I see. The culture of another world is fascinating. In any case, let us partake. It may seem improper, but please, eat with your hands. Princess Unia, unable to wait any longer, gave a signal, and everyone brought their sandwiches to their mouths. Their reactions were moderate, at best. The method of slicing bread open and filling it with vegetables and meat was nothing new to this world. The difference lay in the shape of the bread and whether or not the crusts were removed. Without the crust, the texture became smoother, and cutting it into triangles made it more visually appealing and easier to hold. The question was whether they would notice these advantages. Sure enough, Idol smirked. This seems quite suitable for a quick meal during a busy workday. It was an observation eerily similar to the legend of the Count sandwich. Although, wasn't that story possibly fabricated? And wasn't it gambling, not work, that he was too busy with? Why not give it a try when you're pressed for time? The refined texture is a nice touch as well. It doesn't interfere with concentration. Yes, I rather like this. The next to offer an opinion on the sandwich was Continuous Rain. Kosh-san. Delicious. And if manners aren't an issue, this would be perfect for a quick bite between training sessions. You mentioned something about the crusts being fried with sugar. What does that taste like? She asked as she took a hearty bite of her sandwich. It has a nice crunch and makes for a simple yet enjoyable snack. It's the kind of taste children love. Oh, many in the Night Order have young children. If they brought some home after work, I'm sure their kids would be thrilled. Good to know. I'll look forward to trying it later. Just moments ago, she had looked dejected after being scolded by the princess, but now her expression was all smiles. Now then, from here on, we'll be indulging in a series of sweets. To balance things out, I've prepared a particularly bitter tea, brace yourselves. This is a chiffon cake. It may be a common confection, but I take great pride in it. With graceful, confident movements, Tomo placed the plates before everyone, neither boasting nor downplaying her creation. Atop the cake sat a dollop of fresh cream, accompanied by a grape sauce. Light as air, it seemed to dissolve the moment it touched the tongue, yet its flavor was strikingly rich. It was one of my personal favorites. This is exquisite. The first to voice her admiration was Princess Unia. The taste, aroma, texture, and mouthfeel all are of the highest caliber. Delicious. I doubt there is a shop in the royal capital that serves chiffon cake of this quality. There isn't. At least, not to my knowledge. In response to which of no return Tinam-san's inquiry, Princess Unia answered without hesitation. Considering how thoroughly she must have sampled the capital's confections, her to my knowledge was as good as an outright declaration of none exist. This is. You used the yolk of a white duck egg and the whites of a jiji bird egg, didn't you? The white duck yolk provides a richer depth of flavor, while the jiji bird whites are ideal for meringue. Combining the two is what allows for both this flavor and texture. Am I correct? I am at a loss for words. That was supposed to be a closely guarded secret, yet you are the first to see through it so effortlessly. As expected of a renowned gourmet, her palate was as refined as her reputation suggested. I, on the other hand, could only stare blankly in awe. Wait, Tomo-san. You really went that far? The fresh cream on top, is it from striped goats? The way it wraps around the bold yet delicate cake, melting in perfect harmony, is remarkable. And the grape sauce, it tempers the richness and leaves a clean finish. Of course, the concept itself is impressive, but your skill in perfecting this texture is truly exceptional. Tomo-san, I am deeply impressed. I must thank you for opening my eyes. Until now, I had only considered Suesama's cooking as something exotic from another world. But today, I have come to understand it as genuine artistry. To a chef of your caliber, I offer my utmost respect. Those words are far too generous. Receiving the highest praise from the princess of this kingdom, Tomo-san's voice caught in her throat. Yet, even as she bowed in humility, her hand, hidden behind the tray, clenched into a triumphant fist, as if declaring, I did it. I couldn't have been happier for her. The chiffon cake had nothing to do with me. In fact, it was likely a staple dessert, something found both in Cidira and the royal capital without a second thought. That made the princess's praise all the more meaningful. It wasn't my influence. This recognition belonged solely to Tomo-san. It was the result of her dedication, her efforts to refine her craft, to elevate even the familiar into something exceptional. If Schnee-san were here to witness this, he would either turn red with embarrassment or be so moved that he'd pull her into a hug. As Tomo-san trembled with emotion, the princess smiled and continued. If I could, I would happily indulge in another plate. Or two. But let us move on to the next dish. Also, Sui-san, it seems that Chocola's milk has run empty. Bark. You. When did you? Now that she mentioned it, the striped goat's milk had been completely drained, and sitting beside the empty dish was my dog, wagging his tail eagerly with an expectant gaze. I shall bring out a fresh serving along with the next dish. Please wait just a moment, Chocola-chan. Bark. Watching Chocola respond enthusiastically to Tomo-san, I couldn't help but chuckle before turning back to the princess. Thank you for looking after my family. The next dish is a dessert from another world, the land where I once lived, Japan. After the overwhelming praise for the chiffon cake, I can't help but feel a bit nervous. But rest assured, Tomo-san is handling the preparation, so there's no need to worry about the execution. With milk crepes, the menu had reached its halfway point. Now then, would the everyday sweets of Japan be enough to satisfy this discerning palate? Chiffon cake is actually a relatively recent creation on Earth, having been developed in America around 1927. It wasn't introduced to Japan until the 1960s. However, in this world, it has already become a common and widely beloved dessert throughout the kingdom. Perhaps, at some point in history, someone who had been transported from Earth introduced it to this land. Chapter 67.3, the second half begins. Thank you for waiting. This is a cake from another world, mill crepes, a recipe I learned from Sui-san. With Tomo-san's introduction, Karen carried out the next set of plates. Today, Karen had taken on the role of a behind-the-scenes supporter, or rather, a server. Given that this was Tomo-san's moment to shine, she seemed to be enjoying herself, moving back and forth between the kitchen and the private dining room with a light-hearted energy. Being one of the 6 founding clans, Karen was technically considered nobility in the elf kingdom of Alfheim. Because of that, the maids, butlers, and knights were all flustered and deferential around her. But for now, that didn't matter. My, what a stunning cross-section. The colors are truly vivid. Upon seeing the mill crepes placed before her, Princess Unia let out a breath of admiration. It's like the pages of a book, or the rings of a tree, layered upon one another. It even resembles the strata of the earth. In any case, Her Highness is right, it's strikingly beautiful. Idol-san, Tinam-san, and Karsh-san each offered their own impressions. Still, this is quite an unusual cake. It has far more layers than a typical one, and the batter is much thinner. How exactly is it made? The batter is made by mixing flour, eggs, and butter with milk, then cooking it into extremely thin crepes. Each layer is then carefully stacked with a thin spread of cream in between. What? So this isn't baked as a whole, but rather a collection of delicate layers? Fascinating. What an incredible idea. Realizing the cake structure, Princess Unia lit up with childlike excitement. True enough, while mill crepes looked like a cake, it was different from the usual sort in a subtle but distinct way. So these colorful layers, are they all cream? Idol-san asked. At that, Tinam-san furrowed his brows in deep thought. Red, blue, green, white, black, yellow. Ah, these are the colors of magical attributes. The first to notice was none other than the Witch of No Return himself. Tomo-san smirked. This was our little touch, our way of having fun with the recipe. You're exactly right. The 5 colored creams, combined with the yellow of the crepe layers, create 6 colors in total. We wanted to capture the colors of magic, the colors of this world, within this cake. The original recipe only uses white cream. That version is, of course, delicious, but we decided to add a creative twist for this occasion. Each layer of the mill crepes had been tinted a different color. It was my idea, but Tomo-san was the one who selected the flavors and fine-tuned the balance. However, just from its appearance, I can't quite imagine how it will taste. Please use your fork, just as you would with a regular cake. Cut through the layers from the side. Understood. Well then, let's begin. At Princess Unia's cue, everyone picked up their forks and took their first bites. And almost immediately, smiles broke across their faces. Oh, what a delightful sensation desu wa. Indeed, such an amusing texture. Exhilarating. It makes me giddy. That unique feeling of slicing through the delicately stacked layers of crepes brought a chuckle before they had even tasted it. And when they did, well, if cutting it was this fun, chewing it is even better. Fascinating. This is truly fascinating. Mill crepes showed its true worth when eaten. Karsh-sama described it perfectly. The resistance felt through the fork and the texture against one's teeth. Both are immensely satisfying. It's impossible not to smile. This is the first time I've had a dessert that makes me feel this happy desu wa. Princess Unia beamed with pure delight. A cake that surprises the eyes, excites the hands, and brings a smile when eaten. Truly wonderful. This dessert is filled with joy. I can sense a belief, an unwavering conviction, that this is what food should be. Tinam-san closed his eyes, as if savoring something beyond just the taste. And he had pinpointed the very essence of it. Eating is, at its core, a joyous and pleasurable act. And that joy is not limited to taste alone. The beauty of the dish, the feel of the fork or chopsticks breaking into it, the texture as it is chewed, when all the senses are engaged, a meal becomes even more enjoyable. Mill crepes excelled at that. It was a dessert that was simply fun. Of course, all of that hinged on one crucial factor, the taste. And in that regard, there was no room for error. The red is red berry, The blue must be blueberry. The green. Citrus peel, I presume? White is left uncolored, and the black is sesame. Despite the vibrant colors, the flavors are harmonized. The slight tartness of the berries and the cream sweetness are complemented by the faint bitterness of the citrus peel. And finally, the fragrance of sesame gently wraps it all together, letting the flavors meld slowly in the mouth. Ah! It's striking, yet thanks to the sesame, it also feels familiar to those of us raised in the capital. Wonderful desu wa. It seems that Princess Yunia approves. She gives precise and insightful critiques of the flavors. I've been thinking this since yesterday, but when it comes to food reviews, this princess talks ridiculously fast. Dairy-based cream, of course, but also berries and citrus fruits. Both are widely cultivated in Cidira. I imagine you must have gone through quite a bit of trial and error in selecting the right varieties and refining your preparation methods to ensure the flavors remained distinct. By incorporating techniques from another world with the specialties of Cidira and the royal capital, you've created a confection that embodies the magic of this world. I am truly impressed by this fusion of cultures. Prime Minister Idol says this with a slight smile at the corner of his lips. It seems to have struck a chord with him, which makes me happy. To be honest, this was exactly the point Tomo-san and I had aimed for. Sway. Sway is amazing, but Tomo is amazing too. Yeah. She's the best patissier there is. Karen, standing beside me, whispers this in my ear, and I nod in agreement. Tomo-san stands near Her Highness and the others maintaining a composed smile. But we know. That expression, she's barely holding herself back from throwing her fists in the air and shouting in triumph. I'm glad you've all enjoyed it. Next, we'll have you try the cake designed as a preserved food. Stalin. I address the group, which is enveloped in an atmosphere of excitement. This one should bring its own surprises. First, the fact that it has been aging for 10 days. Then, the stark whiteness of its exterior when unwrapped. And finally, the rich aroma that fills the air when it's sliced. I wonder what kind of expressions Princess Yunia and the others will make. With that thought in mind, I glance at Karen. She gives me a nod before turning on her heel to retrieve the Stalin from the kitchen. And at that exact moment, Section. Bark. Chocola, who had just finished his milk and looked quite satisfied, suddenly stands up and barks toward the door. It's a bark of warning. A bark as if he's sensed something amiss. What is it, Chocola? Bark. A second bark. That's when I notice it too. Hurried footsteps. A tense, urgent presence entering the shop. Then, someone dashes up the stairs, heading straight for us. Anu, sorry to interrupt. Is Sway here? Noah. The door swings open without a knock. Standing there is Noah. Parker-san isn't with him. He's alone, flustered, barely acknowledging Princess Yunia and the others as he calls my name. What's going on? I ask, and Noah meets my gaze, his expression tense. Then, his next words make our eyes go wide. I'm sorry, but you need to come immediately. The Research Bureau's Teiku observation device has detected a reaction. The magical crucible has mutated. What? The entire room stiffens. Of all times, why now? This was the first anomaly in the forest since we launched the familiars at the end of the year. Chapter 67.4. There's no need to panic. The unexpected news brought the tasting session to a halt. It was unfortunate, but there was no helping it. This was the first alert since we set up the observation system at the end of the year. There was no way we could remain completely at ease, especially since we also needed to confirm whether the device was functioning properly. 30 minutes after Noah had rushed to the Skylark Pavilion, we had gathered in a room at the Adventurers Guild. The group assembled was an impressive one. From the guild, there was Cliché-san, along with Noah and Parker-san. From the Research Bureau, Grandma Seriland was present. The entire Hateno family had gathered, save for Pochi. Even Princess Yunia's entourage had decided to attend. I imagine our presence may be a hindrance. But please consider this part of our official inspection. Prime Minister Idol-san spoke on behalf of the group. Cliché-san gave a solemn nod in response. I have no objections. In any case, We were planning to explain the observation device to you at some point, so this works out well. However, I must apologize in advance. From this point on, this matter falls under Cidira's jurisdiction. I ask that you turn a blind eye to any breaches of formality. There may be some rather crude discussions ahead. Princess Unia gave her silent approval with a look, and the discussion began. All right. Let's keep this quick. The device recorded activity at these coordinates. Cliché-san pointed to a spot on the map spread out over the long table. A circle had already been drawn there by the observation device's automatic logging system. I narrowed my eyes. The southeastern part of the forest's outer layer. That's close to Cidira. Are there any adventurers in the area? There shouldn't be. I even confirmed with Bird, who's currently deeper in the forest. Fortunately, it's a bit outside our usual exploration range. There's little chance of running into anything unexpected. I see. That's a relief, at least. But in that case, this distance actually works in our favor. It's convenient. Karen followed up with agreement. Convenient, right? Meanwhile, I'm sweating bullets over here. I understand your concern, Cliché-san, but detecting an anomaly doesn't immediately mean a rare existence has emerged. There's no need to panic. There may be some mutants around, but as long as no adventurers are nearby, it shouldn't be a problem. Of course, Princess Unia and her entourage looked tense, but so did the members of the guild. So, I gave them a reassuring smile. It was true that we had more than enough time to deal with this. Chocola, full. Drink lot milk. Bark. Great. Mint and mother ate sweets at inn. Bark. Kuan. But you know, now, Sway having very important talk, so sure, okay? Bark. Over in the corner of the room, Mint was whispering to Chocola, trying to get him to be quiet. The sight was adorable. The members of the Hateno family couldn't help but smile. Though, yes, we were all well aware of how out of place this was. I swear, none of you understand why I'm freaking out here. Give it up, cliché. To those children, something like a few mutants isn't a threat at all. Cliché-san and Grandma Seralind exchanged hushed words. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing anymore. Just go on and explain things properly to Her Highness. Got it. Glancing at Cliché-san as he let out a weary sigh, I turned to face Princess Unia. Eto. First of all, the emergence of rare species, what we call a demon king, follows several stages. I looked around at everyone, organizing my thoughts. Now was as good a time as any. They needed to understand this as well. First, a magic power crucible forms. In the Void Forest, which is essentially called Divine Will's Broth, this happens frequently. It's a natural and everyday occurrence. Any creature that remains inside a magic power crucible for an extended period will undergo mutation. However, for that to happen, two conditions must be met. The magic power crucible must persist, and a creature must just so happen to be present in that location. I might still be lacking in general knowledge and worldly experience, but when it comes to this, I know my stuff. I do live here, after all. Outside of the Void Forest, this would be unusual. But within the forest itself, it's nothing out of the ordinary. That being said, the forest isn't overrun with mutants, nor do Cidira's adventurers run into them all that often. That's because these creatures tend to have short lifespans and rarely wander far from where they were created. They lose all reason, act purely on instinct, and rampage until they either die of natural causes, or get killed by another mutant. Princess Unia's complexion didn't look great, perhaps because, as Cliché-san had put it, she wasn't used to hearing such barbaric discussions. Even so, this was something that needed to be explained properly. She, and everyone else, needed to understand what kind of existence we lived alongside in this city. When a mutant dies, its crucible crystal explodes. The blast is so intense that it can completely obliterate the magic power crucible where it made its nest. However, if the creature was already weakened, perhaps from old age, the explosion may not be strong enough to destroy the crucible. In some cases, it has the opposite effect. The crucible ends up absorbing the creature's magical attributes, further stagnating its energy. That was something I had seen before, in a past dream I shared with Four Seasons-san, and later, in the forest itself. The conditions for the birth of a rare species, the teiku, occur when this process is repeated miraculously, over and over again. The stagnant magic power crucible remains intact, new mutants are born and die within it, and their explosions, instead of destroying the crucible, only feed it further. The denser a magic power crucible becomes, the more unstable and prone to collapse it should be. For such a phenomenon to persist even in the void forest is nothing short of a miracle. That brings us to the monitoring system. A system we painstakingly built, embedding keystones, antennas, deep underground and launching familiars, satellites, into the sky. I placed my hand on the map, tracing the area where the coordinates were marked. The monitoring system detects when a magic power crucible reaches a certain density threshold and outputs its coordinates. However, this threshold is set at about half the density required to produce a teiku. In other words, at this point, no rare species has been born yet. The density simply isn't high enough for that to happen. While this was certainly a situation that warranted concern, there was no need for despair. We don't even know if this magic power crucible will develop into a teiku at all. And even if it does, it would likely take another 6 months to a year before it reaches that stage. Of course, that doesn't mean we can just ignore it. We're still in the test phase, verifying whether the monitoring system is functioning correctly, so we are staying alert. Which is precisely why it works in our favor that we're already nearby. We'll go check it out. Positionally, it's about half a day's run from Cidira. Sway and I will go. We can go and come back in a day. Bark. Ah, Chocola too, of course. Bark. Karen, Chocola, and I exchanged glances. Mother is silent. She's stroking Mint's head with a look that says, I'll leave it to you guys. Cliché-san sighed and crossed her arms. Okay, I'll ask you this time. You won't be satisfied unless you check the operation with your own eyes. Besides, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Make sure you write a proper report, okay? Of course. I'll summarize the degree of concentration and the presence or absence of mutants, including those aspects. I nodded, feeling sorry for the princess and Tomo-san. It was a special tasting party, but we had to interrupt it suddenly. Even if they said there was no need to rush, we couldn't just say, well, it's not urgent, so let's continue after receiving this report. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Could you have Tomo-san serve the rest of the tasting party without us? I bowed to Princess Unia. However, she slowly shook her head. No, that won't be necessary. We'll wait for your return. Was it blancmange? Since you've kindly prepared the last dish, we intend to enjoy it later. At least as for Stalin, it's a preserved sweet, right? It won't spoil even if we wait a day or so. Besides, Princess Unia, the first princess, had a mischievous smile on her face for some reason. She then turned her gaze to the side. Stalin was originally developed as a preserved food for adventurers when they went into the forest, wasn't it? If so, I'd like to hear the taste evaluation from such a position. Well, that's a joke. As members of the royal family who happen to be here, we need to take action. Beyond that are 3 people. Her real brother, her sister-in-law, and a female knight in light armor. Don't tell me. My brother Nope, his partner Parker, and the continuous rain witch, the most trusted blade of the Sorks royal family. These 3 people. Please, let them accompany you. Of course, there is no refusal. We unexpectedly gained strong companions in this way. Chapter 67.5, Let's head out together. Thus, the members heading to the site were decided. Me, Karen, and Chocola, along with Noah, Parker-san, and Karsh-san, each of them skilled mages. Unlike our previous expedition, this time, speed would be our priority. Suedono will carry the luggage? My apologies. No, don't worry about it. It's kept to a minimum, so it's no trouble at all. I responded to Karsh-san's concern with a smile. The pack on my back was no more than the size of a typical Japanese backpack. Inside were portable rations, seasonings, and a small pot, hardly anything heavy. Commander, don't let your guard down. Even with luggage, Sway's top speed is likely still greater than yours. His magic certainly carries the bloodline of Heavenly Beldono. Ho-hoo. So you're lecturing me now? It seems even His Highness has grown bold. Let's see just how much stronger you've become since we last met. It might sound like I'm bragging a bit, but, Kosh-san, Noah's growth has been pretty incredible. He still holds the title of sage, but if he wanted to, he could probably earn witch by now. That's something to look forward to. We'll all have to make sure we don't hold Suedono back. Naturally, as the commander of the Royal Knights, Kosh-san was already well acquainted with Noah and Parker-san. That familiarity made things easier. There was no need for any formalities on our end. All right, let's go over everything before we set out. And so, we stood before the rear gate of Cidira, the one leading into the forest. I spread out the map and scanned the group. Karen will take the lead. Chocola will guard the rear. I'll stay in the center. Got it. Bark. Kosh-san, you'll be in the front lines between Karen and me. Noah and Parker-san will take the rear position with me and Chocola. Understood. All right. We'll ignore monsters unless we can't shake them off. If we encounter a persistent pack, we'll scatter them with attacks. If we come across a variant species, we'll stop and eliminate it. As for our pace, since this is Kosh-san's first time entering the Void Forest, we'll keep it slightly restrained. The estimated one-way trip is about 10 hours, with a single planned break along the way. A 10-hour marathon of park hour, with only one stop for rest. I explain while chuckling wryly, realizing just how absurd my own words sound. But for mages, especially those with the magic power reserves of a witch, this isn't unreasonable at all. Back when I was first transported here, Karen had sprinted several times this distance, non-stop, for an entire day. Compared to that, this was just a light jog. If you need to hydrate, take care of business, or feel like your magic or stamina is running low, let me know. I'll inform Karen so we can adjust accordingly. Well then, let's head out. Everyone nodded firmly. With Chocola's energetic bark, we set off into the forest. Section. 5 hours later, roughly halfway to our destination, we found a suitable resting spot and came to a stop. We're making better time than expected. Noah, Kosh-sama, as expected of you. But you both look like you're at your limit, so we'll rest here for 10 minutes. I see. That's a relief. Haha, honored to be praised. I still have my pride. You two look so pathetic. No, sorry, even I'm out of breath. Noah collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. Kosh-san, though still standing, braced herself with both hands on her knees. Parker-san, meanwhile, though breathing heavily, still looked completely unfazed. Everyone, good work. I'll prepare something for you to replenish your energy. Karen, create some water for them. Got it. I'll pour out as much as needed, so go ahead and dunk your head in if you want. Kuan. You hungry too? No worries, I brought dog food. Bark bark. Remaining on guard while setting down my pack, I started pulling out supplies. Meanwhile, the others quenched their thirst with Karen's water. Hey, Parker Dono. Is the Hateno family truly this remarkable? You don't have to force yourself to talk, Kosh-san. Damn it. Not even out of breath. I've got a long way to go. If anything, I find this exhilarating. The difference is so vast, it's almost refreshing. They exchanged words as they caught their breath. Noah and Parker aside, Kosh-sama, you're incredible. This was your first time in the forest, yet I didn't have to slow down at all. Even if His Highness Noah and Parker-sama work as adventurers, they are still the ones I serve. If I were to lag behind them, it would be a disgrace to the name of the Royal Knights. Hey, you could at least give us some credit too. Kosh-san looked pleased with herself, while Parker-san seemed dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Noah silently focused on steadying his breath. Chuckling to myself, I handed out the rations to everyone. Eat up. It's hardtack packed with beans stewed in sugar and honey. The bar-shaped pieces wrapped in cloth were, in essence, protein bars. My own special recipe. Incidentally, they were absurdly sweet. And here's this. Citrus juice. This one, on the other hand, was absurdly sour. The sugar will provide an instant energy boost, and the beans are rich in iron. When you run and sweat, your body loses iron, which can lead to anemia. The juice contains citric acid, which helps with iron absorption. Knowledge from another world? Honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, I only know this from reading books, so I'm just parroting information, really. Noah shrugged as Karsan and Parker-san took bites of the rations and downed the juice. Whoa, that's sweet. But I can feel it sinking into my body. Is this lemon? My mouth is puckering up, but I do feel my energy returning. I'll pass these out too, salt candy. Suck on them after you finish eating. This isn't something we have in Cidira. When did you make these? I've been tinkering with them at home since spring. Cliché-san asked me to develop something that could work as a portable ration. I happened to have some test samples with me, so this was perfect timing. Think of it as a field trial. Salt candy is good. We'll head out in half an hour. That okay? Karen glanced around at everyone. Yeah, no problem. My breathing is back to normal, and my magic power is recovering. How about you, Your Highness? Parker Dono? We're good to go. The dense magic power in the forest is definitely an advantage. Agreed. For the second half, I'll make sure to keep up the pace. Bark. Oh yes, Chocola-sama. With you guarding our rear, I can't afford to show any weakness as a beastkin. Chocola let out an encouraging bark, and Parker-san grinned, baring her fangs. If there's a mutant lurking in the magic power crucible, we might have to fight it head-on. As we get closer, we'll start slowing our pace, so be sure to conserve your strength. At the mention of mutant, everyone's expression turned serious. Confirming their resolve, I signaled our departure, and we resumed our sprint. All right, let's wrap this up quickly and head back. I still need to hear everyone's thoughts on the blancmange. Chapter 67, Interlude, Cidira, Skylark Pavilion. This land was truly savage. Tetra Norris, the lady-in-waiting to First Princess Unia, fought to keep herself from collapsing as she faced the unfolding series of events. This must be a joke. It was the second day of their stay in Cidira, and today was meant to be a dessert tasting. They had visited a cafe renowned in town, and, to their delight, even the attendants were invited to partake. The cakes they tasted were so exquisite that even the royal capital's finest chefs would have surrendered in awe. It was as if they had stepped into heaven, as if they had stumbled upon paradise itself. And then, word arrived that a magic power crucible had formed in the void forest. If left unchecked, the crucible would grow denser, potentially birthing a monstrous being known as a demon king. To make matters worse, the crucible had manifested dangerously close to Cidira. And as if that weren't enough, she was told that the emergence of magic power crucibles wasn't even particularly unusual. Once again, this had to be a joke. As the daughter of a count's family and a noble tasked with managing her domain, Tetra had been well educated from a young age about magic power crucibles and mutants. A terrifying phenomenon, they occurred when certain conditions, ley line flows, environmental factors, and climate aligned, creating pockets of concentrated magic power stagnation. Any creature caught within would transform into a mutant, a grotesque mutation. If such a thing were to appear in her own lands, it would spell disaster. The region's reputation would plummet, people would flee, industries would wither, and it was said that rebuilding would take at least 3 generations. And yet, such a calamity was not unusual here. To Tetra, the residents of Cidira were utterly insane. The people she had seen in this town smiled and laughed, living their lives in apparent happiness. How could they exist like this, with the looming threat of magic power crucibles at their doorstep and mutants as their neighbors? It was unthinkable. Even Prince Nope, the third prince, and Princess Parker Lulu seemed to have been corrupted by this madness. Without hesitation, they had rushed into the forest alongside Sway Hateno to put a stop to the crucible's condensation. If she were being honest, she would have said the Knight Commander was no better. Then again, if she remembered correctly, hadn't it been her own mistress who had suggested they accompany Sway Hateno in the first place? No, surely not. That must have been a hallucination, the delirium of a mind overwhelmed. Uni, were you truly fine with this? allowing Noah, your own younger brother, to accompany them. Back at the cafe, the Prime Minister was pressing the princess for answers. This scene, too, must be a hallucination. It will be fine. Noah and Parker go into the forest all the time, don't they? Besides, if it were truly dangerous, Sui-sama would never have allowed it in the first place. I am also somewhat concerned for continuous Rain Dono. She is a skilled knight and mage, but field combat is not her specialty. Not just the Prime Minister, but even the Witch of No Return. This, too, must be an illusion, or was it not? Ano. Tetra leaned in and whispered to the butler seated beside her. What is it? I can't help but worry about His Highness Nope and the others. There is nothing to be done but steel ourselves. The elderly butler answered with an impassive expression, but Tetra could tell he had already abandoned all thought. It was the face of someone who had resigned himself to the inevitable. And truly, at this point, there was little point in fretting. The first princess had made her decision and issued her orders. No one could be blamed now, and whatever consequences followed were beyond anyone's control. Although, if His Highness were to fall, would that mean she would lose her position as well? That would be awful. As she brooded over such things, a carefree voice rang out. Well then, the Stalin will have to wait, but the blancmange won't keep. Since Suikuan and the others went through the trouble of making it, you should go ahead and eat it today. It was the Heavenly Bell Witch. Viol ella muker hateno. Tetra was dumbfounded. Was she not worried about her son and adopted daughter venturing into the forest? And more importantly, wasn't that small child sitting on her lap, grinning away, absolutely adorable? No, that wasn't the point. A short while later, a woman from the kitchen entered, pushing a cart. She, too, showed no sign of concern for Sui Hateno and the others. Tetra could no longer comprehend the mindset of the people in this town. Ano. Heavenly Belsama. What is it? It was Prime Minister Idol who spoke up. We are grateful for the sweets. However, we still do not fully grasp the true nature of the Void Forest. All we know is that it is terrifying. As for the mutants, our only knowledge of them comes from reports, stories of them wiping entire towns off the map or massacring entire villages without leaving a single survivor. Uni may take this lightly, but to be frank, I am deeply uneasy. Noah and Parker they are family. Yes. That. Finally, someone saying something reasonable. As a mere lady-in-waiting, Tetra had no right to interject, no matter what she thought. So she could only inwardly rejoice at Idol's words, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from her chest. Family? This guy family too, like Unia? That's right, Mint. Idol is Uni and Noah's older brother. The Heavenly Bell Witch, however, remained as unruffled as ever, answering the innocent words of the child sitting on her lap with a smile before turning back to Idol. You worry too much. Well, I suppose that's a necessary trait for a prime minister. She took a refined sip of the tea that had been brought over and continued. Let's see. Together, Noah and Parker could probably handle a mid-tier mutant. Kosh, on the other hand, she wouldn't stand a chance alone. Her magic isn't suited for one-on-one combat, so it's not surprising. Then, in this matter, Uni's judgment is spot on. First Princess Unia tilted her head slightly. And what do you mean by that? You said it yourself earlier, didn't you? If it were truly dangerous, Suikuan would never allow it. That is exactly right. Though the nuance is a little different. Hey, Oni-san, sway with them. That's why Noah, Parker, and that Oni-san will all be fine. The young girl's bright, confident words were met with an affirming nod from the Heavenly Bell Witch. As long as they are with that boy, not a single hair on Noah's head will be harmed, no matter how many mutants they face, no matter what kind of unforeseen accident may occur. The fact that my son is with them means exactly that. Even so, Viol-sama, are you saying that not even the Heavenly Bell Witch yourself could harm them? That's an amusing question. The answer is yes. Even at my full strength, I could not break through Suikuan's barrier, not as he is now. His darkness attribute has already surpassed that of my husband. Everyone present was struck speechless, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. For the renowned Heavenly Bell, who wielded the title of the world's strongest without dispute, whom all existing witches on the continent feared, to declare such a thing so definitively. The weight of those words was clear. Her husband, Kazutaru Hateno, the man who stormed the royal palace, dragged the former king from the throne without suffering a single scratch. The legendary all-night witch, spoken of even now in hushed awe. And yet, she had just declared that sway surpassed even him. What, Uni? You mean to tell me you didn't realize? No, I simply believed that since Sway-sama is familiar with the Void Forest, his judgment must be sound. That was all. Then it's the same thing, isn't it? How do you think we've managed to live so comfortably in the depths of the Void Forest all these years? You must have heard from your parents, haven't you? About our home in Nurtep, the untouchable house. Tetra knew about it too. Her father had told her the story countless times. The otherworldly house that had appeared alongside the all-night witch in the fields of Nurtep. The barrier that had repelled every last assassin sent during the strife surrounding the change of rulers. After all, one of those failed assassins had been dispatched by a noble house that had long tormented the Norris family, Tetra's own household. That noble house had collapsed as a result, allowing the Norris family to continue living in peace. She had grown up being told that the all-night witch was an indirect benefactor of her family. And that barrier, the one her benefactor had kept active at all times, an impenetrable, invisible wall, the ultimate manifestation of dark attribute magic, repelling all harm and all who would bring harm. Now then, that's enough talk, isn't it? The blancmange we went through the trouble of chilling will be lukewarm at this rate. This one was made with corn, an ingredient widely cultivated in the elf kingdom of Alfheim. Listening to the heavenly bell witch ramble on about such trivial details, staring blankly at the pure white, pudding-like dessert placed before her, Tetra found herself with no mental capacity left to think further. But at the very least, as she considered the bizarre town of Cidira, where magic power had become so concentrated it was practically a crucible, and the even more bizarre circumstances that had led to this situation, she couldn't shake the thought that, even now, on his way to that very place, that seemingly harmless young man with black hair was likely wearing the same unbothered, carefree expression as this heavenly bell witch. That was the conclusion she reached, with a sigh of resignation. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 68, The City of Cidira. Chapter 68.1, Facing a Formidable Foe. As we approached the designated point, we gradually slowed our marching pace. The magic power crucible here was less than half as concentrated as what was needed for Inteku to fully form, and there was no certainty that any mutants had taken root, but that was no reason to let our guard down. We couldn't afford to charge in recklessly while some of our members were already exhausted. We transitioned from a full sprint to a steady jog, allowing everyone to catch their breath. When we were about 1 to 2 kilometers from the coordinates indicated by the detection device, an unsettling feeling crept over me. Growling. You've noticed it too, haven't you? I turned to Chocola, who was growling behind me, just as Karen, leading the group, issued a warning. Everyone, stay alert. There's no sign of life. Noah, Parker-san, and Karsh-san all sucked in sharp breaths. They had realized what that meant. Normally, the forest would be teeming with animals. Small creatures should have been scurrying through the undergrowth or nesting in the treetops. But now, nothing. Not a single trace of movement. Across this entire stretch of land, at least several hundred meters in radius, there wasn't even the faintest breath of life. The meaning was obvious. Something dangerous lurked ahead, something so fearsome that even the smallest creatures had fled in terror. Bird Dono once told me that in situations like this, the best thing to do is run. Noah muttered under his breath, his expression tense. This is as bad as it gets, isn't it? Mutants are still living creatures. They hunt prey and consume it. Which means, this kind of blatant presence isn't normal. Even when they lose their reason, their instincts should still function. A predator that doesn't suppress its presence cannot hunt effectively. Even mutants, as deranged as they were, usually concealed themselves, silencing their aura to lure prey into a false sense of security. That meant there were 3 possible scenarios. A creature that hunts like a wyvern or griffin, closing in at extreme speeds from beyond the target's perception range before snatching it away. Or perhaps, a powerful monster lurking nearby, engaged in a territorial dispute with the one ahead. Or worse, one so mutated that it has lost even the instinct to hunt properly. Whatever the case, we should proceed with caution. Chocola, can I count on you? Bark. We shifted formations. Chocola and I took the lead, Karen covered the rear, and the others moved between us. Suppressing our magical presence, we advanced slowly, relying on Chocola's nose to guide us. The damp, overgrown forest pressed in from all sides, the ground beneath us soft and clammy. The soil held a high moisture content. That might actually work in our favor. Way of love which. Parker-san's unique magic revolved around mud, a fusion of earth and water. If she could manipulate the Maya, then wet terrain was an advantage. Silently, we pushed aside branches and crouched low in the undergrowth, tension thick in the air. Chocola sniffed the air, his nose twitching, then let out a low growl and came to an abrupt stop. Beyond him, buried in the murky miasma of magic power, it lay sprawled out before us. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was like a cross between a newt and a weasel. Including its tail, its total length reached around 7 meters. It was about 1 meter wide. A flat body, short limbs, a long tail. Its features were unmistakably mustelid. Or rather, it was likely a mutated variant of one. Its slimy hide glistened, and beneath the occasional gaps in its skin, a deep red underbelly peeked through. Only its head and tail retained patches of fur, while its back bristled with a dense layer of crystal-like growths. Frankly, it was unsettling to look at. A newt and a weasel, a new sail. Sway. Nothing, never mind. Karen shot me a deadpan glare. Come on, mixed-trait mutants like this needed proper names for convenience. Still, why do you always come up with such ridiculous names? Would you stop reading my mind? Karen picked up on my silent grumbling and hit me with a follow-up jab. Well, anyway, it's strong, but it's also pretty worn down. The new sail lay curled up with its eyes shut, likely asleep. Yet the chaotic magic power radiating from its body was wild and unrestrained. If its magic was this unstable even in sleep, then it had already lost control over it. In other words, its mutation had progressed significantly. That meant it was fairly powerful, but also that its lifespan was nearing its end. This was a textbook case of a creature that had steeped itself in a condensed magic power crucible, only to reach an inevitable demise. Left alone, it would die. Not right away, perhaps in weeks, maybe months. The real question was whether the magic power crucible it called home would dissipate before then. One thing was certain, the new sail would eventually perish. What remained uncertain was whether its death would trigger an elemental detonation, further refining the magic power crucible. Even if that happened, the odds of the crucible persisting were low. But if it did persist, if another creature settled here, mutated, died, and if that grim roulette spun 5 or 6 more times, with every outcome landing in the worst possible slot, then, and only then, would this place give rise to Inteku, a demon king's birthplace. Well, no matter how low the odds, we can't just leave this as it is. We had to slay the new sail and scatter the magic power crucible. That would stop the roulette from spinning entirely. This was why we had set up the observation device, why we had sent familiars into the sky. With Chocola standing guard, I glanced over my shoulder. Meeting each of my companions' eyes in turn, I asked, "Its magic is strong, but its vitality is weak." Taking both into account, I'd rank its threat level as upper mid for a mutant. It wouldn't be out of place in the depths. What's the call? Noah, Parker-san, and Karsh exchanged glances. Then, after a shared nod, Noah met my gaze and, on their behalf, answered, "I won't say we have no doubts, but let us handle this." Chapter 68.2, Rain of Flames, Smoldering Earth. Before reaching the designated point, we held a discussion. Namely, what should we do if we encounter a mutant? Karen, Chocola, and I were used to this. Thanks to the versatility of our magic, we could handle most opponents. So, we could take on the task ourselves. However, this is an ideal opportunity for us. It was Noah who spoke. He turned his gaze to Parker-san and Kosh-san, addressing them both. We have sway here. That means we can properly test whether our magic works against mutants. I won't deny that relying on him stings my pride a little, but still, chances like this, where we can unleash our full strength, are rare. Wouldn't it be worth trying? Parker-san agreed immediately. Kosh-san hesitated for a moment, then gave a firm nod. And with that, the decision was made. Unless we encountered an enemy with a particularly bad matchup, Noah's group would take the first fight. Section. All right, let's go. Parker-san took command. The plan had already been decided. The three of them had trained together back in the capital, so they knew each other's combat styles well. A brief discussion was all it took to finalize their preparations. The first to move was Kosh-san. 1 step blind, 2 steps keen, 3 steps of slaughter, before the fourth, the eyes are red. As the incantation rang out, her magic power surged. The sleeping mutant, whether it was a newt or a weasel, it was hard to tell, reacted, snapping its eyes open. Kiri. Returnless, pour forth. The hollow shell of the abyssal ring, its cries white, its sparks dark. The mutant let out an eerie rumble. Kosh-san narrowed her eyes and unsheathed her sword. It was both a conduit for refining magic and a cannon to unleash it. The mutant's magic power was in utter disarray, roiling violently like a storm, shaking the very air. Yet the continuous rain which remained unfazed, unshaken. Neither her resolve nor her magic wavered. Following Kosh-san's lead, Parker-san began her own incantation. Brilliant and entwined with the earth, the sky echoes with the dragon's maw. Smoke and soot, sparse and pitiable. Blue lotus, wicked yet fleeting. And overlapping with the others, Noah began his own incantation. Kia-ya-ya. The mutant trembled, the crucible crystal on its back flickering as sparks and sprays of water scattered. Most likely, it wielded a combined element of water and lightning. Its method of attack was simple: drench its target, then electrocute it. Behind the three, I readied myself. Chocola crouched low, letting out a low growl. Grrr. Stay, Chocola. You only step in if it really gets dangerous. That said, a thick mist had already begun to blanket the surroundings. Karen was cutting off the flow of magic power in the area. If magic power remained exposed, other monsters could pick up on the battle and go berserk, rushing toward us. She was ensuring that no interference would come. In contrast, Chocola and I remained on standby. If the mutant's attacks proved too dangerous for Noah and the others, I would activate a barrier immediately. If it attempted to flee, Chocola would bring it down in an instant. But that was only if those scenarios played out. For now, we had decided to minimize our interference as much as possible. In reality, this was close to an ideal setting for battling a mutant. With Karen's magic preventing outside interference, my barriers ensuring their safety, and Chocola sharpening his fangs as the last line of defense, Noah, Parker-san, and Kosh-san could focus entirely on the fight. It was nearly a controlled environment, a mock battle where they could fully test their abilities. I had once spoken with Noah and Parker-san about it. How would they achieve their goal of reaching my home, the deepest part, on their own? Noah had said. He had gained confidence in his magic. His understanding of the arcane had deepened. However, he still didn't truly grasp the extent of his strength. Parker-san had said. Their time in Cidira had certainly made them stronger. But if they were to challenge the deepest part, there was still one concern. That was, fighting mutants. The adventurers of Cidira avoided encounters with them at all costs. In the forest, their highest priority was always not to run into one. To that end, they had mastered skills of the highest caliber, reading the magic power flow of the forest, observing their surroundings in meticulous detail. But for Noah and the others, that also meant something else. They had never trained for the moment after an encounter happened. If they lacked experience fighting mutants, if they didn't have the strength to defeat them, then reaching the deepest part would be impossible. Do your best. Before I knew it, I had murmured the words under my breath. My clenched fist was damp with sweat. I watched the three of them from behind, as if offering a silent prayer. Do your best, May fortune be on your side. Xiahaha. The mutant roared. Its magical energy exploded, and a flash of light streaked through the air. From its open mouth, it fired a jet of water infused with lightning, a single, beam-like blast. If struck, it would pierce straight through. If deflected, it would discharge electricity. Even if dodged, the splashing droplets would paralyze the body. Of course, my barrier was in place. They wouldn't be harmed. But if the barrier activated, it would mean they had failed to handle it on their own. The three of them would never accept that. Almost simultaneously with the creature's attack, Parker-san shouted, "Mud seal." In an instant, a wall of earth rose between Kosh-san and the mutant. A muddy barrier, thick with moisture. The viscous shield absorbed the rushing torrent, dispersing the electricity and blocking the attack completely. Kiaiwai. The mutant shrieked in frustration. It leapt with all four limbs, clinging to a tree trunk, and in that brief opening as it prepared to fire another water blast from above. Too slow. Scorching rain, fierce scattering blossoms. The sword swung. The magic of continuous rain which was unleashed. It was an invisible heat, as fine as needles. Superheated air, sharpened to a piercing edge and bound by magic, then fired in a dense volley, a rain of purgatory itself. A sound like ga-ga-ga-ga, ga-ga-ga-ga, ga, rang out. Countless transparent blades of heat stabbed into the mutant and its surroundings. The humid air evaporated. The trees blackened. Flames erupted here and there. Kshhhhyyy. Yet, the mutant did not suffer a fatal wound. Its slimy outer layer, most likely a mucus coating, caused Kosh-san's scorching rain to slip off, neither piercing nor igniting its body. This was nothing more than a momentary hindrance. No, this had served as an opening. Celebrate, love letter. Unravel, crimson mire. Like dreams, like tongues, scatter fossils for eternity. In the groaning tremor, white brilliance gleams, yet it licks the entrails and laments the sun. Kosh-san's magic overlapped with the chants of Parker-san and Noah. The two of them shouted in unison. Here we go, Noah. For fleeting love, colors bloom, understood. White blaze, shrouding heaven and earth. A deep rumble. The ground trembled as a mass of mud surged upward, splitting apart like the jaws of a beast. Then, from directly below, the mud lunged at the mutant, clamping shut, swallowing its massive body whole. A unity magic, woven together by the two of them. Mud and boiling water, an unassuming combination at first glance, yet together they formed a merciless set of fangs. Kwaj. Keiki. Scorching hot mud engulfed the mutant's body. Its mucus-coated skin made no difference. Neither its ability to generate water nor its capacity to discharge lightning had any effect. A mass heated to 100 degrees Celsius, enough to seal its fate. Trapped inside, its body would be steamed and roasted. A mere 100 degrees? Hardly. That was more than enough heat to denature proteins. The creature inside would be slowly, inexorably, cooked alive, unable to breathe. The thought alone was chilling. The nobles of the royal capital had once dismissed Noah's magic as insignificant. They had no idea what they were talking about. After all, in this world, how many creatures could truly survive being boiled alive? Section. From that point, roughly 30 minutes passed. The magic cast by the two was slow, methodical, delivering a deliberate and thorough execution. Then, deep within the mud, there was a muffled boom. The mutant's life had ended. Its crucible crystal released its elemental energy, signaling its demise. With that as her cue, Parker-san dispelled the mass of mud. Nothing remained inside. Only the scars of battle, the ravaged ground and charred trees, stretched across the landscape. Magnificent. Karen offered a brief yet firm assessment of their fight. I never had to activate my barrier. There was never any need. And so, I spoke to them. Bark. As if to praise them, Chocola barked. Noah, Parker-san, and Kosh-san turned around. Their faces, though weary, were brimming with joy. Chapter 68.3 The Triumphant Return of the Starving Knight. 12 hours had passed since we exterminated the mutant, scattered the magic power crucible that had formed there, and completely nullified the probability of Nteku emerging. In other words, a full day had gone by since our departure. Safely returning to Cidira, we reported our findings to various authorities, including the Guild, the Research Bureau, Grandma, and Her Highness Unia. Given our accumulated fatigue, we decided to take a well-earned rest. However, the moment that decision was made, thud. Karsh-san, the continuous rain witch, suddenly collapsed on the spot. As everyone rushed toward her in a panic, she weakly murmured, "I'm hungry." And so, while the rest of the officials furrowed their brows in concern, I found myself standing in the Research Bureau's kitchen. Section. Delicious. This sweet one, this spicy one, this one with extra vegetables. They're all delicious. Her appetite is terrifying. The table was overflowing with ingredients, and a mountain of tortillas had been piled high. Karsh-san was devouring tacos with an almost supernatural fervor, rolling them up, eating, rolling again, piling on vegetables, meats, and even fruits with reckless abandon. No, devouring wasn't the right word. She was making them disappear. Sui-sama, I sincerely apologize. This is truly inexcusable. At my side, Princess Unia let out a sigh as she lowered her head in apology. A princess, bowing her head, to me? You must be just as exhausted after the journey, yet here you are, cooking. No, please don't worry about it. It's really not that bad. Yeah, this much is fine. Right, Chocola? Bark. Between the journey there and back, we had traveled for over 20 hours. Then, upon returning, I had spent another 2 hours cooking. Naturally, I was a little sleepy. However, when Karsh-san collapsed and muttered, "I'm hungry," we had used fairies due to replenish our mana and restore our stamina. So, putting aside the sleep deprivation, we were still in decent shape. Incidentally, Noah and Parker-san had gone straight home to sleep. They had clearly reached their limits. As for Karsh-san, she was probably just as exhausted. She just couldn't resist the hunger more than the fatigue. She's always had a large appetite, especially after using magic. It's common for mages to get hungry after casting spells. But Karsh-san's magic power consumption seems to be particularly inefficient. Inefficient? That's quite an interesting way to put it. Ah, right. There are no gasoline-powered vehicles in this world. That metaphor doesn't quite fit. Karen, you ate a lot the day after you first came to stay with us, too, didn't you? I did, but not this much. That's true. By now, nearly 2/3 of the tacos on the table had vanished. Chocola, you don't have to push yourself. You can head back to the inn if you want. Bark. Still got energy. Well, I guess you can sleep just about anywhere. You were napping in the hallway while we were cooking, weren't you? Sneaky little guy. Ah. Munch. So good. Munch. Munch. Really, munch. Good. I'm in heaven. At first, Karsh-san had been sucking the tacos like a vacuum cleaner. But now that her stomach was settling down, she'd slowed her pace a little, though she was still keeping up a rate of about 1 taco every 10 seconds. Just as I chuckled at the sight, someone quietly stepped up beside us. Idol-san. Lowering his voice, he spoke. Continuous Rain Dono was born into a fallen noble house. When His Majesty ascended to the throne, her family was stripped of its title as part of his reforms. He was telling us Karsh-san's story. Wait, then wouldn't that mean my father and mother were involved, too? Yes. It's possible they even caused some trouble for All Night Sama in the past. If that's the case, allow me to apologize on their behalf. That's not something you need to apologize for, Idol-san. But if that's how things were, then Karsh-san must have had a rough time, didn't she? After her family fell to commoner status, she was taken in by distant relatives. However, being the daughter of a house that had enabled the kingdom's corruption, she was treated poorly, barely getting enough to eat in her childhood. And yet, she remained steadfast. She devoted herself to training, deepened her magical abilities, and eventually rose to the rank of witch. Now, she serves the royal family with unwavering loyalty. Idol and Karsh have been childhood friends, you know. As if embracing the Prime Minister's somber words, Princess Unia added gently, "My parents, the king and queen, found the two of them while on an inspection tour. One had an exceptional mind, and the other extraordinary magic power. So they took them in. She was always hungry, even back then. There was a weight to Idol's voice, though his words were laced with exasperation. She got married last year. To a man from her hometown. He's my best friend. He works as a librarian at the Royal Library now, working himself to the bone to cover their food expenses. This starving knight is a married woman. My shock was immediately followed by a strange sense of deep emotion. And then, I finally realized something. Something so obvious, I should have noticed it much sooner. Not just Karsh-san, Princess Yunia, Idol-san, Tinam-san, the attendants. Even the people I had only met a few days ago each had their own lives. They had walked their own paths, carried their own burdens, and looked toward their own futures. She is the daughter of a house stripped of its title by royal decree. At first, the backlash was severe, and we worried that she might resent us. But she simply smiled and said she was happy, because she could finally eat her fill. She was grateful to have found a way to use her magic. She said it brought her joy to serve the royal family. And so, Yunya-sama lowered her head toward me once more. I deeply apologize for the trouble we've caused you, Sui-sama. But as a token of appreciation for her unwavering loyalty, we wanted to let her eat to her heart's content. This was our selfish wish. We will, of course, prepare a separate reward. It was Karen who answered. Your Highness, Karsh-sama's magic was incredible. She fought in an unfamiliar forest against a mutant she had never encountered before, and never took a single step back. That is no easy feat. Indeed. So I followed up. Fighting mutants makes it hard to weave magic properly. The crucible crystals distort the flow of magic power in the area. But Karsh-san, Noah, and Parker-san all overcame it without issue. The tacos on the table were nearly gone. Karsh-san had finally slowed down, savoring the last bites with a mix of satisfaction and reluctance. Gratitude shone on her face. I didn't need to sense causality threads through magic to understand. Her feelings came through clearly. She was grateful to us for the meal. And above all, she was grateful to the people she called her masters, the princess and the prime minister. How could anyone call this a bother? Seeing an expression like that, it made everything worth it. Your Highness, Prime Minister, this might be impertinent of me to say, but prepare yourselves. It's not just Karsh-san. While we're here, we're going to make sure all of you eat your fill. Karen made her way to the table to refill an empty wooden mug with water. And watching her back, I felt completely at peace. Oh, that's right, Suedono. I nearly forgot about the confection. The Starlin, would you be so kind as to serve it as dessert once we're finished? Seriously? Chapter 68.4. Take a walk on your days off. Noah and Parker-san still hadn't fully recovered from their exhaustion, and as for Karsh-san, she was apparently fast asleep. I figured it wasn't just the physical strain, more than that, it was probably the mental stress that had worn her out. We were used to encountering mutants on a regular basis, but from a general perspective, they were truly terrifying beings. Come to think of it, G-Liz once said that he could manage in a one-on-one fight, but if there were multiple opponents, he'd have no choice but to run. And that was coming from one of the mighty dragon. The claim that if one ever appeared in a human settlement, it would be a catastrophe wasn't an exaggeration. At any rate, Princess Yunia and her group were spending the day leisurely exploring the town, and they told us to take it easy as well. So, we decided to relax. In other words, we went for a walk. Going down. This rude. If we keep going down lit. You're good at that. Bark. Mint hummed as she trotted along the main street, while Chocola barked happily beside her. And I held the leash. To that tune, foo foo foo, foo-un. Lost the lyrics? Foo foo foo, foo-un. Going down. But you've got the melody down. Her singing voice was sweet, carrying a faintly wistful tone. Her voice itself was incredible. If she practiced properly, she might be able to sing at a professional level. Or maybe I was just being biased. Oh, Mint-chan, you're in a good mood today. Gramps, hello. Sell lots vegetables? Oh yeah, Thanks to some noble's hospitality officer buying in bulk, I made a nice profit. Having them delivered makes things easier too. The old man at the vegetable stall greeted us in his usual friendly manner. We had placed a large order for Princess Unia and her group's meals. Still, hospitality officer sounded awfully grand. Not just the old man, but the entire town had realized that the noble guests visiting Cidira were of considerable status. After all, they were staying at the residence of the third prince, Noah, and even the Hateno family had come out of the forest to host them. And yet, no one pried too much. Of course, I was sure it was a topic of idle gossip, but at the very least, no one had asked us about it directly. That was one of the good things about the people of Cidira. They were broad-minded, easygoing, and had a certain carefree nature about them. Thinking back, they had accepted both me and Noah without hesitation. A strange outsider who had suddenly appeared deep in the forest, and the third prince of the kingdom. Yet no one here treated us any differently. So, the prince and princess are bedridden? I just delivered some vegetables over there, and a cute maid answered the door. Must be one of the attendants staying with the nobles. Ah. We pushed ourselves a bit yesterday. We went deep into the forest on a forced march and spent the entire day running. They're exhausted. Ha, an entire day, huh? Maids sure are something else. Gramps, this one, inside's bad. Oh, seriously? Mint pointed at one of the melons stacked high in a pile. From the outside, it looked fine, but it was probably diseased. The old man picked it up, gave it a shake, and nodded with a serious expression. Yeah, something's off inside. That was careless of me. Thanks, Mint-chan, you've got a sharp eye. Mufu. Honestly, being able to tell just by shaking it is impressive enough to me. Hey, kid, do you know how many years I've been selling vegetables? We exchanged light-hearted banter, laughing as we went. And then, from behind us. Good day, Sway-san. Are you out for a walk with Chocola? And I see Mint-san is with you as well. Ah, Uni-san. Hearing the voice, I turned around to see Princess Unia, her attendant maid, and Tinam-san standing there. Uni. Hello, peasant day? My, pleasant day to you too, Mint-san. Mint gave a small bow. Her greeting was a little clumsy, but Princess Unia smiled warmly and returned it with the same courtesy. Tinam-san, hello. Yes, hello. Suikuen, you're looking energetic, despite everything that happened yesterday. I slept soundly through the night, so I'm fine. Noah-kun, on the other hand, has been groaning from muscle pain. Well, he'll be better by tomorrow. So, Uni-san, are you here for some street food today? Since we were in town and she was traveling incognito, it was an unspoken rule not to use honorifics like princess or sama when addressing Unia. Yes, since we've come all this way, I simply had to experience the local cuisine. Just earlier, I tried some skewered meat. It had an impressively bold and rustic flavor. What exactly did you eat? Came liver. It's considered a delicacy in the royal capital, you know? It's usually strained and used in sauces, but to think they were selling it grilled on skewers like that. It was quite the shock. I've heard there are plenty of cane birds living in the outer part. Of course, they existed deeper in the forest as well. We had roasted one in an earth oven once before, and ever since then, it had made an appearance on our table about once a month. So it was considered a luxury ingredient. Now that I thought about it, I vaguely recalled Karen mentioning something like that before. But in Cidira, people saw it more as a bit pricier than farm-raised Jiji birds, but that's about it. This is a wonderful town. Princess Unia murmured as she crouched down to pat Mint's head. It is. To me, it's my second home. This town is a valuable asset to the Sorks Kingdom as well. It must be protected. Perhaps the events of the other day had given the princess something to reflect on. As I idly watched her profile, lost in thought. Bark. Kuan. Oh. What's the matter, Chocola? Getting restless? Bark. Chocola started pacing around me, clearly bored. Hey, stop that. If you keep it up, you're going to get me all tangled up in the leash. Oh dear, my apologies, Chocola-san. Sway-sama. It looks like that stall over there is selling dried fruit. If you don't mind, would you accompany me? Ah, of course. Uni, what dried fruit like? Mint likes fig. Oh my, they have figs right now? Then perhaps I shall have some as well. Wanna eat them? I don't have to ask Sway first. Of course, it's fine. Let's buy some for Mother and the others too. You. Mint cheered and launched herself at my waist, while Unia watched on with an amused smile. As I fended off Chocola, who had decided to join in the excitement, I turned to the vegetable seller and gave him a nod. See you around. Chapter 68.5 The City of Cidira. Tasting Tomo-san's cakes, watching Kash-san devour a mountain of tacos, seeing Her Highness Unia indulge in street food. Those were certainly enjoyable moments, but that wasn't all their stay was about. After all, Unia-sama was the first princess, and Idle-san was the prime minister. If people of such standing were to travel all the way to this remote region, there had to be a political reason for it. Simply saying, "We're taking a little trip incognito" wouldn't be enough to justify their visit. One of those reasons involved more accurately, the Hateno family's noble title. That matter, it seemed, would be resolved with a simple conferment ceremony on the final day. However, today's discussion was about something that wouldn't be settled so easily. That day, our entire family was summoned to Noah's mansion. There, we found Cliché-san, the guild master, also in attendance. Section. This may be an informal setting, but the meeting itself is official. I hope you don't mind, but a scribe will be present to take records. Is that acceptable? Once everyone had gathered, Idle-san took the lead in the discussion. Behind him stood one of the knights and the princess's maid, both holding quill pens, ready to transcribe. The meeting was being held in Noah's study. Despite being called a study, the room was quite spacious, far larger than my own back home. In front of the grand desk was a long table with sofas arranged so that we could all sit facing one another. Against the wall, there was even a dedicated desk for the scribes. Now that I thought about it, I had never been in here before. I was pretty sure Noah didn't use this space much either. Since this is an official meeting and will be put into writing, should Mint and Chocola perhaps? No need. While we won't be recording every single bark from Chocoladono, I would like to hear your thoughts as a family, just as they are. Idle-san rejected my suggestion outright. Looks like your barking won't be recorded, but try to behave, okay? Bark, Fusu. I will make sure he gets some milk later. Bark. He sure perks up when milk is mentioned. Chocola wagged his tail happily at the princess's kindness. So, this is official, right? What exactly is this discussion about? Considering that I was called here, well, I'd say it's exactly what you're thinking. Across from me, sitting diagonally, Cliché-san crossed his arms and nodded. He is the master of the Adventurers Guild's Cidira branch. As the guild master and the de facto leader of this town, he was essentially its ruler. It seems Cliché-dono has already deduced the matter at hand. Then, let's get straight to the point. Idle-san straightened his posture. In that instant, his entire presence shifted. His demeanor grew taut, his posture solemn, his expression sharp, and his gaze unwaveringly cold. I could do nothing but hold my breath. Even Chocola's ears twitched in reaction. This was surely the face of a kingdom's prime minister. The face of a man who bore the lives and livelihoods of countless citizens, carrying the weight of governance. And then, Idle-san, no, the prime minister, spoke. The Kingdom of Sorks is currently reviewing the governance structure of this region. Cliché-san's brow twitched slightly. Mother closed her eyes, remaining silent. I, on the other hand, felt a sense of understanding settle in. To confirm the current state of governance, right now, the Void Forest is royal territory, directly controlled by the kingdom. Meanwhile, Cidira is officially classified as a village. In the Sorks Kingdom's administrative system, a village referred to a settlement not governed by a noble. No matter how large its population or how developed its industries, without a ruling noble, it remained a village. However, this classification was now being questioned, likely by none other than. Recently, more and more nobles have begun to object to this. As Cidira's industries flourish, Food exports have increased, and domestic trade has seen a notable rise in profits. Given the scale of revenue generated by this settlement, many argue that it should no longer be considered just a village. It seemed certain nobles in the royal capital had caught the scent of profit and set their sights on this place. How shameless. A pack of fools, blinded by greed. Heavenly Beldono, your statement is being recorded. Oh, I know. I said it with that in mind. After all, the ones who want to lay their hands on Cidira will be reading this record, won't they? A sharp killing intent radiated from Mother. Of course, it wasn't directed at Idle-san or anyone in this room. It was meant for those far away in the royal capital, the ones who, from the safety of their distant halls, were trying to snatch away the fruits of this town's hard work. This settlement should no longer remain a village. In other words, they wanted to install a noble to govern it. They wanted to claim lordship over Cidira and pocket its wealth. So, what is the royal family's stance on this? Mother's voice was low and laced with menace as she posed her question. Even Idle-san, usually so composed, couldn't quite keep his expression from twitching. Just moments ago, he had been the very picture of cool-headedness. Sorry about this, Mother can be a bit much sometimes. Growling. It's okay. Chocola must have picked up on the tension, as he let out a low growl, his body tensing in caution. I reached out and stroked him to calm him down, rubbing beneath his chin. As soon as I did, he let out a relieved kuan and relaxed. Idle-san, noticing our little exchange, cleared his throat with a small cough, as if resetting himself. He's back to being composed. Impressive. I'll state the obvious, but the royal family has two main options. We can maintain the current system, or we can appoint a new lord to govern Cidira. However, naturally, we must consider a variety of factors before making a final decision. Even if we were to maintain the status quo, the issue of taxation will inevitably arise as Cidira's prosperity continues. If we continue to apply the special tax reductions granted to villages, the disparity between Cidira and other regions will grow far too great. Cliché-san responded immediately, his tone more formal than before. As the de facto head of Cidira's governing body, let me make one thing clear, we hold no defiance against the crown. If a lord is appointed, we will accept their rule. If we are entrusted to continue managing things as we have, we will carry on. We will also comply with any tax adjustments. However, our priority is the well-being of the people. We have our own hopes and requests in that regard, and we will petition for them accordingly. Your loyalty to the crown is greatly appreciated. However, before we discuss those matters, allow me to explain the second option. If we were to appoint a new lord, we would have several candidates to consider. Idle-san straightened his posture once more. During the royal capital's council discussions, four noble houses volunteered themselves for the position. Meanwhile, the royal family has put forward 3 candidates. In total, 7 houses are under consideration. Based on our findings from this inspection trip, 1 house will be selected through further deliberation in the council. At that moment, sitting beside me, the princess remained silent, her lips pressed together. She was looking at me. Her expression was faint, so subtle that it was barely noticeable, but it almost looked like she was smiling. Idle-san continued, "Let's set aside the 4 self-nominated houses for now. First, I will disclose the 3 candidates chosen by the royal family. Based on our first-hand assessment, the Crown believes that one of these 3 should be entrusted with governing Cidira." And then, he announced the names. Duke Merrill, Nope Merrill T. Sawks. Marquis Mukare, Seralind Mukare. And lastly, the next head of the Hateno Viscounty, Sway Hateno. Ha! I almost shot up from the sofa. Wait, hold on. A lord of Cidira. Why is my name in that list? My mind reeled in confusion, thoughts spinning in frantic circles. What the hell is going on? Princess Unia said it herself the other day. There were no obligations tied to my father's viscounty. That I wouldn't be used for political maneuvering. But wait. Did she actually say that outright? Now that I think about it, I don't think she ever explicitly stated it. It was Mother who explained it that way. So was Mother tricked too? But would the royal family really deceive her? That seems like a terrible idea. You wouldn't want to get on her bad side. Then why is this happening? A light tap on my shoulder snapped me out of my spiraling thoughts. It was Karen, sitting beside me. Hey, this. Sure. Before I could respond, a hand tugged at my sleeve from the other side. Mother. She pressed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Then, without a word, she pointed toward Grandma. Grandma remained silent, cradling Mint on her lap, her lips curled into a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Mint was completely asleep. Sire. So. Karen was telling me to stay quiet. Mother was also telling me to stay quiet. Grandma wasn't saying anything. Mint was happily dozing off. Chocola was staring at me in confusion. What the hell is going on? Then, across from me, Noah stood up. And at last, I let out an utterly bewildered, undignified noise. Understood. I, Nope of House Merrill, accept the honor of governing Cidira. HHHH. When multiple noble houses are presented with an offer by the royal family, it is customary for the highest-ranking house to respond first. Those of lower rank are expected to follow suit unless they have a strong objection. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing. In other words, this was essentially a royal decree appointing Noah as Cidira's lord. Chapter 68.6 The Future Ahead. Multiple individuals receiving the same command must respond in order of rank or status, with the highest ranked speaking first. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, this effectively serves as a direct appointment for the highest ranking individual. Apparently, this is standard protocol for noble affairs, something only I was unaware of. Seeing my bewilderment, Karen and Mother hastily exchanged guilty glances, while the others merely chuckled at my ignorance. As for Princess Unia, that look she gave me earlier, it was apparently her way of saying, your name will be mentioned, but it's just protocol, so please bear with it. This is embarrassing. I'm sorry. I should have explained it beforehand, but it was so obvious I didn't even think about it. Karen gently patted my head as I buried my face in my hands in shame. Please stop. That only makes it worse. At least your reaction didn't get recorded in the minutes. Right. If everything I said was transcribed and made publicly accessible, that would have been a disaster. I really hope things like her and A didn't make it into the official records. For the record, Noah's response effectively marked the conclusion of the formal meeting. The knights and attendants had already set down their quills and stepped away from the writing desks, which meant I was now free to humiliate myself, speak freely. But seriously, Noah, are you sure about this? Taking on the role of Lord? My Aniu and Anu had already spoken to me about it privately. Given the circumstances, it's clear that me accepting the position is the best course of action. It's a relief for the guild as well. We don't need some opportunist from the capital barging in and claiming authority. Keeping it in the family is the safest option. I'll handle external negotiations, but I won't be interfering in administrative matters, Cliché Dono. I expect things to continue as they have been. Cliché-san let out a small breath of relief and exchanged a glance with Noah. It seemed he had suspected this outcome rather than being informed beforehand. The guildmaster of Cidira was quite sharp. At that moment, Idle-san, who had been sipping his tea, let out a slight chuckle and spoke. This was precisely what the royal family wished to avoid, outsiders with no real understanding of Cidira swooping in to exploit its resources. That would have been unacceptable. In that sense, the circumstances played entirely in our favor. The fact that Noah and the others were already based here, that Suedono would inherit the viscountcy, and, though I hesitate to say it so bluntly, even the anomaly detected by the monitoring devices in the Void Forest during our stay, these were all fortunate coincidences for us. His words didn't quite click with me. Instead of furrowing my brows and tilting my head in confusion, I reached down to pet Chocola at my feet. Garf, garf. Still too preoccupied with the milk. He had buried his snout in the bowl of milk that had been brought out after the meeting, lapping at it with single-minded focus. Well, I hadn't expected him to answer me anyway. Is it good? Bark. As I ruffled his fur, I turned back to Idle-san and asked, "What do you mean by worked in our favor? It's not all that complicated." It was Noah who answered me. "First of all, you understand why it would be a problem if a noble from the royal capital were to become the lord here, right?" "Of course. Not just me. Anyone living in this city would make a disgusted face at the thought. Someone completely unfamiliar with Cidira's way of life or the nature of the Void Forest would suddenly arrive, issue orders, create arbitrary laws, and even siphon away the city's profits. That would be an absolute nightmare. And to make matters worse, 4 different noble houses had expressed interest in taking control. For those of us who live here, it's beyond ridiculous. But even so, if they came forward with all the proper procedures and an indisputable management plan, the royal family wouldn't be able to reject them outright. And on top of that, leaving things as they are is no longer an option. The profits generated by Cidira have simply grown too large." Princess Unia added with a troubled, no, more like exasperated, expression. "I see. So the royal family needed to present a proposal and justification that those nobles would have no choice but to accept." "That's right. You catch on quickly. Noah, as the 3rd prince, holds a ducal title. His rank is more than sufficient, and more importantly, he already has an estate here. As an adventurer, he understands the situation on the ground, has the ability to handle crises, and, above all, can take responsibility for anything that happens in the Void Forest. With all those conditions in place, there's no way any outsider could compete with him in terms of suitability. Even if another noble house were to argue that they had more experience with livestock farming or a secret strategy for mass-producing consom, none of that would matter in the face of someone who had already produced proven results. And I get why me inheriting the viscountcy also works as an advantage. My official registration is in Cidira, right? It wouldn't do to have someone like me floating around without a clear position. Not to mention Grandma Seralind and Mother as well. My grandma was a key figure in the kingdom, and Mother, the legendary deer slayer whom even the king himself had to bow to. And then there was me, set to inherit the Hateno viscountcy, the very title that once belonged to Kazutaru Hateno, the man infamous for his past blunders. Well, mostly you. A clear position doesn't even begin to cover it. You're a crucial figure in this city. Do you seriously not realize that? I mean, I kind of do. Cliché-san curled his lips into a wry smile, and I shrugged in response. If it were just Grandma and Mother, I might have been able to feign ignorance. The research bureau where Grandma worked was an independent organization, separate from any governing body, and Mother spent most of her time deep within the forest, rarely involving herself with the city. But I was different. Development of consom, financial backing for its production, the spread of foods like sesame tofu and starlin. If I were to put it plainly, I was deeply entangled in Cidira's economic interests. At this point, it would be impossible to manage the city without taking into account the presence of Sway Hateno, Viscount. Cliché-san, are you sure you'll be fine? Once I become a Viscount, I might use my authority to take full advantage of the situation. Oh, come on, you really think you can outmaneuver me? I'm the one carrying the livelihoods of this city's roughest lot on my back. If our earnings get unfairly cut, I won't be able to face the people risking their lives for this place. And you'd better be ready too, Noah. Even if you're the Lord now, I'm not going easy on you. And then, the final reason. Just as Cliché-san said with pride, this city, Cidira, was the Frontiers' front line. Adventurers risked their lives venturing into the forest, fighting to claim its bounties. The city's industries supported them, strengthened them, and sent them back out once more. A savage land pressed against the Void Forest, one of the most dangerous zones in the world. A city that thrived despite the presence of formidable monsters and mutants, where people laughed as they lived their days without a care. I hadn't traveled the world, but I was certain there weren't many places as insane as this. Now that the observation devices had detected abnormalities during the princess's visit, the full extent of that insanity would finally be acknowledged. A land where mutants lurked in swarms, where those very creatures could even evolve into a demon king. What noble in their right mind would still want to govern such a place? The emergence of the Teiku had been a coincidence, a culmination of unrelated factors. But fate did not choose its time or place. It didn't care whether a noble was here or not. The princess had proven that firsthand. Incredible. I found myself murmuring under my breath. Princess Unia had claimed that this was all just an excuse to enjoy good food, but that was absurd. This was politics. A move that had, without a doubt, safeguarded Cidira's future. Noah, for taking on the role of Lord. Cliché-san, for seamlessly accepting and adapting to the new order. They deserved nothing less than admiration. But precisely because of that, I found myself thinking, realizing, why had this been necessary? Why had such a maneuver been required? I straightened my posture, sat upright on the sofa, and then, facing everyone before me, I bowed my head deeply. Princess Unia, Idol-san, Noah, Cliché-san, I'm sorry. This entire situation is my fault, isn't it? Chapter 68.7, Moving Forward Together. I bowed my head deeply before the people seated across from me. The reason Cidira had drawn the attention of the capital's nobility in the first place was because of the buzz around consommé and sesame tofu. New foods had been introduced, spread throughout the kingdom, and become widely known, until finally, people started to think Cidira is thriving. That land is making money. So then, who was responsible for that? Who had developed consommé and sesame tofu? Who had put Cidira in the spotlight? There was no denying it. The answer was Princess Unia, Idol-san, Noah, Cliché-san. I'm sorry. This entire situation is my fault, isn't it? A few seconds of silence filled the room. The first to speak was Princess Unia, her voice carrying a gentle denial. Sway-sama, that's not true. Please, raise your head. Wait. But Cliché-san cut her off. Interrupting a member of the royal family was an incredibly disrespectful act. And yet, he had done so. Sway, you're misunderstanding something, aren't you? Surely, for my sake. But. No buts. The one overseeing Cidira's governance is the Adventurers Guild, me. You think it makes sense for you to bow your head while ignoring me? His voice was rough, deep, and stern. And because of that, it was also kind. You're right that this all started with you. You developed consommé, spread Noah's night cloud in the capital. That's what put us on the map. And in the end, even the royal family had to get involved. I won't deny that. But you already know, don't you? That this wasn't something you did alone. Who gave the approval to produce consommé in the first place? Who hired workers and signed off on mass production? Who was responsible for making Noah's night cloud and Skylark Pavilion's cakes a trend? Was all of that your doing alone? Of course not. No. You got teleported into the depths of the forest, ended up in this city, and from there, a lot of things started moving. That's just the truth. And hey, coincidence or not, we're grateful for it. Thanks to you, we've had a taste of success. But good fortune always comes at a price. When money starts flowing in, trouble isn't far behind. That's all this is. Nothing more, nothing less. He grabbed both my shoulders firmly. I was pushed, forced to raise my face. Cliché-san had leaned in close. His face, rugged, stern, like a Yakuza boss or a stubborn old man, was that of a reliable, steadfast adult. Well, I'll admit this got bigger than I expected. The nobles from the capital decided to meddle, and we even had to rely on the royal family for help. In the end, Noah became the lord, and this village is officially a city now. But even with all that, no matter how much Cidira changes, we won't. A sharp grin. Cunning, shrewd, yet still somehow warm and inviting. A bunch of adventurers who washed up in this backwater, and a bunch of fools who, for whatever reason, decided to stay. We hunt, gather, raise, farm, build, craft, and sell. The land is dangerous, and we're stuck in the middle of nowhere, but it's the same kind of life you'll find anywhere. Yes. Yeah, well, I didn't know about this whole Teiku business either. Turns out we had some nasty trouble hidden away. On that front, I'm grateful to the elves who kept us safe in secret, and to you guys for stepping in now. But even so, you don't have to shoulder all of this alone. Because no matter how deep in the forest you live, you're still a child of Cidira. Anyone who puts down roots here, whether they're commoners or nobles, witches, or whatever else, if they've chosen this place, they're one of us. Got it? Yes. As Cliché-san flashed me a broad grin, the weight pressing down on me lifted. The burden I had been carrying melted away, and with his words, I finally realized something. At some point, I had taken on an odd sense of responsibility. I wanted to do something. I wanted to move forward. I wanted to stand in this world as myself. But as those feelings became more concrete, somewhere along the way, wanting to do things had turned into having to do them. I had to contribute to the city's development. I want to do something. I had to repay the people of Cidira. I want to move forward. I had to stop the Teiku from appearing and protect this city. I want to stand in this world as myself. I had been letting my own feelings control me. Cliché-san put a firm no to that. He made it clear that the burdens that arose as I walked my path were not mine to carry alone. That I wasn't walking alone, but together with everyone. That people don't live in this world by themselves. Bark. Chocola placed his front paws on my lap and began licking my hand. Yeah, that's right. You've always been by my side, walking beside me. When I was first transported here, when my father passed away, I was never alone. The warmth of your tongue against my hand is the answer to that. If you understand, then lift your head, face forward, and stand tall. Cliché-san glared at me. Not with anger, nor intimidation, but as if making sure I understood. As if telling me, we're right here beside you. So, I nodded firmly. Cliché-san, you're not just greedy for money, are you? Thank you. About time you figured that out. But don't get me wrong. You're not mistaken. From now on, keep coming up with ideas to fatten our pockets. I don't care how much attention Cidira draws. After all, we've got none other than the third prince himself backing us. At being named, Noah let out a hearty chuckle. That's right. There's no need to shrink away. Everything is a matter of fate. You transmigrated here, I came to meet you, and you saved me. It was because of that incident that I decided to take on the role of Lord. That I chose to stand tall and live in this town. In the end, things always fall into place, so there's no need to worry. His hand ruffled my hair roughly, the strength behind it unwavering. And right now, being rocked back and forth in his grasp felt oddly comforting. Chapter 69, Leisurely and Delicious Days. Chapter 69.1, Curry is the taste of family. Princess Unia and her entourage had about 5 days left in their stay. They had already taken care of nearly all matters that could be considered official business and were now indulging in a carefree gourmet lifestyle. Since we were dining together, not for every meal, but often enough, I had grown quite accustomed to their company. In fact, they had finally come right out and said it. Suesama, you and we are family by relation. So please, in informal settings, feel free to relax. I would appreciate it as well. Well, I am an adopted child to begin with, so whether I can truly be called a member of the royal family is a bit questionable. At first, I still felt hesitant. But being too reserved would only come across as rude. So at least while we were here in Cidira, I decided to change my mindset. Not as the first princess. Not as the prime minister. To me, Unisan and Idol-san would just be an older sister and brother from the family section. And so, today, we're making curry. At last, that. I have dreamed of this moment. Because Parker-san went and talked about it. And so, midday arrived at Noah's estate. Unisan, Parker-san, and I stood together in the kitchen. Spread across the counter were vegetables, meat, dairy products, and various spices. As for the essential chili peppers, a massive stock of them hung from the walls. It seemed the rumors were true. Parker-san, or rather, the Beastkin as a whole, really were fond of them. I put in a request with the trading company. Had them bring in a whole bunch. Even so, that's an incredible amount. It's a shame we can only get the dried ones. Back home, we use them fresh. Parker-san gazed happily at the curtain of red, while the cuisine of the Beastkin territory is also quite exquisite. I once visited during a diplomatic tour. A lot of it is spicy, but elder sister-in-law-san ate it all without batting an eye. Will today's curry be spicy as well? Uni-san looked at me with an eager expression. Yes. Since we'll be eating it with naan, I was thinking of making it a bit spicier. Naan? It's a type of bread. It's somewhat similar to the one Noah made before. The three of us put on our aprons. It seemed Uni-san would be participating in the cooking this time. Behind her, the lady-in-waiting was watching with a mix of concern and nervousness. Had she ever even cooked before? Well, it's not too difficult, so it should be fine. Alright, let's get started. With that, we relaxed our shoulders and began making curry. Section. Began, also I thought. Sway-san, regarding the spices, is there a particular reasoning or effect behind these selections and combinations? Not really. I've just been experimenting to recreate the taste of curry from my memories. She showed interest in the blend. I see, so it's simmered. The aroma is quite strong, but does it not overpower the flavor of the ingredients? It's fine. The base flavor changes depending on the type of meat used, and vegetables are generally chosen for their fragrance and texture. Even as I stirred the pot, the questions kept coming. So the thick consistency comes from using flour. And why add yogurt? It softens the spiciness and gives a milder taste. It also enhances the umami. When we neared the final steps, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. You use quite a bit of butter in the dough. Since you're cooking it in a pan, does that mean it won't rise? That's right. It'll be flat and chewy. Would you like to taste it? As I started cooking the naan, she looked at it longingly. At some point, I realized. Or rather, I finally caught on. She didn't want to participate in cooking. She just wanted to observe the process. Hey, elder sister-in-law-san, don't wander around too much. If you're not careful, you'll get in the way. My apologies. It's just that the process is so fascinating. Parker-san, ever considerate, had been subtly guiding Uni-san away from our work area to keep her from disrupting our movements. You're like a child clinging to their mother. Uni-san pouted at being scolded, while Parker-san, despite chastising her, couldn't help but smile. Different races, no blood relation, but the bond between them was undeniable. Watching from the sidelines, I couldn't help but feel it. They were family. Still, I thought it would turn red since you used pepper, but this color is quite unusual. Beastkin Territory's pepper soup is red, after all. We should make sure you get to eat some before you leave, elder sister-in-law-san. Oh, I would love that. It's truly delicious. The lingering heat and sourness are addicting, yet the unique aroma of coriander soothes the soul. I've been wondering for a while now, but do you have any foods you dislike, elder sister-in-law-san? I wouldn't know. What do you mean, you wouldn't know? It's your own tastes we're talking about. Well, there are still so many foods in this world that I've yet to try. There might be something out there that doesn't suit my palate, don't you think? I see. That's so like you, elder sister-in-law-san. The curry was nearly done. All that remained was to let it simmer so the flavors could meld. The naan was also finished baking. With the main tasks completed, the two of them happily chatted away. At this point, as a man, I had no place in their conversation. I simply stood a little behind them, absent-mindedly watching the lively exchange between the two women, while keeping an eye on the curry to make sure it didn't burn. Sway, got a moment? What is it? The kitchen door cracked open slightly, and Karen peeked in, her upper body leaning inside. Chocola wants more milk. Oh, got it. It's almost ready, so would it be okay to serve it along with everyone's lunch? Chocola, think you can wait a little longer? Bark, Kwon. Peering out into the hallway, I saw a pair of round eyes staring up at me. Hey, don't give me that look. It won't work. Bark. Talking with Karen and Chocola, I felt my heart grow a little lighter. Maybe I was feeling envious of how much fun Uni-san and Parker-san were having. A family's conversation, It was probably because we were making curry, because curry is the taste of family. Turning back toward the kitchen, I called out, "Everyone's waiting. Let's bring it out soon." Chapter 69.2. Let's eat together as a family. Are you all right with the smell? It's stronger than usual. Bark. Looks like you're fine. But if it gets too much, head outside, alright? Bark. As I wheeled the cart carrying the finished curry, I spoke to Chocola at my feet. I had worried the spices might be too much for a dog's nose, but he seemed completely unbothered. As expected of a CU Sith. Entering the guest room, I began setting out the plates. The two witches and their attendants weren't present today. Apparently, they had gone to explore the city on their own. I briefly wondered if that was all right, considering they were supposed to be on guard duty, but since we were inside Noah's estate and all of us were here, it had been deemed safe. Yunia-san had explained, I want them to see this city not just as our attendants, but with their own eyes and perspectives. And so, the 6 members of the Hateno family, me, Karen, Mother, Mint, Grandma, and Chocola. The 4 members of the Sorks family, Yunia-san, Idol-san, Noah, and Parker. A total of 10 people gathered for lunch. Chocola only had meals in the morning and evening, so for now, he had his snack, milk. I had added some fruit to it, making it a bit more luxurious than usual. Well then, itadakimasu. Bark. The curry came in 3 varieties, each tailored to different meats. Beef, pork, and jijibird, chicken. The beef curry was a European-style dish, slow-cooked with wine. The pork curry was a home-style dish, mild and comforting with added honey. The chicken curry was Indian-style, rich with butter and cream. Each was served in deep dishes, meant to be enjoyed by dipping naan into them. I hadn't been able to get all the proper ingredients to make them truly authentic, but I thought I had managed to bring out distinct flavors in each one. Section. Each one is simply marvelous. Yunia-san exhaled deeply after tasting them all. Most of the spices used are the same, yet the difference in flavors is remarkable. I had noticed that the cooking process varied quite a bit between each pot, but I see now how much the base ingredients influence the final taste. For me, this one is the best. Noah savored the beef curry, his face relaxing into a smile. The richness of the beef, the sweetness of the onions, and the depth of the wine combined to create a refined, exquisite flavor. The mushrooms add a delightful texture as well. For me, it's the jijibird one. Parker-san had taken a liking to the chicken curry. The big chunks of meat make it really satisfying to eat. And the spice level is just right. It's spicy, but at the same time, it has this mellow richness. So strange, but so good. I think I prefer this one, the one with the most ingredients. Idol seemed to be drawn to the pork curry. Carrots, round yams, long squash. The chunky vegetables make it so enjoyable. It has a gentle, comforting flavor. The honey balances out the spice, making it something you could just keep eating endlessly. And so, the members of the Sorks family discussed their impressions. Still, what a truly unique aroma and taste. It's my first time eating this, yet somehow, it feels nostalgic. The spices are intense, yet they have a strangely calming effect. It's not just about the heat, it leaves you wanting more with every bite. So this is curry. As Yunia-san marveled at the dish. It might be better not to introduce this to the royal capital. It's too delicious, it would definitely become a craze. But with the sheer number of spices needed, the business and trade implications would be massive. Noah wore a serious expression. I agree. There's also the issue of production. If it spreads recklessly, it could lead to disputes. Fortunately, unless someone manages to decipher the spice blend, it's impossible to recreate. If word of this leaks outside Cidira, we can just claim it's a secret recipe. Idol-san nodded deeply. The most important ingredient seems to be pepper. But that's mostly known only in the Beastkin territory. I doubt anyone could figure it out just from the aroma of this dish. Parker-san smirked mischievously. Though their conversation had taken a political turn, it was only natural. After all, they were a royal family that ruled a nation. Discussions like these were likely just part of their daily lives. As the Sorks family spoke, the members of the Hateno family began to join in as well. I appreciate your consideration. Dealing with complications is the last thing I want. This curry, you see, is the taste of home from the world and country where Kazukuan was born. The flavor of an ordinary household, an everyday kind of happiness. If it is ever shared more widely, I just hope that part remains untouched. With a smile, Mother took a bite of the pork curry, the most traditional Japanese curry on the table. Hey, Grandma, try this too. This spicy, so mint goes a little, but when drink lassie, it goes away. Sitting beside Grandma Saralind, Mint happily waved her spoon. Oh my, thank you, Mint. This lassie drink is quite delicious. Wasn't it passed on to Skylark Pavilion? Grandma had already finished 3 pieces of naan. Watching her hearty appetite always brought a smile to my face. I think it's on the menu, and it's decently popular. Yunia-sama, Sway, and I both want people to enjoy good food. That feeling will never change. But if it ends up causing trouble for a lot of people, then that's something we don't want either. Karen put my thoughts into words. So I looked around, at everyone's faces, at the curry and naan disappearing from their plates without hesitation, and thought to myself, bringing Earth's cuisine here, introducing new flavors, that could certainly boost the economy. But at the same time, it might create conflicts. The royal family, Yunia-san, and the others had to consider those concerns as part of their duty. It was complicated, and in the end, I could leave those matters to them. But, in the end, I don't think what I really want to share is the food itself. It's the happiness of sitting down with family and eating curry together. Right now, the Hateno family and the Sorks family are sharing a meal, sitting across from each other, smiling as we eat, just like Mother said. This ordinary, everyday moment, this is what I love. Bark. Chocola barked, nudging his empty dish, asking for more milk. I reached out to pick up the dish, gently stroking my beloved dog's back. Chapter 69.3, Nutrition, Magic Power, Medicinal Effect. Uncle who gave Mint medicine, hello, for that time, thank you very much. Hello to you as well. And thank you for such a cheerful greeting. This uncle's name is Tinam. I see you're doing well. That's the most important thing. The day after we shared curry with the royal family, the Witch of No Return, Tinam Seventury, paid a visit to the inn where we were staying. He was the one who crafted the elixir that served as the key ingredient in the medicine used to treat Mint when she fell into elemental attribute conflict. A renowned alchemist, even in the royal capital, and more importantly, someone to whom we owed a great debt. When Mint bowed after a bit of nudging from us, Tinam-san smiled warmly and gently patted her head. His expression was filled with kindness and affection, and the eyes behind his glasses held a calm, steady light. Yet, beneath that composed face, I could see a glimmer of expectation. That was why, after a brief greeting, I handed him a stack of papers I had brought from my room. Here. These are the recipes for the dishes I made while treating Mint, along with the reasoning behind each ingredient used. Yes. There were 3 main reasons for Yunasan and the others' visit to Cidira. One was to enjoy delicious food. Another was to resolve political matters regarding my title and Cidira's governance. And the last, today's topic, was to hear from me, someone with knowledge from another world, about nutrition from a scientific perspective. Section. Mint, Chocola. Sway and the others are about to have a difficult conversation. You'll probably get sleepy if you listen. So why don't you play in the garden? Uni and Uncle talking Sway? But when we're done, we'll all come join you. You. Sway, do best with difficult talk. Bark. Chocola, let's go. Pochi's waiting. Bark. And with that, Karen led Mint and Chocola outside to the garden. That left just me, Mother, Tinam-san, and Yunasan, who had accompanied him. Or rather, in terms of status, it was more accurate to say that Yunasan was the one who brought Tinam-san, as her escort, here. You may already be aware, but as an extension of my love for food, I also have a keen interest in nutrition. So please, do feel free to discuss things with Tinam and me as much as you like. Despite her graceful demeanor, Yunasan had an air of scholarly curiosity about her. She gazed at me with a composed yet unmistakably eager expression. Mother poured tea for everyone, and we sat across from each other in the guest room, sipping our drinks. Before long, Tinam-san finished reading my report. He looked up and let out a deep breath. I see. So you used dark attribute magic to infuse your spell into the ingredients, amplifying their medicinal properties. First, let me offer my praise. And then, my respect. Suicune, your magical techniques are remarkable. I can tell how much this meant to you, for you to accomplish such a difficult feat. Thank you for your kind words. Honestly, I was desperate and completely absorbed in the process. Looking back now, I realize there were flaws in my spell work. If not for your elixir, I don't know how things would have turned out. That elixir was the result of 30 years of research, after all. But I'm glad it was of use. And this must be the medicine you created at the time. On the table sat a dish resembling sesame tofu, a smooth pudding-like confection served as a tea accompaniment. It was an adaptation of the dish I had prepared for Mint that day. Yes. This version doesn't contain my magic power or your elixir, but I used the same ingredients. I imagine wyvern bones are a rather unfamiliar ingredient to most. Indeed, I have never heard of wyvern being used as food before. Wyvern meat was unsuitable for human consumption. Quite simply, it didn't taste good. However, when its bones, specifically the marrow, were used to make broth, they produced a light, delicate soup. By simmering it carefully with medicinal herbs and aromatic vegetables, I turned it into a consommé. But to be honest, the flavor hardly justifies the effort. The aroma is weak, and the umami is lacking. Even so, I chose it because of the wyvern's wind attribute. Wind governs vitality. By using it as the base of the soup, you enhanced the medicine's effects. Tinam-san furrowed his brow, murmuring thoughtfully. Using the attributes within ingredients to promote health is a fundamental concept in our world. However, prioritizing that too much can make it difficult to balance flavors. Exactly. For us, the assumption that wyvern meat is unappetizing comes first. So no one would think to try boiling the bones for broth. But this, it has such a comforting taste. And at the same time, I can feel warmth spreading deep within my body. Just as Tinam-san said, this was a dish made with Mint's recovery as the top priority. It's closer to medicinal cuisine. I appreciate Yuna-san's compliment, but honestly, I was barely holding it together, just trying to make it palatable. Even if it was medicine, even if it was meant to save someone, first and foremost, it was still a meal. I wanted to see my family, Mint, smile. That was the heart of my struggle. Section. What followed was an extended session of questions and answers. Tinam-san and Yunia-san shared their thoughts on the dish, then began asking about each individual ingredient. Why did I choose this one? What was the intention behind this cooking method? Did the attributes of the ingredients counteract each other? I answered as best as I could. However, there were parts where I had relied on instinct rather than logic, so at times, I found myself fumbling for words. Before long, nearly an hour had passed. As the discussion settled, Tinam-san turned to face me once more. His expression grew even more serious. By the way, Suicune, in terms that align with your origins and understanding, let's call it this world. Have you ever heard of the 3 great afflictions related to magic, known as the 3 major maledictions? The 3 major maledictions? No, this is my first time hearing about them. That's not surprising. The term is primarily used in medical and alchemical circles. However, Suicune, each of these is something you are already familiar with. Then, he began to explain. The first is mutation, a phenomenon where living beings exposed to high concentrations of magic power undergo attribute transformation, lose their reason, and develop crucible crystals from their bodies. Of the 3 maledictions, this one is the least relevant to humans. A phenomenon that occurred regularly in the void forest where we lived. The second is the very topic we were just discussing. Attribute conflict. When 2 or more attributes within a body conflict, the individual loses the ability to use magic. Based on your observations, you described it as magical interference. Something that had affected Mother, Karen, and Mint. And then, the last one. The moment I heard its name, my heart leapt. The third is magical organ failure. Its more common name is God's favor, a condition where the body's magic power grows faster than the development of its magical organ, causing an uncontrollable surge of magic power, resulting in high fever, delirium, and ultimately, death. Suikuen, this is the illness you suffered from as a child. That's... My eyes widened. Tinam-san, the Witch of No Return, looked straight at me and spoke. Suikuen, I have dedicated my life to studying these three maledictions. Mutation, attribute conflict, God's favor. My duty, my purpose as a witch, is to establish cures for all three. Chapter 69.4, of Knowledge, Conviction, and the Future. You see, there was never a definite reason why I chose this path and began researching the three major maledictions. Why take on such a difficult problem? Without thinking, I voiced my question. In response, Tinam-Seventury, the Witch of No Return, began to speak. I was born into an unremarkable baronial family, wealthier than commoners, but the lowest rank among nobility. I was raised in the royal capital under ordinary circumstances. Unlike you, Suikuen, I didn't have a turbulent childhood, nor did I experience the misfortune of seeing a loved one suffer from one of the afflictions. But if I were to speak without false modesty, my magic was exceptional, and I wasn't lacking in intelligence either. Given that I have been granted the title of witch, the pinnacle of mage, it would be arrogant to call myself ordinary. I suppose you could say that if nothing else, I had talent. He claimed to be ordinary, yet it was not in a self-deprecating way. He acknowledged his talent, yet without any hint of arrogance. That being said, my skill in magic itself is nothing remarkable. I am likely one of the weakest among the current witches. However, when it comes to academe, I take pride in my ability. His tone was calm, as though he was simply assessing himself with objectivity. And so, as I came of age, I thought about it, how best to make use of what I was born with, what I excelled at. But the problem was, I had no dreams or ambitions. I was born into an unremarkable household, raised without any dramatic events in my life. There was nothing I particularly wanted to do, nor anything I felt I ought to do. Tinam-san let out a small laugh. It carried a touch of amusement, yet there was also a quiet resoluteness in his demeanor. And as he laughed, he spoke. So, in the end, I simply thought, why not use my abilities to help others? That was how I first began making medicine. And before I knew it, my research had come to revolve around the three major maledictions. I felt like I understood, if only vaguely, what Tinam-san meant. Because in many ways, it reminded me of myself back when I was in high school. Of course, I was never as exceptional in my studies as he was. If I were to exaggerate as much as possible, I might claim to be in the upper middle tier at best. But the feeling of having neither a clear goal nor a sense of duty was the same. It wasn't that I had no desire to aspire towards something. I just didn't know what that something should be. So, I took the entrance exam for the economics department of a national university, simply because it seemed like a stable career path. It wasn't out of passion or ambition. It was just that, a choice made for the sake of securing a future where I wouldn't struggle to find employment. A future where I could provide a stable life for myself and give my father peace of mind. But even so, that is all there is to my life. Are you disappointed? No, not at all. Lacking a dramatic reason or a grand motivation does not make one's life meaningless. Even if the path was chosen on a whim, as long as one walks it with conviction, it becomes a road worth taking, one to be proud of. Having a noble cause, a moving past, or a dream for the future, none of those are necessary for what you've accomplished to be meaningful. The greatness of what you have done does not diminish because of it. The truth is, our mint was saved thanks to you. Not just mint. I'm sure many others have been saved by your work. Isn't that enough? But I wasn't able to save you. When you were a child suffering from God's favor, even though I was researching that very illness, I was utterly useless. There has never been a moment in my life when I cursed my own emptiness more than I did then. Ah, I see. At last, I understood. I hadn't realized it until now. This was Tinam-san's confession to me, and at the same time, Suikuen, I have a favor to ask of you. There was a light in his eyes, a desperate, yearning gaze, as if reaching out to a star in the distant sky. Would you be willing to lend your knowledge to my research? I wouldn't ask you to come to the royal capital. Just on occasion, Even that would be enough. I'd like you to review my research reports, to give me feedback. If you notice something from your perspective, I want to hear it. Your knowledge from another world, the magic that cured attribute conflict, and your experience in overcoming God's favor. If we have those, I'm certain that one day, we can develop a complete cure for attribute conflict. And more than that, we might even be able to save children from God's favor itself. Yes, of course. I'd be happy to. Behind his glasses, his unwavering gaze met mine, and I nodded. The 3 major maledictions. It seems I have a strange connection to them. The mutation, attribute conflict, and even God's favor, each of them has stood in my path. So, I will entrust to you, Tinam-san, everything I have gained from those experiences. And someday, I hope that no more people, like Mother and Karen, will have to suffer. That children like me, like Grandma's son, like Four Seasons-san's children, those who are forced to endure such cruel, senseless misfortune, will no longer exist. Thank you. Tinam-san rose to his feet and extended his hand to me. So I followed suit, pushing myself up from the sofa and reaching across the table to clasp his hand in return. His grip was firm, rough, and calloused from long exposure to chemicals. He had called his own life empty, but the hands of someone who lived an empty life could never feel like this. These were the hands of a man who had carved his own path through relentless study and unwavering determination. Section. After finishing our conversation, we all stepped outside into the garden. Kyuru. Ah, Mother, Sway. Kwa O Bark. There was Pochi, lounging comfortably on the ground, with Mint perched on his back. Beside them, Chocola let out a lazy yawn as he stretched. Karen, their caretaker, approached us. Looks like they were relaxing more than playing. The sunlight is warm today. Bark. Chocola trotted over to me and began licking my hand. Sun, feels good. Uncle, Unia, want sunbathe too? Mint patted Pochi's shell with both hands, one tapping gently while the other waved excitedly in our direction. Tinam-san's eyes softened as he watched. That sounds wonderful. Shall we join in? Your Highness, come on. Yes. Mint-san, may I join you as well? You. This is Pochi, part of Mint's family. He can carry lots of things. This guy is Uncle who gave Mint medicine. And Onisan is Noah's Onisan. Mint hopped down from Pochi with a lively bounce, then scampered over to Tinam-san and Unisan, tugging eagerly at their sleeves. This is Pochi. He can carry lots of stuff. He's amazing. What a splendid Tarask. He has such a dignified face. Kyuru. Nodding along to Mint's enthusiastic introduction, Tinam-san let himself be pulled along toward the garden, his expression gentle and kind. There are all sorts of witches in this world, aren't there? Yeah. Tinam-san, and Kash-san too. I'm really glad I got to meet them. Standing beside me, Mother gave a faint smile. As I nodded in agreement, I gazed out at the peaceful scene before me. Chapter 69.5, Fun Kitchen. Since we had the chance, we decided to have dinner together. And since we were going all out, I figured we might as well invite not only Unisan and Tinam-san, who were already at the inn, but also Grandma and everyone else. With the attendants included, this would be an even larger gathering than the curry party the other day. Wait, now that I think about it, did I just do something incredibly reckless? Wow, you really just invited everyone without a second thought. Sorry, I kind of got carried away. Since handling this much food alone would be too much, Noah and Parker-san agreed to help. So, with Parker-san smiling wryly, well, why not? A lively meal can be quite enjoyable. I'll help too. And Noah grinning broadly, Karen puffed up with determination. Mint helped too. Bark. Mint was brimming with enthusiasm, while Chocola probably had no idea what was happening. You, on the other hand, there's really not much you can do. Bark. I can't exactly let you into the kitchen. Go play outside with Pochi. Bark. With an air of I don't get it, but okay, Chocola spun around and trotted off. Mint, however, watched him go with a disappointed look. I didn't miss the way her little body fidgeted, itching to do something. So, putting on a slightly dramatic tone, I patted her head. Mint, I'll need your help once the food is ready. Your turn is a little later. For now, go play in the yard. Really? You'll have an important job during serving time. Until then, can you take care of Chocola and Pochi for me? Got it. Leave them mint. Beaming with excitement, she dashed off after Chocola. Watching her go, I turned back to the kitchen. All right, let's get to work. We've got a real glutton, Karsh, to feed, so we'll need a ton of food. Noah crossed his arms as he took his place by the kitchen counter. Do we have enough ingredients? Tetra ran off to the market to get more. Tetra-san, she's one of the maids, right? It seems she's actually a count's daughter. Having grown up in Japan, this sort of thing isn't really intuitive to me, but apparently, it's common practice for the attendants of high-ranking nobles to be the sons and daughters of lower-ranking noble houses. Even among servants, noble lineage is expected to some degree. Of course, when it comes to the royal family, the standard for some degree gets significantly higher. A count holds the third rank in the 5-tier noble hierarchy: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. In Sork's kingdom, only members of the royal family or their close relatives can hold the title of Duke, making Count effectively the second highest rank. So even if I inherit the Viscount title, the royal maid is still technically of a higher rank than me. Well, in terms of family status, yes. But noble children are generally considered to be 2 ranks lower than their actual family standing. That would make Lady Tetra's personal rank equivalent to that of a baron. Oh, I see. Also, don't forget that mage titles are treated as equivalent to noble ranks. I told you that before. Ah, yeah, I remember that. It's just that none of this really affects my daily life, so it's easy to forget. Noah responded to my idle remark, and Karen added her own explanation. Mage titles are ranked from highest to lowest as follows: Witch, Sage, Oracle, 8 trigrams Seer, and Priest. These correspond directly to the 5 noble ranks. That said, while they grant similar privileges, lineage tends to be more highly regarded in practice. This kind of thing is just common knowledge in this world, isn't it? Well, I suppose so. But it's not something you need to worry about. That was a very considerate way to put it. Noah looked at me with something like pity in his eyes. Hey, I do try to remember these things, and I've got a rough understanding of it all. It's just that it doesn't click intuitively, so in moments like this, I struggle to piece it together quickly. Well, Tetra is something of a rising star among sister-in-law's maids. This inspection trip was probably a valuable learning experience for her. Seeing the frontier firsthand is a strong advantage. I guess that makes sense. I understand what a maid's duties entail, taking care of Unisan's needs, obviously, but I have a harder time picturing what kind of future awaits someone who serves as a royal maid. Given Parker-san's tone, she's clearly an elite in her field, so, like, a super competent career woman. That said, I have no idea what kind of impression Tetra has of Cidira. At the very least, I want to make sure she enjoys a good meal before heading home. It'd be great if the nobles in the royal capital got to hear that this land has its charms too. What's the menu? I guess it depends on what Tetra-san ordered for us. I'll make pepper soup. I promised sister-in-law. Oh, tom yum goong, nice. I love that stuff. It's kinda wild that a dish almost identical to one from the Beastkin territories exists in another world. Could be that someone from our world brought it over, but the name is different, so it might just be a coincidence. It's not like halva, where we actually know its origins. Speaking of halva, I'll focus on sesame-based dishes. And of course, Noah's night cloud. I'll leave that to you. Having some royal capital-style dishes on the table will probably make everyone feel more at ease. It seemed like Noah and Parker-san already had a solid plan. Karen turned toward me, so I asked, "What about you, Sway?" "I'll follow your lead." Do you have any requests, Karen?" "Nope. I'll eat anything you make, and I'll do anything you ask." "That's, well, all right." She trusted me completely at this point. Fine. Karen's gotten pretty good at helping out, so it's probably best if I take the lead here. As I was thinking, a voice called out from the back entrance of the kitchen. "Sway-san, you in there?" Got a delivery for ya. Ah, thank you. I'll get the door. When I opened it, I saw a familiar older man from the main street. He dropped a huge wooden crate onto the ground with a thud. It was the ingredients Tetra-san had ordered. There were 5 crates in total: meat, vegetables, fruit, seasonings, and spices. My eyes were immediately drawn to one particular item. 5 whole Jiji birds. Figured this was for some noble's fancy dinner, so I picked out some good ones. The insides are already cleaned out, and the gizzards, livers, and hearts are in a separate container. Much appreciated. This gives us a lot of options for the menu. And just like that, the decision was made. Tonight's dinner would be all about chicken. Chapter 69.6. And so, a lively banquet began. The inn we were staying at was practically a mansion, and by moving some furniture around, the living room could easily seat about 20 people. After rearranging everything, the seating arrangement ended up looking a bit like a cozy izakaya, with a long table surrounded by sofas and chairs. Before long, the table was filled with the dishes we had prepared. My, what a splendid and joyful feast this is! Unisan beamed with delight. A gathering like this, free from formalities, is nice once in a while. Idle-san smiled gently beside her. With this much food, I don't have to hold back, right? Karsh-san, eyes gleaming with excitement, stared at the heaping plates in front of her. This is quite overwhelming. Teenam-san adjusted his glasses, his eyes wide with surprise. I've decided not to be surprised anymore. Indeed. Well, this certainly suits the current generation of the Sorks royal family. We're not even doing our job as guards anymore, huh? Maybe we should just stop thinking about it. The maids, butler, and knights all sighed in resignation as they took their seats. Of course, it wasn't just Unisan's group. My family, the Hatanos, were here as well. What a lively gathering. It truly lifts the spirit. Grandma Seralind sat gracefully, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. It's a shame Pochi couldn't join us, but it would be a bit difficult to have him here. Mint brings salad later. Mom and Mint, both thinking of Pochi in the garden, chimed in. Bark. Ha, ha, ha. Meanwhile, Chocola, sitting politely in front of his dog bowl, couldn't contain his anticipation. As for the menu, we made full use of the Jiji birds that were delivered. First was the Tom Yum Goong, prepared by Noah and Parker-san. Back on Earth, I think the version with chicken was called Tom Yum Gari. But since this was actually a Beastkin regional dish that happened to resemble Earth's Tom Yum Goong rather than a direct import, there weren't any strict rules on ingredients, anything went. Alongside that, we had a rich, sesame-filled offal stew, chicken breast wrapped in sesame paste and steamed, and some royal capital-style dishes. There was also Noah's Night Cloud, a stir-fry of sesame tofu, vegetables, and chicken. As for what Karen and I made, there were 3 main dishes: shkmaruli, karaj, and yakitori. If we managed to get whole Jiji birds, then there's no way we could skip making shkmaruli. Wings, drumettes, breast, thigh, every part of the bird is cooked together, simmered in a rich blend of garlic and dairy. We had this dish back at this very inn, before heading to the elf kingdom of Alfheim, sharing it with Grandma. And of course, if there's chicken, then making karaj is an absolute must. When it comes to poultry, fried chicken is practically a duty. For this, I mainly used thigh meat, along with gizzards and hearts. The tenderloin was paired with cheese and deep-fried. I seasoned everything with rock salt and spices, serving it with a wedge of citrus. It seems this world has fried foods, but nothing quite like what we would call karaj. I imagine Unisan and the others will find it a refreshing experience. Lastly, to make sure no part of the bird went to waste, including the tail, trimmings, and skin, I came up with the idea of yakitori. The moment inspiration struck, I sprinted all the way to the main street and bought skewers from a grilled food stall. I couldn't be more grateful to the vendor for selling them to me without hesitation. Then, out in the backyard, I started up the charcoal and carefully grilled everything over a shichurin. I couldn't replicate the exact tear sauce from Japan, but with rock salt, spices, and a sesame-based sauce, I think I managed to create something pretty decent. And so, the Jiji birds we procured were transformed almost entirely into dishes, accompanied by salads, pickles, and other vegetable-based sides. Drinks ranged from alcohol to juice and tea, and we even had a light broth made with the bird's liver. The menu was complete. Honestly, even with 4 people working, preparing all of this was no small feat, but it was incredibly fun. The saying "a kitchen is a battlefield" couldn't be more accurate. Amid the chaotic rush, we worked to maximize efficiency, giving and receiving orders, chopping, gutting, grilling, boiling, steaming. Right now, the sense of accomplishment is overwhelming. And more than anything, seeing everyone enjoying the feast makes it all worth it. Section. Shkmaruli, you call it. What a wonderfully rich dish. The deep, creamy flavor of the milk, combined with the bold punch of garlic, makes for quite the powerful combination. I'd love to share this recipe with my dear sister-in-law's family, the Ruktogarka Marquisate. Her Highness the Crown Princess's family primarily cultivates aromatic vegetables. There's a good chance the garlic sold here in Cidira comes from their farms, a region known for aromatic vegetables. That must mean the winters there are particularly harsh, wouldn't you say? As I recall, shkmaruli is a dish that originates from cold climates. As Unisan and Idle-san exchanged conversation, I nodded along in agreement. Ah, this fried dish is simply irresistible. So this is called courage. It's so light and crisp on the outside, yet the meat is satisfyingly hearty. Truly sinful. At this rate, I could eat an endless amount. Continuous rain dono, if you don't pace yourself, you're going to end up with an upset stomach. That said, I completely agree. Personally, I'm quite fond of this Jiji bird's gizzard. The firm, crunchy texture is delightful. Gizzards are rich in iron and zinc. If you're interested, I can share what I know about their nutritional value. I believe my father has some books on the subject in his study. I chimed in on Karsh-san and Teenam-san's cheerful exchange. Mint is really getting better at trying new foods, isn't she? You. This shuku, mea. Last time, nose got all scrunched, but now fine. Yummy. My, what a difference in just a short time. Children grow so fast. Grandma, are you busy during the rainy season? If not, why don't you come visit us again? I joined in as Mother, Mint, and Grandma laughed together as always. Munch, munch, munch. Is it tasty? I wonder what Chocola's dog food is made of. Munch. Bark. Don't worry, I'm not going to take it from you. I know it's your favorite. Bark. Let's go check on Pochi soon. Mint, do you want to come with me? Yeah. I'll bring salad. Anu, how is this stir-fry? I tried using Noah's night clouds in it. Ah, yes, I wanted to talk about this. Did you make this, Noah? It's excellent. You've always been meticulous, but it seems you've grown even more skilled as a cook. You have a natural talent for the things you love. Ever since you started spending time with Parkadono, that's become even more apparent. Hearing that kind of praise is making me blush. Delicious. Everything is absolutely delicious. I don't think I want to go back to the royal capital anymore. I have no doubt that the palace chefs are among the finest, but I must admit, Lady Tetra, I completely understand how you feel. To think I would experience new flavors at my age. We've always been stunned by the captain's appetite, but after coming here, we finally get it. Laughter and conversation filled the air to the point where it was impossible to keep track of who was saying what. As I absent-mindedly listened to the lively chatter, I tossed another piece of courage into my mouth. Chapter 70. What was inherited? Chapter 70.1. Someday again, before long. And just like that, the day of parting with Unisan and the others arrived. 10 days, long yet fleeting, hectic yet joyful. An experience we would always treasure. We ate. We ate all kinds of things. We ate, and we cooked. Honestly, I might have gained about 2 kilos. I'll have to start exercising when I get home. We are truly grateful for everything. And so, 3 carriages stood lined up in front of Noah's estate, their departure now imminent. Facing us, Unisan and the others stood in a row, ready to say their goodbyes. Suekuan, I'll send you letters. I'll contact you through the communication crystal as well. And if I ever want to speak with you face to face, I'll run to Cidira at full speed. So, from here on, I hope we can continue to stay in touch. Tinam-san clasped my hands firmly, her eyes shining. Apparently, someone with witch-level magic could make it from the royal capital to Cidira in about 2 days with full body enhancement, or 3 with proper rest. That made it seem surprisingly close, but considering the roads were well maintained, it was still quite a distance. Suedono, these past 10 days, I have indulged in more delicious food than I can count. On top of that, you even gifted me your recipes. Words alone cannot express my gratitude. No, I fear I have only the most ordinary words to offer. But, my newfound friend, when you come to the royal capital, let us once again share a table. Next time, allow me to take you to my favorite place. Kosh-san pulled me into a grand embrace, slapping my back with hearty pats. Her armor was hard and painful, but even that conveyed her warmth. Being called her friend made me genuinely happy. Just remembering her voracious appetite brought a smile to my face. Someday, I will find the time and excuse to visit again. I am truly glad I came. Not only did I enjoy countless delicacies, but more than anything, meeting you was my greatest joy. Suedono, thank you for humoring my little sister's whims on this trip. However, I share the same sentiment as Uni. As a member of the Sorks family, it brings me great happiness to have formed a bond with you, our newfound relative. Unisan and Idol-san spoke to me without the weight of their royal or ministerial titles. Royalty, after all, is tied by marriage to various noble families across the country, making it unusual for them to emphasize those bonds themselves. And yet, both of them called me family. As I exchanged parting words with each of them, I found myself thinking. A little over a year ago, my world consisted of just my father, myself, and our beloved dog. My paternal grandparents had already passed away, and on my mother's side, well, with my mother considered missing, there was nothing to say. I had no family to speak of. Looking back, maybe the Hateno family had been something of an isolated island, cut off from the world. Then, I returned to this world. I was reunited with my mother and Karen, found that Grandma Seralind was alive and well, and beyond them, Unisan and Idol-san, who, as it turned out, were the children of my father's old friends. For the first time, I truly understood what it meant to have a family. I was connected. Through blood, through lineage, through people. I was linked to the world. But that connection. More than 25 years ago, before I was born, my father had arrived in this world, alone. He was even younger than I am now. And yet, he had reached out, seized opportunities, and built something. He met my mother, befriended the king and queen, and earned a viscountcy from the kingdom. It was something he had woven together with his own hands. And last night, at the ennoblement ceremony presided over by Princess Unia, acting as the royal proxy for His Majesty King Shaps, I inherited one of the marks of my father's legacy in this world. And so, Viscount Sway Hateno, and to your esteemed family, Heavenly Belsama, Calm Springsama, and all those gathered here. Tinam-san, Idol-san, the maids, the butlers, the knights, one by one, they boarded their carriages. Only Unisan, Princess Unia, remained, standing with Kosh-san at her back. Her expression and posture were identical to how she had carried herself during last night's ceremony. With solemn grace, she spoke. We shall now return to the capital. In the name of Unia, first Princess of Sorks, I will ensure that the hospitality we have received here is recorded as an honor to our royal house, and someday, I hope to introduce you to the rest of our family as well. So I took a step forward, knelt down, and, under the watchful eyes of my family, gave my reply. It is the greatest of honors, Your Highness. May the Sorks kingdom and its royal family be ever blessed with the radiance of the heavens, the twinkling of the stars, and the tranquility of the fleeting night. Take care on your journey, Unisan. At the very end, we both exchanged mischievous smiles. With Kosh-san's assistance, Unisan stepped into the carriage. The Tarasques were urged forward, their hooves carving fresh tracks into the road as the convoy departed. Section. Once the 3 carriages disappeared down the main thoroughfare, Noah, saying, "Let's have some tea," went back inside with Parker-san. Grandma, carrying Mint in her arms, followed them. I stood there, staring up at the afternoon sky, feeling as if a weight had lifted off my shoulders, yet at the same time, something tugged at me. A mix of exhaustion and lingering loneliness. Phew. Karen, Mother, you both must be tired. Bark. You too, Chocola. You behaved so well in front of everyone. Good job. Bark bark. Now that it was just family, Chocola, relieved, jumped on me. I ruffled his fur, playing with him as he nuzzled against me. Karen watched us with a fond smile. But, amidst that peaceful moment, "Hey, Suekuen. Chem. What's up?" Mother alone had a somewhat serious look on her face. At some point, she had taken out a translucent metal plate. Her eyes were scanning the words displayed on it. Looking at the crystal communicator, she asked, "We're heading home tomorrow morning, right?" "Yeah, that's the plan. Which means we have the whole afternoon and tonight free, right?" I was planning to take it easy, so yeah, nothing scheduled. "I see," she murmured. Mother nodded, tapped a few commands into the crystal communicator, then slipped it back under her cloak. And then, with a mischievous smile, she turned to us and said, "Well then, how about we take a little trip to the royal capital?" Chapter 70.2, right off the bat, but before the day is over. Then, shall we take a quick trip to the royal capital? The royal capital. Ha! Wait, what? With a mischievous smile, Mother suddenly dropped that suggestion, leaving me utterly bewildered. Shaps and Fauncher aren't hosting any banquets or gatherings tonight. I just checked. You checked. Since you've gotten close to not just Nope and the others, but also Unia and Idol, I thought this might be a good opportunity. A good opportunity. So, I'll get in touch with G-Liz now and have him come pick us up. Then, once night falls, we'll head out. Once night falls. I see. Do I? So, after the sun sets, we'll ride on the back of a dragon. All the way to the royal capital. And who's going? Me. Eto. Well, I mean, what in the world is Mother suddenly talking about? With that thought, I turned to Karen. In times like these, she was my go-to. She would surely talk some sense into my absurdly impulsive mother. She'd give her a stern look and say something like, "Vile-sama, this is far too sudden. Vile-sama, I think that's a great idea." That was not the response I expected. Right. Karen, what about you? I'll sit this one out. I think it's better if it's just you and Vile-sama this time. If I, as a Kwaioi, go along, it might cause trouble. Ah. That's true. Alfheim and Sork's kingdom are still in the middle of negotiations. Alright, then I'll leave you in charge of the house. Keep Mint company. Got it. Give my regards to Fauncher-sama and the others. Bark. Bark bark. Ara. You want to come too, Chocola? Bark. Alright, then. You are Suekuen's big brother, after all. Bark. While I stood there in stunned silence, the conversation continued to unfold. Not only had Karen seamlessly joined in, but even Chocola had gotten involved. The plan was moving forward before I could even react. Judging from how Mother and Karen were talking, it seemed like they wanted me to meet the royal family, the king and queen. Not that I minded. I did want to personally thank them for officially allowing me to inherit my father's viscountcy. But still, did it really have to be right now? And on top of that, we were taking G-Liz. G-Liz. Right, G-Liz. Look, the royal capital is pretty far, and we're leaving from the village on top of that. Wouldn't that be a bother? It's fine. Once the rainy season comes, the mudboars, Caledons, will be in season. Their meat is delicious. If we give G-Liz 2 or 3, he'll be more than happy to take us. No, this isn't about giving him something in return. I'm talking about what he thinks. He said he had a great time last time he flew to the royal capital. He even mentioned he wouldn't mind doing it again, so why not make today that one more time? So that excuse won't work either, huh? I mean, we just saw Unisan and the others off, right? They're still on their way to the royal capital, and we'd be flying past them and meeting the king and queen first. Isn't that weird? Imagine their faces when they get back and find out their parents have already met you. I can already picture their exasperation. You're way too into this. Seeing how Mother had been fiddling with the communication crystal earlier, it was clear she had already gotten Queen Faunch's approval. I didn't know much about Her Majesty, but if this had been a problem, she would have turned Mother down outright. And if she had, Mother wouldn't have insisted. That meant there was no way out of this. There was no helping it. I let out a long sigh before turning to Mother and asking, "How long will it take to reach the royal capital on dragon wings?" Let's see. Based on last time, it shouldn't be much different from the trip between our home and Cidira. Though, back then, we were in a hurry and had Giles fly at full speed. So we'll definitely be back by tonight, right? Of course. We don't plan on staying long. Even if we're going to the royal capital, it's only to visit the palace. If you want to go sightseeing, it would be better to take our time on another occasion. Yeah. When I think about it that way, it might not be such a bad idea. If we ever traveled to the royal capital for sightseeing in the future, meeting their majesties properly as a family would probably be difficult. I was a viscount. If I were to visit formally, it would inevitably turn into an official audience between a noble and a king. There would be too many eyes on us, and I wouldn't have much freedom. In that case, wouldn't it be best for just the two of us, Mother and me, to make use of the Heavenly Bell Witch's authority, slip in discreetly, meet them in secret, and return quickly? That way, we wouldn't be speaking as the royal family and a noble house, but simply as the Sorks and Hateno families. All right. Let's go today, then, I said with a wry smile. Mother returned my smile with a thank you. Section. After relaxing with some tea at Noah's mansion, we returned to the inn as the sun began to set. We cooked, ate, and spent a peaceful time together as a family. By the time the sun had fully set, Giles arrived. "Oh, so it's just you and Heavenly Beldono this time?" Bark. "Ah, and Chocola too." Landing in the garden of the inn, Giles looked relaxed, or perhaps even a little amused. "Sorry to make you come all this way. Or should I say, fly all this way? Page, think nothing of it. The reward is quite generous, and flying at night has its own charm. Come to think of it, we don't ask you to fly at night very often." I looked up at the sky. The last light of dusk lingered faintly in the west, but the darkness would soon deepen, and the stars would begin to shine. Flying through this sky on a dragon's back would surely be a wonderful experience. As we climbed onto Giles's back, our family saw us off. "Mother, Sway, Shakura, take care. Be careful. Please give their majesties my regards." Kururu? Mint waved. Karen nodded. Grandma smiled, while Pochi tilted his head in confusion. "All right, we're off." With the beat of great wings, but no wind. We floated straight up, lifted by magic. And so, with our family seeing us off, we departed for the royal capital. Chapter 70.3 Flying Through the Night. From Cidira, the royal capital of Sorks lay to the northwest. As Giles took flight, we could see the dim outline of the horizon to our left, still faintly glowing with twilight. That pale, fading light would soon be swallowed by darkness. The sky above was already deep black, the stars beginning to twinkle. Ahead of us stretched a vast expanse of night. "Flying in this kind of darkness, are you really all right, Giles?" Dragons have far keener night vision than humans. Though of course, things do look different than they do by day. Even so, I will not lose sight of our path. Rest easy. I see. His sense of direction and distance must be beyond anything I could comprehend. After all, he had once flown all the way to Alfheim without so much as a compass. To us, it's nothing but darkness. Even if I enhance my vision, I can't make out anything below. For a moment, I had wondered if we might spot Unisan and the others as they traveled by lizard-drawn carriage, which could have made things a little awkward when we overtook them. But it turned out to be an unnecessary worry. I had no idea how far we had already flown from Cidira. It felt like we were moving at an incredible speed. We are flying quite fast. The wind may start to strain against the barrier of air. I doubt you'll fall, but if the gusts get too strong, you should put up your own ward. Got it. Thanks. Now that he mentioned it, I could feel the shift in air pressure, or rather, the G-force. Giles must have been flying at a much more leisurely pace whenever he took us back and forth from Cidira before. The stars are beautiful, Mother murmured as she gazed up at the night sky. Yeah, it was clear all day today. The rainy season's coming soon, so we might not get to see a sky like this for a while. This reminds me of last year, when you and Mint played in the rain. Oh yeah, that actually felt really nice. Maybe we should do it again. If I focused my eyes, I could just barely make out the distant horizon through the darkness. The sun had vanished completely, leaving no lingering traces behind. The western sky had surrendered entirely to the curtain of night. Bark, au revoir. You're as laid back as ever. Chocola always curls up like that whenever he's on Giles's back. I wonder if it's just that comfortable. The spot he's in right now is shaped just right to fit his body perfectly. It's his favorite spot. Cooin. When I ruffled his fur, he shifted slightly in response. Giles let out an amused huff. I see. But his voice sounded a little distant. The wind had picked up, making it harder to hear even with magic-enhanced communication. Giles, doesn't flying at full speed tire you out? Are you sure you're okay? You humans can run for an entire day without exhaustion if you use magic, can you not? It is the same for me. In fact, since I rely solely on magic, it may even be easier than it is for you. As we continued our idle chatter, a sense of exhilaration welled up within me. Gazing at the stars, relying on the faint moonlight to glimpse the distant horizon. Soaring through the pitch-black sky, letting my heart dissolve into the night. Feeling the flow of air against my skin, the pulse of magic in the atmosphere. The speed of our flight contrasted by the gentle rhythm of the dragon's back. The hardness of the scales beneath me, yet somehow comfortable. Cool and smooth to the touch, with the steady warmth of life beneath the surface. It was peaceful. And it was fun. Night flights really are something else. Fun, right? Giles sounded quite pleased with himself, making me chuckle. Coo. He's completely relaxed. I decided to leave Chocola to his peaceful nap. Mother, are you contacting Her Majesty? Yes, just letting her know we'll be arriving soon. I glanced over my shoulder to see Mother adjusting the crystal communicator. And then, there it is. The lights of the royal capital. You're right. It's hazy compared to the cityscapes of Japan, though. Even so, among human cities, it is likely one of the largest on the continent. It's hard to grasp the scale from this far away. The scattered lights, like fireflies clumped together in the darkness, gradually sharpened in clarity as we approached. As the city's shape became more distinct, the vast circular outline of the capital revealed itself. A great wall encircled it entirely. Judging by its size, it had to be at least 3 times larger than Cidira. That was just my rough estimate. Cidira, nestled beside a forest in a crescent shape, was harder to compare directly. I'm slowing down and descending. Good thing it's nighttime. We won't be causing a stir among the townsfolk. Last time, you and Mother arrived in broad daylight, didn't you? Yes, but back then, I was too preoccupied with Mint to worry about how conspicuous we were. Apparently, the entire capital was in an uproar afterward. Yeah, that makes sense. The flight of the dragon race was a form of magic. It was silent, with only rare instances of wing beats. They could take off and land vertically without stirring up any wind. That was why, at night, they could descend into the royal palace's courtyard without the people of the capital even noticing. And sure enough, that was exactly what happened. As Giles descended, the details of the capital came into sharper focus. At its heart stood a grand and imposing structure, the royal castle. It was the very image of what one might picture when thinking of a royal's castle. Compared to the castle of the elf nation of Alfheim, this one was far more extravagant. Even in something like this, the differences in national character and philosophy were apparent. Elves had a natural preference for simplicity. Since their city floated in the sky, they had no need to compare themselves to other nations. But here, there was likely a desire to appear more impressive than neighboring countries. Perhaps the design itself needed to be something the citizens could take pride in. Before I knew it, we had already arrived. The courtyard, carved into the center of the castle, was vast. It held fountains and flower beds, yet there was still ample space for a dragon to land and rest its wings. Adjusting his position with practiced ease, Liz descended in a grand yet effortless motion, touching down lightly on the ground. "Thanks. Sorry, but could you wait here for a bit?" "Yeah. I shall rest, so take your time." As Mother guided us down, she landed in the courtyard. I hesitantly followed with Chocola in tow. This was starting to feel nerve-wracking. Was it really okay for Mother to act like she owned the place? The courtyard was empty. I could sense a few presences inside the building, but no one was watching us. Had the area been cleared in advance? Or was this just how a royal castle was at night? I had no idea, but let's go. This way. Oh, okay. And so, with no one to greet us, we stepped into the silent, empty castle. Chapter 70.4. The day I reunite with my memories. Passing through the open doors of the courtyard, we stepped inside. Waiting for us was a single maid. She gave us a quiet bow before saying, "This way, please," and began leading us forward. It's so quiet. That's how castles are at night. It's not as if the noble officials working indoors stay up all night. The only one who might still be at it at this hour is Idle. I see. So Idle-san was a hard worker, or so I thought, until, well, a big part of it is that his workplace is also his home. Ah, that makes sense. It seemed my assumptions were a little off. Mother's words made me realize something. So this castle is both the seat of government and the home of the royal family. That's right. Regular nobles are only allowed up to this point. Beyond here is the Kinri. Kinri, the private chambers of the royal family. Mother came to a stop before a set of large doors. At each side, knights clad in armor stood guard. The maid said something to them, and one of the knights turned to us, no, to Mother, and gave a respectful bow. Heavenly Belsama and her son, along with their esteemed hound. Please, proceed. Thank you. You have my appreciation for your hard work. Mother carried herself with effortless dignity, offering the knights a composed nod. Ano. Thank you. Bark. Feeling overwhelmed by the atmosphere, I bowed deeply, while Chocola let out a confused whimper and looked up at me. Wait, even you're being treated like an honored guest. They called you esteemed hound just now. Once inside the Kinri, we were greeted by a long, spacious hallway. The carpet beneath my feet felt so soft, it was almost unnerving, definitely something expensive. The furnishings lining the corridor were undoubtedly worth a fortune as well. Nervous, I cautiously followed Mother's lead. At the end of the hall, there were several doors, each leading to a separate room. Stopping before one of them, Mother raised her hand and knocked. Shaps, Faunsha. We're here. Come in. Stepping inside, I found myself in a living room. The layout was similar to the ones in Noah's estate and the inn where we were staying, a central table, a sofa, a fireplace, and bookshelves. But the size and luxury were on another level. The table was adorned with intricate carvings, the sofa was covered in an incredibly vivid and silky fabric, and the carpet had patterns like those on Persian rugs. The paintings on the walls were massive. One depicted an elderly woman in a witch's robe guiding a princess through the forest. My vocabulary wasn't enough to describe it any further. It was, in every sense, the pinnacle of a luxurious living room. But all of that only held my attention for a moment. At the center of the room, a man and a woman seated in chairs rose to their feet and walked toward us. A man and a woman. Both appeared to be in their mid-20s, but their demeanor and the aura of their magic suggested they were closer to Mother's age, perhaps even older. Both were strikingly beautiful. The man had a somewhat absent-minded air, like a male version of Unisan but far more easygoing. He had the look of an effortlessly kind and handsome person. The woman, on the other hand, resembled Noah if she were a man and had a gentler disposition. Her features were soft and warm, but beneath that, I sensed the same unshakable strength that Noah carried. And if these two looked like Unisan and Noah, then that meant, no. My deepest apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour. I was brought here by my mother, and I fumbled my words, unable to greet them properly. Their regal features, the opulence of their nightwear, there was no doubt. They were the people before whom one ought to kneel and bow their head without question. The most powerful figures in this country, the king and queen. Yet mother stood at ease beside me, and Chocola was busy sniffing the carpet. Meanwhile, I was frozen with nerves, completely lost on what to do. Then, Heavenly Beldono, this child, is he Sway? Yes, he is. My son. Kazukuan's son. King Shaps spoke. Aeno. My name is Sway Hateno. I am deeply gra. Your face. Before I could finish, he stepped forward and grasped both of my shoulders. Ha! Let me see your face. His hands moved from my shoulders to my cheeks. The king gazed at me intently. Beneath his mustache, his lips trembled, slowly curving into a soft smile. His eyes narrowed with warmth. Ah, you look just like him. Just like Kazutaru Dono, your father. Tears began to well up in his eyes. You're the spitting image of him. Just like he was in my memories. But your features are softer than Kazutaru's. Your nose, it resembles Viol Dono's. And those jet black eyes, even darker than your father's. Ah, but still. You look just like him. It's as if he's come back to us. The king, no, Shap-san. He wept openly as he stroked my hair, held my shoulders, and smiled through his tears. You've been through so much. I'm so glad you're safe. I grieve for Kazutaru Dono, but his son has grown so strong. He raised you all on his own, in a foreign land, and he raised you so well. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sway-san. I am Fauncha, and this is my husband, Shaps. Beside the sobbing Shaps-san, the queen, Fauncha-san, glanced at him with a wry smile before turning back to me with a nod. Noah, Parker, Idol, Uni. My 4 children have been in your care. Especially Noah, thank you for looking after him. And, welcome home. As a friend of Viol and Kazutaru, allow me to say it properly. Welcome back. Ah. Being embraced by the king, who wept like a child. Having my head gently stroked by the queen, her touch filled with kindness. And seeing mother beside me, smiling so warmly, it finally clicked. The reason she had suddenly said, let's go to the royal capital. The reason she had brought me and Chocola here. She wanted to introduce me. She wanted to introduce her son to her dear friends. So I wrapped my arms around Shap-san's shoulders, grasped Fauncha-san's hand in return, and gave my greeting. I am Sway Hateno, son of Kazutaru Hateno. It's been a long journey, but I have returned to this world. I have come home to my birthplace. Sork's Kingdom. Chapter 70.5, Stories about the father I never knew. And you see, Kazutaru Dono was always making unreasonable requests of me, coming up with the most outlandish inventions, or scolding me whenever I acted like the unreliable fool I was. Whenever I heard he was coming to the palace, I would hide or run away. And so, seated around the table, sipping tea, we began to talk. But he would always find me right away and drag me back. Then, the moment he saw my troubled face, he'd lecture me, at length. It was relentless. Even worse than tears scoldings. Most of the conversation was made up of Shap-san's recollections. He spoke with joy, with nostalgia, directing his words at me. But you know, whenever I did my best to meet his demands, he would always smile. And then he'd say, "You'll make a fine king." I was called a fool since childhood, lacking even a shred of confidence, but those words, they stirred something in me. To be acknowledged by the friend I respected most, nothing was more gratifying. It sounded almost like he was boasting, like he was telling a grand tale of his exploits. And whenever I finished some great task, he'd sneak into the kinri, bottle in hand. Right here in this very room, in the very seat you're sitting in now. And at those times, Kazutaru Dono wouldn't say a word of reproach. The two of us would simply sit in silence, raising our cups together. You too did things like that. Mother, you didn't know? I had no idea. It must have been quite late at night. Mother chuckled, while Fauncha-san looked surprised. Oh, that's right. That fairy dog Siyu sith over there. Kazutaru Dono always brought him along. Back then, he was still a tiny, round little troublemaker. He'd scamper around this very guest room, often making a mess. And do you know who had to clean it up? Me. Bark. Hearing that, Chocola blinked up at him, completely bewildered. You don't remember, Kun? Or are you just pretending you don't? Because you ruined the carpet. Bark. Bark. Shapsan stood up, walked over to Chocola, and crouched down. You've grown so much. It reminds me of the day I took the throne from father. I was scared, uncertain. I wanted nothing more than to run away. But the warmth of Tia's hand in mine, and the sight of your tiny, adorable face cradled in Kazutarudono's arms, it gave me the strength to stand firm. He reached out and stroked Chocola's head. Chocola accepted the touch, not wagging his tail but purring softly, his eyes gentle. He must remember that this man was his master's, father's, friend. A swell of emotion rose in my chest. I felt happy, because this was a story about father that I had never known. Not as a father, not as a husband, but as an ordinary young man. A youth who laughed and played with his friends. A simple, fleeting moment of his own adolescence. So even father had once been like me. But then, Shapsan furrowed his brows. With his hand still resting on Chocola's head, he let out a sorrowful sigh, a wistful smile on his lips. I regret it now. Back then, I never realized it. I didn't see how much Kazutarudono was lifting me up, how he pushed my cowardly self forward. I was too proud to acknowledge the honor of having his support, so I turned away from it. Sometimes, I even thought of him as a nuisance. But only after he was gone from this world did I finally understand. He was my one and only true friend. Not as a prince, not as a king, but simply as a peer, he treated me as an equal. The only one who ever did. His words carried the weight of confession, a regret that could never reach the one it was meant for. So I stood up, sat down beside him, and as I stroked Chocola's chin, I spoke. The father I knew wasn't someone who formed deep relationships with others. As I recalled our life in Japan, I let his familiar image surface in my mind. I think a big part of it was because of me. He didn't want to leave me alone at home for too long, so he rarely went out. He never went drinking with his co-workers or anything like that. Since he always came straight home, I remember asking him once, "Dad, don't you have any friends to hang out with?" The memory came back to me. It had been such a casual conversation that I had completely forgotten about it. But I remembered now how he had smiled, how he had puffed out his chest, and how he had said, "Of course I do. They live very far away, but I have a close friend and his wife. One day, I hope you can meet them again." Now, I finally understand who he was thinking of in that moment. Shapsan's eyes widened. Then he clenched his lips, tilting his head back. Unlike before, unlike when he had clung to me, sobbing like a child, this time, he desperately held back his tears as he murmured, "I see. I see." Sitting beside Shapsan, who still gazed up at the ceiling, I thought back to father's words. One day, I hope you can meet them again. Again. That word had caught my attention at the time. Again. Had I met his friends before? I must have, at some point. Bark. Just like Chocola had. A newborn baby swaddled in a blanket, cradled in father's proud arms, blessed by Shapsan and Faunchasan. Mother, watching on with a quiet smile. Karen, pouting as if I had been stolen from her. And a tiny puppy, Chocola, sitting beside her. A moment from the past, one I had never known, yet one where I had been at the very center. I had been too young to remember it, but for some reason, the image came to me so vividly. Perhaps it was merely a memory conjured by the lingering magic in this room. Chapter 70.6 From the Past to the Future. How long had we been exchanging words and feelings? At some point, the conversation naturally shifted from talking about father to talking about me. Both Shapsan and Faunchasan were overjoyed that I had returned to this world safely and had grown up well. They told me to live as I pleased, to pursue whatever I wished, but I knew the truth. Idle-san had grumbled about it once. Every time I made consommé or developed sesame tofu, the king and queen had to deal with all sorts of complications, struggling with adjustments and negotiations behind the scenes. And yet, They never once let it show. Instead, they simply ruffled my hair and embraced me, not as rulers, but as a friend's son, as family. There was no shortage of things to talk about. We spoke about Noah, how he had been tormented by his own thoughts, how watching him suppress himself because of his feelings toward his family had been painful, how, in the end, I had helped him find his answer. Thank you for being his friend, they told me. Thank you for saving our son. And then, they bowed their heads. We spoke about Unisan and Idle-san, about how she could be selfish at times but was still their pride and joy, about how, even though Idle-san was only their son-in-law, they had loved him no differently than a son of their own, about how, by the looks of it, the two of them seemed to care deeply for each other. As parents and as royals, they were caught between wanting to support them and wanting to oppose them, laughing at their own conflicted feelings. They introduced me to the rest of their family as well. There was their eldest son, Lupo-san, and his wife, Sarah-san, as well as their second son, Lorabo-san. Lupo-san and Sarah-san already had a child and were expecting their second. They let me hold their little one, who had just started toddling around, and asked me to bless the unborn child by placing a hand on Sarah-san's belly. They, too, spoke to me not as royalty, but as family. It was a good family. When I thought of royal families, I imagined power struggles, political intrigue, and bloodline conflicts, relatives who couldn't even trust their own kin, siblings who tore each other apart for the throne. In Earth's history, there had been many countries like that. But they, Idle-san, Parker-san, and even Sarah-san, were bound together by something stronger than blood. Even if they weren't connected by lineage, even if they came from different races, they stood by each other as family. I may be dull and mediocre, but my wife is brilliant. Thanks to Tia, our sons and daughters have grown into such fine people. I can't take credit for it, but at the very least, when it comes to my children, I can hold my head high before Kazutaru Dono. After Lupo-san and the others had left, Shap-san muttered those words. I shook my head and replied, I don't think that's true. I don't know much about politics, and I don't really know what kind of king you are. But if your children grew up to be good people, that means you were a good father. I think you're just as great a dad as my own father was. Shap-san gave a sheepish yet delighted smile. I see. If no one else, Kazutaru Dono's own child says so, then I will take it as my greatest pride. He looked just like any other father, an ordinary man who simply loved his children. Section. As night deepened, the air naturally shifted. It was about time to take our leave. I'm sorry we came empty-handed. Mother suddenly decided on this visit, so we didn't have time to prepare anything. There's no need for you to worry about that. That's right. You and Chocola-san came to see us tonight as Viol's children. Just seeing your faces was more than enough. Bark, oh bark. Yeah. You're just like me, after all. Mother's child. Chocola barked energetically in response to Fauncha-san's words, but I had seen him stifling a sleepy yawn earlier. We were keeping Gila's waiting, too. We couldn't stay much longer. If I had known this would happen, I would have at least brought a small gift. I never expected that we'd meet the Sorks family in such a private, familial setting. But just as I was thinking that, Mother nodded at me and Chocola, then at Shap-san and Fauncha-san. It's all right, Suekuen. I've already prepared gifts for both of them. What? She reached into the folds of her cloak and retrieved something. Is that? It was an envelope. And from its shape and texture, it was clear that it wasn't from this world. You remember the message video from your father, the one he left on the computer? There was a separate video meant just for me. In that video, Kazukuen asked me for a favor. He said he had written a letter to Shaps and Fauncha, and asked me to give it to them. Kazutaru Dono. A letter, for us? Shaps-san and Fauncha-san widened their eyes in surprise. I was just as shocked. It was true, there had been a separate video addressed only to my mother. I never knew what it contained, since she was the only one who watched it. So it wouldn't be strange if, at some point, Father had secretly tucked a letter away in their bedroom drawer, entrusting it to Mother personally. Maybe I should have given it to you sooner. But, there was Suekuen to consider. I wanted to be sure first. Whether this country, Whether Sork's kingdom was a place where he could truly be happy. Whether it was a country where he could put down roots and live his life. As she said this, Mother's gaze sharpened. But at the same time, there was a small smile on her lips, one that carried a quiet sense of satisfaction. That meant, we may receive it, then? Yes. That's what she had decided. Did you check what's inside? No, I haven't. I'm not the kind of wife who would pry into a letter meant for her husband's friend. But this is Kazuteru's, his final. That's exactly why it belongs to you too. Kazuku-kun knew. He understood that his time was limited. And in those final moments, he chose to write a letter. Aside from his family, the only ones he wrote to were you. Shap-san and Fauncha-san both swallowed hard, unable to speak. Then, slowly, they reached out and received the envelope with deep reverence. Shap-san gently ran his fingers over its surface, as if cherishing it. Fauncha-san held it close to her chest, as if in silent prayer. Well then, shall we head back? Liz is probably getting impatient by now. With a satisfied look, my mother patted my shoulder. Her expression was bright and clear, and for some reason, seeing her like that filled me with an overwhelming sense of pride. As for the contents of the letter, just like my mother's message video, that will remain a secret. Chapter 70.7 The Eccentric Noble Who Lives in the Forest. By the time we left the castle and returned to the inn, it was already well past midnight. Karen and Grandma were still awake, waiting to welcome us back. The two of them simply smiled warmly and asked, "How was it?" So I smiled and nodded in return. I'm glad I went. Section. Morning came, marking the day we would return home. The past 10 days had been a whirlwind, hectic, yet fun, fulfilling, and above all, filled with irreplaceable encounters. Unisan, Idol-san, Shap-san, Fauncha-san, Lupo-san, Sarah-san, their 2 children, and those I had yet to meet, the unborn baby and Lorabo-san. Titles and status didn't matter. These were my relatives, my parents' longtime friends, people with whom we shared a bond that extended beyond a single generation. As I stood before the gate that led to the forest, I took a moment to reflect on that. Then, one by one, I exchanged farewells with those who had come to see us off. I still can't believe you actually went to see Father and Mother. That caught me off guard. Why don't you visit the Beastkin territory next? At this point, I might as well introduce you to my parents too. Our family is pretty crazy, you know. My father has 15 wives. Noah and Parker-san spoke with wry smiles. They had been utterly dumbfounded when they heard about last night's events, but even so, they looked happy. Especially Noah. I am utterly exhausted. But I must admit, it was an enjoyable experience. Receiving praise from Her Highness the Princess was particularly delightful. Take that, you pretentious pastry shops in the royal capital. You've never even been to the capital. What kind of grudge do you have against it? I knew it must have been a lot of pressure for Tomo-san, and I felt bad for putting her through that. But in the end, she seemed satisfied with her efforts, and I was glad I had left things in her hands. Her husband, Schnee-san, was also pleased to see his wife's cakes receive such high praise. We didn't do much this time, but at least we managed to confirm that the Teiku observation device is functioning properly. Bird-san crossed his arms, his expression unusually serious. The current issue is figuring out how to deal with surface-level mutants like the one we just faced. I can't keep calling you out here every time something happens, so ideally, I'd like Cidira to handle it on her own. Well, isn't that something the new lord can work on? Nishishi. You're right. Now that I've taken on this responsibility, I need to step up. I'll put my head together with Cliché Dono and come up with a plan. Noah nodded exaggeratedly as Lila-san, standing beside him, let out a mischievous laugh. Cliché-san, suddenly dragged into the conversation, frowned. Hey, because of this guy's big mouth, I'm getting dragged into this mess. Bird, make sure you talk some sense into her later. Gilmar-san, don't you think our Lila is such a thoughtful bride? Old man, stop bragging about your wife, damn it. Grandma Seralind scolded Cliché-san, who looked thoroughly displeased. Youngster Cliché, stand tall. You're making a fool of yourself. It's fine. The Witch of Conception mentioned she'd be back soon, didn't she? We'll have enough firepower for a while. Please stop calling her that, Ain-san. Anyway, for now, we'll have to rely on the higher-ranking mages to step in. But eventually, I want to figure out a system where the whole town can handle things without depending solely on individuals. Yes, make sure you do it properly. This time, Grandma was not the one seeing us off but the one being seen off. The reason was, Ahehe. Go home together, Grandma. We'll be in your care for a while, Mint. Let's play a lot together, okay? After completing the significant task of hosting the royal family's visit and managing the various adjustments that came with it, Grandma was personally rewarded by the king with a long vacation. So, she would be returning home with us and spending the rainy season there. It was surely Shapsan's way of showing consideration. A chance for her to relax with her family, as thanks for the care her daughter and son-in-law had received. In addition, Novium-san and his wife, Dolce-san and Alice-san, who now had some free time, all bid us farewell with their own words of encouragement as we prepared to depart. I'm glad Kanji was of use. It makes my beard grow even longer, you know. Take care on your way back. Come visit again sometime, and we'll have more time to relax. Dolce also wanted to try Sway-san's cooking. Please come back and make some for us again. Things have settled down quite a bit in Alfheim, so I'll come visit soon. But before that, I think I'll spend some quality time with my daughter. Amidst all these voices, we boarded the lizard carriage. Well then, we're heading back. Thank you for everything. Bye-bye. We'll come again, bark. I bowed my head, Mint waved her hands energetically, and Chocola barked cheerfully. Karen fluttered her hands, and Mother smiled as she took hold of the reins. Do your best, Pochi. It's our first trip with Grandma on board, after all. Fufu, we're counting on you. Kurururu. The carriage's wheels pressed firmly against the cobblestones as we passed through the gate and into the forest. We were heading home, deep into one of the world's most dangerous areas, the depths of the Void Forest. The Hateno family was going home. Perhaps, in the future, rumors about us might spread in the royal capital. About the eccentric nobles who live in the forest. But for us, nothing would change. We would continue living as an ordinary family, deep in the forest, just as we always had. Afterward. Volume 12, That Which Is Inherited has come to an end. This volume depicted Sway's encounter with the royal family. Through inheriting his title, Sway came into contact with what his father had built and began to walk his life's path while carrying those feelings. From the next volume onward, we'll return to Sway and his family's relaxed life in the forest with Grandma Seralind. However, before we dive into Volume 13, there's an announcement. Up until now, I've been updating daily, but the story has grown quite extensive, and I feel I've been rushing a bit. So, I'd like to slow down the pace a little. Moving forward, I plan to update once or twice a week to give the story the attention it deserves. I apologize to those who have been looking forward to daily updates, but I hope you'll understand and continue to follow along. End of Volume 12.